Welcome back to the Commonwealth Esports Championships. We have day 2 of the South Asia qualifiers. We're going to be kicking off with Bangladesh taking on Team India. Danog, we saw earlier in the day it was Australia battling against New Zealand, and both the men's and female teams for Australia were able to qualify to make the trip over to Birmingham. Now, we still got a couple more countries left to be decided.
Yeah, for sure. And based off what we saw yesterday, it's going to be a pretty even battle for that top spot within the South Asia region. Unfortunately for Sri Lanka, it does feel like they're not going to have too many chances, having dropped 4 games yesterday. But Team Bangladesh, they were one of those teams that beat them, so they're sitting 2-0. Team India, they are 1-1, having drawn a series against Pakistan, who are sitting at 3-1. So it really depends on the outcome of today. Most notably, this first series as well as the very last one that's going to determine the end result there. So it could really be anyone's game at this stage.
Yeah, without a doubt, could really be anyone's game. Current standings is looking like Pakistan on top with 3-1. I think Bangladesh are in second place because they're 2-0, and India
Yep.
are 1-1 in third. And then, like you said, Sri Lanka, they are looking rough to say the least. Unfortunately, they're maybe just playing for pride, and maybe if they don't like a country, they can knock them out and maybe not put them over in Birmingham.
Never know. I mean, for a team like Sri Lanka, this is where you go, the full push strat, for example. Try and win in 20, 25 minutes. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You probably weren't going to win anyway, based on the results of the first 2 series that we saw them play. But this series, Bangladesh against India, I think should be a lot closer. You've got a lot of, let's call them 3-digit immortal players on both teams where, they're in the top 1,000 and, across both teams, it felt like there was a reasonable amount of teamwork coming out from them as well. So could come down to the draft as that big, I don't want to say equalizer, difference maker, as what could potentially set these teams apart.
All right, well, we do have the draft underway here for game one, so we'll chuck over to that. Bangladesh on Radiant and Team India on the Dire side. So
10 seconds.
like I said, really the first and third series is where our eyes are really going to be.
They've done it. Team India have done it. I'm sure there's some kind of error coming through there with the lobby settings, but that is a typo, guys. Please do not assume that that was the result of the first game. We should be back through in the lobby into the game again very shortly.
Now, what do you mean? That's exactly all going to plan. I honestly I can't even remember who won now. If it was India or it was Bangladesh that had the victory. But yeah, no, it was all to plan. All the script was wrote. I mean, we kind of give you the name, the Oracle. I don't know if it's well deserved though. Sometimes you don't really guess things correctly, so we might have to take that away and give it over to me.
You see me in Twitch chat? I'm like calling stuff all the time. Doesn't have to be
Uh,
what we're casting. It can just be sometimes you need that like third person perspective, where you're not actually immediately involved in something. But all right, the challenge has been thrown. Time to predict
time
the
to
drafts
predict.
today.
Okay, time to predict, and always me coming out on top, winning every single challenge that we have with each other. There's just no real competition between. Well, we have competition
I
between us,
agree.
but
There is no
it's
competition. There's no contest. I'm still waiting for my winnings, by the way.
yeah. I remember I was supposed to buy the mate.
You were.
I was, and I forgot to do it the other night, so I blame you. You didn't remind me.
Always my fault, isn't it? It's always my fault. As looks like the teams are both back in the lobby. We should be getting started up shortly. I mean, let's talk about a little bit for those that weren't watching the Oceania series. Some of the stuff that came out. We saw Pudge. We saw Marcy look to come through. They were probably the big new changes, I suppose, in terms of just the common meta picks being picked up, and they were both pretty successful.
Sure, sure. The Marcy looked good. Do
So
we
was it
want to
only
say
died once? I think
the Marcy?
the Pudge.
Oh, well,
I mean,
but
the lane was pretty terrible, but he was abandoned by his Enigma, so, that's just
sure,
how it
yeah.
goes.
I feel like the Marcy had a lot more impact than what the Pudge did. I was like, Marcy, yeah, had a very good game. Pudge, I don't know. I don't know. I'm still intrigued about that hero. I think the hero is viable from what we've seen. Army Geniuses in particular, a Indonesian team. They really like picking up the putt. Well, actually, I shouldn't say really like.
They've
They've
done it
played it
once.
once so far, and well, they look pretty good. I think they beat Neon in like 30 minutes. We've seen Liquid try it. Didn't work out, unfortunately, but they're attempting this Pudge, especially as a carry and playing it. And we like to mention just we want versatility, we want every hero to be viable. We don't want this kind of 20 hero meta where it's just hard stuck. You kind of more than likely know what's going to happen. So it's nice seeing on your screen like a Pudge, Enigma, Marcy. There was an Alchemist in that draft as well. Like that is a draft that I would never have pictured.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of Dawnbreaker come out as well across a couple of different regions. So yeah, good to see a few of these new heroes come through the meta. We still see a lot of the ones that are ignored almost every time. You know, we're not really seeing Warlock, not really seeing the Oracle anymore. We're seeing a bit more of the OD, which is also good. So yeah, I'm here for it.
And we do have the draft back underway, so we'll see if there's any crazy picks that occur in our first game.
Radiant team ban.
Maybe I think
ban, huh?
this Chen. Okay, I was gonna say real quick is that I think maybe the sides were wrong because I'm pretty sure Bangladesh run Radiant before.
Don't know.
85% certain. So maybe that was some of the issues you
10
had, but
seconds
regardless,
remaining.
draft ready to rock and roll. You see the DOTA Mars banned out from Bangladesh and India. They've got rid of the Chen, like you mentioned, which is
Higher team
I
pick.
wonder because we've been putting a lot of emphasis on like the laning carries that have some built-in sustain. Even I think the laning supports with some healing is going to be a little bit more viable. Is this where we could see Chen kind of come into play?
Potentially. I mean, the divine favor just gives a flat
10
amount of
seconds
regen and
remaining.
armor now, as opposed to
Radiant team
amplifying
pick.
stuff. So I don't even think it's that great anymore. To me, this feels like, I mean, maybe it is a specific like
Radiant team pick.
player sort of thing where they just want to take away the Chen and the Visage.
Dire
But for
team
mine, it's
pick.
much more like Team India say we're a better team than you, and we're just going to prevent you from cheesing us
Dire
in some
team
way, like
ban.
some full-on death ball where we're not able to deal with all of it.
Okay, well, we saw Bangladesh. They played the Earth Spirit in both their games yesterday. So looking to pick this one up for a third time in a row. It's
Radiant team ban.
Do you like this in the eighth pick? I don't know how I feel about this.
Maybe they were saying, okay, we need something that's going to be able to deal with this Grimstroke. If it's a Coddle mid, it's a little bit more viable, right? Because if he makes a rotation earlier against the Ember Spirit
10
before he's
seconds
got
remaining.
the remnants available, then maybe you can get a kill, right? You just
5
kicking
seconds
someone back
remaining.
into the Illuminate could be really effective tool too.
Yeah,
Can I
my
just say
only
as well, so sorry to interrupt, the with the patch notes, Coddle was one of those heroes that I scrolled to and I'm like, okay, how are they going to nerf this one? Of course, the Null Talisman with the mana cost reduction was a little bit, but then
Dire
I looked
team
at the
ban.
changes for Coddle and they didn't change at all the Illuminate at max level. And at level 1, it does 15 less damage.
Yeah, no, it's not enough.
15.
It's just not
15.
enough.
It's not enough at all.
10
Like,
seconds
come on.
remaining.
Like, what do you have to do to be able to get a proper
Radiant
nerf to this hero?
team
I honestly
ban.
don't think the Null Talisman was even that big of a factor. You've got Chakra Magic, right? You've got plenty of ways to give yourself mana.
I think the one nice thing is that the level 2 Illuminate doesn't one hit the range creeps anymore. But that's like
10
That's a
seconds
strength.
remaining. Dire team
I'm
ban.
really reaching here to try and find a positive out of it. It's a nerf that is by far not enough. It's still a very, very strong hero. I do like kind of the response though that India go for with this Ember Spirit Grimstroke. I think in particular they
Radiant team ban.
snagged the Ember away from Bangladesh. We've seen a lot of Coddle Ember. It's a great pairing with the Refresh and the Slight. And then they go for the Grimstroke. We've seen this as just a very easy to execute combo. You just give the Inkswell over to the Ember. He's going to Remnant on top. And it's also can be like a nice
10
saving factor
seconds
too, because
remaining.
Ember's someone who really relies on not getting bursted from 100 to 0, so you can
5
either get your
seconds remaining.
BKB off or just get that slight into active remnant. So the potential for the hard dispel coming out from the Inkswell is a really nice a way to keep the Ember alive as well.
We saw in Western Europe, I think it was Secret taking on Alliance, where Secret actually picked a Bristleback into a mid coddle. And it worked because you're one of these heroes that comes online early-ish, and all you really need is your BKB to be able to consistently run at the coddle, right? Like you've got pretty good movement speed with your Warpath. Even if you just get the one Viscous Nasal Goo, which I think had a cast range increase recently, um, it's still 15% movement speed reduction. So against a Coddle who's got pretty fast movement speed to start with, that's a pretty big deal. And if you ever are on the back foot and needing to run away, suddenly, this stupid Illuminate plus Dagon combination probably isn't going to kill you like it would a lot of these
Radiant
other
team
heroes. So
pick.
I wonder if they might look to go down that route on Team India's side.
Do you know if he went first line in BKB?
I think it was second. What did he get before that? Might have been
10
Sanjan
seconds
Yasha or
remaining.
something like that he went first and then BKB
Dire
after.
team pick.
Yeah, I'm just intrigued because I feel like the Coddle should just go Spirit Vessel first item, and then you got kind of issues with being able to deal with that. And then going BKB first item is a bit awkward now with the change to 90 seconds cooldown that it is. But we're gonna see India. Okay, Nyx Assassin
10
as their
seconds remaining.
15th. It's a very good answer to the Keeper of the Light. Nice for the Ember Spirit as well, because the
5
Nyx is going to be able to
remaining.
scout at the back line and enable Ember just to have that information so he can jump the perfect target.
Yeah, I'm wondering as well if this might even change them to say, okay, well, we actually don't want to put the Keeper of the Light into the mid lane anymore. But the question is, like, where do you put the Earth Spirit then? The only real team that we see running position 3 Earth Spirit is, like, occasionally Raging Potato does it for SMG. But other than that, I can't think of too many teams that look to prioritize that.
Do you feel like they're a bit pigeonholed
Dire
now with
team
this
pick.
opener?
A little bit, yeah. I'm gonna go the Treant to not reveal that much, but I suppose they've got to reveal the next pick after this anyway, so forget that. What can they go for here? I still feel like they need some kind of instant catch for Ember, right? Like
10
the
seconds
roll isn't
remaining.
enough. The overgrowth is slow. You need like
5
bam,
seconds
caught.
remaining.
Dragon Knight, honestly not the worst this game. I would really not hate to see a Dragon Knight come through here from Team Bangladesh. Gives them some push that they're lacking a bit of as well. Very tanky frontliner, means you've got 2 ways of initiation through Earth Spirit and the DK. Yeah, just give me that.
Yeah, definitely fulfills a lot of the weaknesses they currently have in their lineup of Bangladesh. So I'm fine with the Dragon Knight to be
Radiant
picked up as
team
well.
pick.
It's a very strong lane. They're going to go the Bloodseeker route. So still hiding the flex from their first 2 picks. Bloodseeker, it's got an okay matchup into the Ember. Yeah, if you got a Remnant out, Rupture's not really going to do anything at all. So one of the few
10
spirits,
seconds
or him
remaining.
and Storm the Spirit really don't give a damn about this matchup. So maybe it's just some comfort for Bangladesh.
Maybe. It's going to be into a Viper, though, which is not comfortable at all. So that's going to make his life a little bit more difficult. I mean, do you think any of this is just him saying, okay, I want to give Blood Rage over to my Coddle, and then Coddle's going to one-shot everything?
10
Because I don't
seconds
really see the
remaining.
reason for this
Team ban.
Bloodseeker this game. Like, there's nothing that said this is a good Bloodseeker game. You're not against a Razor, you're not against tanky strength heroes, you're not against a
Dire team
Leshrac, you're not
ban.
against a Pangolier, you're not against a Keeper of the Light. Like, I feel like these are heroes that you want to pick Bloodseeker against, but there's no strength heroes, and there's no heroes that have high mobility that you want to be able to take care of. So, not exactly sure what this is for outside of that damage amplification for the Coddle.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the only reason I can really see is
5
just that
seconds
it's
remaining.
something that Bangladesh are comfortable with. Like you said, there's no really good matchups for the Bloodseeker to be playing into, so maybe they're looking for the Blood Rage combo, but or it's just something comfortable for them to rock with. But I guess it kind of does keep the
Radiant team
flexibility at the
ban.
moment. So we're unsure if this is a Spirit support or a Coddle support at the moment. India, they're under the assumption that they are still looking for their offlaner.
And I wonder if they would have still gone down the
Fire
route of the
team
Viper, but I mean, if they picked the Dragon Knight, he might have still Viper just for the break potential, but I feel like it would have been a little bit less likely. This seems a specific, like, position 3 response to a Bloodseeker saying, okay, well, we just don't want you to have a lane. Does this mean that the Bloodseeker is going to be flexed into the pos 3 role?
10
Maybe,
seconds
but
remaining.
that also means that you've got you have to
5
reveal your pick
seconds
now for the
remaining.
safe lane. So Team India are just going to be able to adapt to whatever it is that you do here. I mean, CK's gone. You're not picking Wind Ranger now. What else is good against Viper? Wouldn't hate. No, OD's kind of bad.
I just don't. You might get kills, but I don't know how you convert into objectives. That's my big concern on Bangladesh.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Physical. Thinking, no, not. I mean, this Bloodseeker has to be
Radiant
one, right?
team
So
Yeah.
what are they gonna do? It's okay. I mean, Ember Spirit's one of those heroes. I know BKB has been nerfed, but he's fine with going BKB early on, so you're not actually reducing his impact all that much. It's just like Phase, Orb, Corrosion, BKB
10 seconds
into your other
remaining.
items beyond that. Nyx Assassin, he can be playing around in Vendetta, so he doesn't
5
really care.
seconds remaining.
Grimstroke just is probably going to run to the Viper to be able to provide that little bit of extra security. So it's still not the freest Nightstalker game. I mean, you could just run a Viper 1 now. And, you know, you might not ruin a Bloodseeker's game, but you're absolutely going to ruin a
You
Nightstalker's.
may now select your
That also
heroes.
ruins a Nightstalker's game. The Bloodseeker kind of counters it a little bit, so not crazy about it in that way. Maybe they could have gone Monkey King instead, but I suppose just having an extra life potentially against this Coddle could be nice too. I'm going to say Team India for this one.
Yeah, I'm probably going to say India as well. I'm also in agreement just in regards to the Ursa and what it's able to do this game. Very good matchup versus Night Stalker. Can be a bit awkward into the Bloodseeker though, just with the rupture, being able to kite him, but I guess the nice thing is they do kind of have to go to the Ursa, so as long as India are playing around HBK's location, but I really worry about how they're able to deal with Abby this game. I think the Ember Spirit's going to have a pretty good time. You got the Grimstroke to be able to amplify him as well. So as long as he doesn't get demolished in the lane, which I do not expect to be the case, and Ember's going to be able to make a lot of rotations. He's got good side lanes to be able to rotate to as well. And the Ursa, the Viper should have a pretty good start. So yeah, I would give a slight edge to... I'd give a bit of an edge to India, nothing crazy.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, how is Jin going to be able to make the rotations because you've got these two very difficult lanes, right? It feels like if he leaves, then the Bloodseeker's just going to die, or the, the Night Stalker's just going to die. You know, you're up against an Ursa, and
Prepare
how are they
for
actually
battle.
laning this? Is it the Grimstroke playing the 5, or is it the Nyx Assassin? I believe it's the Grimstroke. Madness playing the Nyx, and he was playing Hoodwink all of yesterday, so...
Jesus. I was like, what's going on? That's right, Bangladesh like their shout-outs.
Abby's going to be the one revealing the smoke here as he walks on past.
Turbo and Oz. What's going on? They really like their shout-outs. Oh,
Your
respect.
opportunity to. Alright, what's this? Is this Observer Wardsini one? I think Mandus just walked underneath it, so
30
they're going to know
seconds
that
to
you've got a
battle.
few people clumping up inside your triangle area. Jin?
He's gonna brave it. Yeah, that's not a hard gun you want to enter, my friend. You knew exactly where they were. He's gonna try and run it. No way he gets away. They have the slide. Abby forced to level it. Now with the rest of Bangladesh, they're gonna converge on their location. Deeskin try and bring down the Ember Spirit. He's able to cut his way through the trees. Abby's gonna eat another blast of the Illuminate, but this is giving free time for India to find their second kill, and they are not done just yet. Inkswell's gonna come back up in a couple of seconds along with the Earthshock. I think they're gonna get 3 kills to start this game. India off to a flying start. Are they going to enter the tower range? Magic Stick, is it enough HP back? It won't be the case. They find the Night Stalker. It does come at a cost, as 2 heroes would be the price to pay.
Still, though, Nyx Assassin able to get that kill. A lot of the experience was solo, so he's already halfway towards that level 2.
It's rich.
Was it 3 bounty runes? Yeah, 3 bounty runes going the way of Team Bangladesh.
Look at Nyx Assassin's net worth.
Walking up. Yeah. It's all on the back of Jin, just walking up onto that high ground when you just placed the Observer Ward there previously. You knew that the Nyx Assassin was up there, so it's a little optimistic for sure to just think you can walk on up alone and be alright.
To see if they could...
All the impact of that Earth Shock, right? The 6 extra percentage slow ended up getting them a couple of extra kills in those engagements.
And this is a filthy lane. The Ursa Grimstroke against the Night Stalker, a hero that is very weak, and your position 4 in the Earth Spirit as well is not the greatest lane on. So I'm a bit concerned for how Bangladesh are going to play bottom.
Yeah, I mean, at least the Night Stalker's got this creep wave pulled all the way up. I'm honestly not even sure how that happened. No lane manipulation's been done just yet, so HBK is actually missing a few last hits completely uncontested. We've seen the fact that Grimstroke's away from the lane as well, so I wonder if that gives them a little bit more confidence to try and go for an aggressive move onto HBK. At the very least, get him to start using a few more of those tangos, although Evil Ash has 2 sets for himself.
Email up top. Faith was able to bully out Madness on the Nyx. I wonder if probably just going to go for a deny. Does anyone TP in? They have the thirst, so they're well aware of the Nyx kind of limping to the tower, but not going to be the case. No one wants that experience, so Madness is going to refresh his resources.
Chances level 3, and he's just making life for RR a little bit too difficult. Going for the... Well, I was about to say dive. The poison attack, of course, is one of those orb attacks where you can use it without actually drawing creep aggro. Sorry, tower aggro when you go for those aggressive movements. He's running a little bit low on the mana, though, so he has to be careful with how exactly he's looking to play aggressively in this lane. Don't want to run out of mana and then just not be able to suppress the Bloodseeker's farming potential.
Not yours.
It's a big thing, though, right, that the Viper's gotten out of kind of his weakest stage in the lane. I feel like the first 2 levels are really when you can penalize a Viper, and now once you get more points in the poison attack, you should be safer.
I don't think you're punishing with a Bloodseeker and a Treant Protector, though. It's probably one of those lanes that's super hard to be able to do so.
Just in general, though, of a thing. Your Vipers...
yeah.
Faith is going to get beat down for the moment. Beautiful double impale from Madness, and now with the extra level up from No Chance, they're able to secure their 4th kill of the game. Down bottom, we got action breaking out as Evil Ash is going to be in trouble. A nice kick away, but they're still able to get the double Inks while stun as HBK is starting to stack up the Fury swipes. They have to respect the damage from the Ursa. Looks like HBK got the boots delivered, but wasn't in the inventory, so couldn't close the distance. In our top lane, they even get another kill. Bloodseeker, he's going to tick out to the Spike Carapace, and back to bottom we go as HBK is playing aggressively. A kick away. Gets him out of harm's way, so Deeskun is able to reposition.
Don't salve him. No. No, I hate it so much. Oh, the shared salve. When's it going to go away?
Yeah, I don't know. I really feel like give it 2 weeks. Give it 2 weeks and we'll see it go.
Too long.
Well, what do you want? People need to adapt.
Yes, they do. That's what I want. I want people to be able to adapt. Nothing gets me going more than just seeing someone go a complete cookie cutter build when something else would have been so much better, you know?
You don't want the inefficiencies. You're not about that. Everything has to be efficient. Everything, like you say, you're the mayor of Value Town. Top lane. Bloodseeker once again. RR. It's going to be killed off, and now No Chance. I mean, it recognizes they got plenty of damage for the Bloodseeker, so they're going to turn to get Faith as well. Nice read from the Viper.
not even just using the right clicks to be able to take him down at the very end. Just goes immediately back to CSing, saying, all right, I got this. Ooh, okay, so he's actually going into... I wonder how many other people are going to do this, because I feel like someone like a Crystal Maiden is another one that could benefit from getting like a single Null Talisman and a single Bracer. Viper in the top side is going for the single Null Talisman and the Wraith Band, just because, you know, it provides you that little bit of extra attack speed. The regen is going to be nice as well. It's going to upgrade on its own at level, at the 25-minute mark, so I honestly don't hate this.
We haven't put a whole lot of attention on this mid lane because of all the action we've had on the side lanes. It's been pretty quiet so far from the Ember and the Keeper of the Light. But how are you expecting these two to kind of set the tempo and put their own impact in this game on a Dota?
I think Abby certainly can. He probably wants that level 8, I would say, to be able to do it. He's just a little bit short, but he's got a full creep wave to be able to farm. He doesn't quite have the phase boost, but he's damn close. And once he's at that point, you're going to have the Sleight of Fist maxed out. You're going to have a point for the Searing Chains. And it just is so much damage potential. Again, you're up against this Coddle that only has 4 armor. It's actually got a Veil instead. I don't recall the last time we've seen that.
Bottom lane, Evil Ash. Grimshark's going to end up going down, but he does get some abilities off before they kill him. So going to give HBK an opportunity to turn it back around. As being more top lane, we even see No Chance is up to a dominating streak. Oh boy, they got big Viper issues.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got the Power Treads, I believe, now finished up as well. Going into the Dragonlance. Again, just that Siege turret. I was saying before that prior to them picking up the BKB, you're going to potentially have Night Stalker issues, but if he goes into the Dragonlance, then, you know, it's a lot more strength, it's a lot more right-click threat for a Night Stalker that probably won't have his BKB for a little bit of time. I mean, the lane isn't going super great for him. So, obviously, not only are you yourself protected, but the Grimstroke's just able to run to you as well, provides much more safety. Mid
Look at
lane.
mid lane RR. They're going to go forward. Looks like Abby can commit with the Remnant. He doesn't have a lot of mana to play with though, so Abby forced to retreat. Won't be able to continue the chase. And he's going to be able to TP up directly in their face.
Anyone sticking around? That's what I want to know. It doesn't look like it. Evil Ash going back down to this bottom side. At least now it's nighttime, so D-Skun's going to be able to escape a little bit more easily with those phase boots, but I believe Ursa has his own phase coming out to him now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Phase into the Diffusal is going to be the call for HBK. A Treant Protector losing an early T1 tower, sights you do not like to see.
At least he's somewhat able to stay in this lane and have an impact pushing out the tower. He's got a couple of points in the living armor for the tower's sake. I mean, I guess Bloodseeker's one of the better heroes at being able to filter through the jungle and still have a good impact. He's been able to pick up the chip vest. You've got the, of course, lifesteal coming whenever you kill a creep.
Madness. Nice roll from Jin. Gonna clip onto the Nyx Assassin. They're gonna try and turn to No Chance as well, who doesn't really have anyone else nearby. A big streak for Bangladesh to find.
I mean, just coming
He's
through to snipe
good.
that kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't think he kills Evil Ash here. This is more of a TP
Nuisance.
bait, it feels.
I don't know, I'm looking at this Veil on Coddle again, and
Dire's
it's...
bottom tower is under attack.
I don't know how much value he's gonna get out of it.
Are you whelmed? Is that the situation?
Sure. I'm...
Not overwhelmed, not underwhelmed, just whelmed. You're like, oh, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm just hesitant to make a call on how much value he'll get. Maybe with Magnetize. I mean, Jin does have a very good Earth Spirit, as we're going to see it come into play once again
Upside.
top lane.
No chance.
The Coddle will be able to join as well as No Chance. Inkspell's going to be given over to him to multi-man stun, but the magic damage is ramping up on the Viper. He's going to try and kill the Night Stalker to bring him in the grave along with him, and he'll be fortunate doing so, but Madness 2 would put 6 feet under, so Bangladesh find a second kill in that trade.
Yeah, he's going straight into the BKB as well. I think he's even forgetting about the Dragon Lance, wanting to have that Ogre Axe component just for that little bit of extra HP. You know, it's pretty significant amount. Extra 200 on top of his existing amount. The thing is that Abby, he's just been spending his time in the mid lane, trying to push the lane in, trying to force some kind of rotation through to be able to punish the fact that Len's been getting active. He's been using that Veil of Discord. That's what I love, though, right? Like, he's gone this Veil. Sure, he didn't go the Urn into the Spirit Vessel immediately, but he was like, okay, well, I've gone this item that's really effective when you group up. You're able to give as many people usage out of it. He didn't just sit back and farm, right? He looked to actually try and make something out of it.
Another big thing is that I'm seeing Bloodseeker. I was going to say, like, he's relatively well caught up in farm, but he's still bottom of the net worth. I was just more seeing his level because they put him mid lane. I think it was level 4 at that stage where the Ember was diving him. And so the Bloodseeker's got a little bit of catch up. 2 deaths. He's got his Javelin completed, which is the main thing. It's still really, once he's able to get the Maelstrom, is that item we're looking for him to be able to keep up in his farm. But they have done a pretty good job on Bangladesh to at least give RR some me time.
Yeah, I mean, do they have any neutral items, or at least many, on the Radiant side? Okay, well, I'm seeing a Possessed Mask available for HBK. Hasn't sent it out just yet. Just wanting to, I'm assuming, send out everything alongside.
Oh, look at top.
his
Madness
refusal.
with the Vendetta. He's scouting at the Night Stalker, farming up by the small camp, so Evil Ash and No Chance are going to be able to tag in with the kill. Iskun's making it work for it with kind of how tanky is Bracer and the Ogre Axe, but in the end, the duo supports will bring down the position 3.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
HBK sell anything? It's not really the ideal move at this stage. I think he did actually sell a Slippers of Agility, though, just to be able to have the money to be able to go straight into that Diffusal Blade. He's got the TP if he wants to, but just wants to have it as a reactionary tool for any kind of dives that they're looking to go for. Spike Carapace mid lane.
Yeah, there's the dive, Ember. Gotta be cautious, but Iskun doesn't have a silence just yet. He's gonna go for a TP out. Abby, and he makes it. Great heads up TP there with RR. He's going to try and charge in the middle. Rupture out on the Ursa. HBK is able to reposition back to the safety of the tower. And now Abby's back in the river, beating down onto the Earth Spirit. But Abby, he needs some assistance. He doesn't have the damage just by himself. That's where the rest of the team can come into safety. As HBK flies into the middle, brings down another, and India lose no one.
Yeah, there's the usage out of having that Diffusal Blade and, more importantly, the TP scroll still available to them. Can you imagine if HBK just said, oh, I want to quickly farm the top side, let's TP up there? He wouldn't have been available to be able to rotate through towards that mid lane and get those 4 kills for Team India.
Was that probably the first fight as well with the Diffusal from HBK? So,
yep.
First engagement we've seen with him show up, and that's big now because it's going to allow him to transition to that second item very nicely. No Chance might be in trouble though. Jin doesn't get the roll to connect. No Chance still got to try and turn around and deal as much damage as he can before he's killed off.
Really have a lineup to do Roshan, though. It is important, of course, to be able to take it away from India if you can. Plenty of ways to be able to take it. Piper.
Jin, all he knows is aggression. Look at that. Roll, kick back under the tower, trying to set up for the blast, and the bonus movement speed RR. Able to reposition back to the river, so he's far enough out of Radiant's territory where they will not be able to capitalize.
Wonder what this Blink Dagger's for on the Ember Spirit that he's got queued up for himself. I mean, I may be thinking that if the Solar Bind goes in onto him, he's going to want to just immediately have that way to get away, but, I mean, you've got the Spirit Vessel on a bottle.
Iskun, it's going to be No Chance and Madness once again combining together. The Nyx Assassin is doing a very good job with this Vendetta to find the pickoffs on the map.
We've seen how effective Madness has been with a lot of his roaming. Not so much on the Nyx Assassin, but this game shows that he's able to make it work. He's not a one-trick pony. we're talking about the aggression coming from Jin. He's just looking to scout up towards this top side. Of course, the keeper of the light.
RR is going to be in trouble as well. Abby with the haste just chasing down the position 1 Bloodseeker, ruptured out, but that's not going to prevent Abby from getting aggressive. A kick, it's doing a lot of damage. Look at this forced positioning.
Eliminate
so the
missed,
rupture
though.
ticking him lower and lower. Abby 1 remnant, but he's still going to tick out to the damage over time.
Ursa, he just needed that space though. Straight into the Roche pit. Has plenty of lifesteal coming through from his neutral item as well as the Morbid Mask, and yep, should be able to secure this one fairly easily.
All that going on though, Evil Ash is going to sacrifice himself, but like I said, it's really just space. Ursa just needed that opportunity to be able to walk inside the pit, so the life of the Grimstroke for the ages, you are happy for that.
Dire's top tower is under
That's the
attack.
BKB finished up by no chance as well, so it's going to be so much tankier. Even has the infused raindrops, a few charges left on that one, 2 lives on HPK. Really feel like they could just look to group up and smoke sometime shortly. Maybe the fact that it's nighttime putting them off a little bit. Maybe as well just wanting to wait for the Aghanim Shard, only 300 gold away on the Grimstroke, but wouldn't fault them for wanting it right now. I mean,
Dire's
Blink
middle
Dagger
tower
as well
is
on the
under
next
attack.
assassin, just 70 gold away.
Look at no chance. This is very greedy. Playing aggressively, but I guess he's got the BKB in the arsenal. Madness is going to be able to connect along with Abby, so they'll run into the Treant Protector first, and Faith
Dire's structures are fortified.
will have no one else nearby. Bangladesh feel like this is a fight that they will not be able to take.
There's that Blink Dagger that I was talking about. So just gives you another way to very quickly
Radiant's bottom
be able to
tower
get off
is
a lot of
under
those
attack.
spike carapaces, to be able to find a tree and
Dire's
protector
middle tower
perhaps.
is under attack.
Really on point, you can even blink in front of an Earth Spirit that's trying to roll. Speaking of Jin, he's getting gone on up here by Abby on the top side.
Has fallen.
Look at the Impale to follow up. Dire playing behind the tier 2 tower, trying to chuck out abilities at a safe position. Abby, oh, nice slide dodge, but he's still going to take the damage. A remnant of waves, but it's going to end up ticking out to the Spirit Vessel. Now, Deeskin wants to enter the fight along with RR. They're charging into the middle, trying to target down the Grimstroke. They're able to secure the kill, but it's going to come at a cost. As Bloodseeker will be brought down. HBK is able to stack up the damage, but he's killed off to a neutral creep. So, RR, you're going to kill, but yeah, the neutral claims your life instead. We're not done just yet. There's no chance. Gonna be in trouble though. HPK jumps over towards the Treant Protector. They're doing a good job to kite the Ursa at the moment, but now with Diskin, he doesn't have his Dark Ascension to fly over to the cliff, so HBK is just stacking up the Fury swipes to the cause, sinking deeper into Bangladesh's heroes.
So they've got the Dagon now on the Keeper of the Light, but you can see that Len is still doing a ton of damage in a lot of these engagements. Had the most in that previous one with nearly 2,000. And, I mean, he's got a lot of heroes that are looking to run in first and take the attention away from him. So at least there's that level of cohesion coming through from Bangladesh right now. But, yeah, HPK, he's having a free time too. Freshly picked up Blink Dagger on this Ursa. He really just wants to try and close the gap against this Keeper of the Light. First and foremost, get that Diffusal Blade in onto him and then look to try and burst him down. If he can do it in the next couple of minutes while he's still got the Aegis, that's going to be a big win.
Dire's
And it's just,
bottom tower
they have
is under
multiple
attack.
Inkswell carriers now. Like we spoke about in the draft that the Ember and Grimstroke combined together, but now Nick's going for a blink. Now Ursa having a blink as well. So it's going to be very, very easy for India to find an angle into the fight.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah,
is under
absolutely.
attack.
You've got the Ember Spirit, speaking of him, just about one component away from the BKB for himself. Madness could look to be using the Spike Carapace here to try and get a lot of this aggression onto RR. Faith. Oh, actually, he wasn't able to get the Overgrowth off because of a very nice stun from Madness.
Beautifully done. Abby, 346 gold given over there. Might kill Faith as well. Why not? A TP starting to come through for the Coddle, but this is not really going to help out too much as Abby. There's the double and... Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, Coddle flexing how much burst potentially truly does have once his Dagon's able to utilize, and especially with all the magic damage. But you got the Veil and the Solar Bind to amp that up.
Don't you love taking 1,300 damage in one go at this stage of the game?
Yeah, Coddle's a cool hero, man. Are they going to go for Abby?
Abby.
Rolls on the... He's got the flame guard to be able to absorb. They've got to be perfect with the chain control, and unfortunately, that will not be the case. Is he going to tick out to the vessel? No, looks like he should be all right.
He was just like he used the maximum range on the fire remnant just so that he wasn't taking the damage for that that portion there. Well, they're gonna have to deny the observer that Evil Ash just placed up in this mid lane, trying to scout out any kind of smokes, of course, with the sentry coverage there. HBK, how long left? 15 seconds on the Aegis. So, I mean, they've been able to get a little bit out of it, I suppose, but no tier 2 towers is a pretty big deal against a Treant Protector when your lineup is honestly god-awful at being able to take them.
Yeah, I wonder if this is where... I mean, look at No Chance in his item build. He's really looking to scale on the Viper. A Butterfly queued up as his next item, so maybe that's who can be the high ground sieger.
Yeah, I wonder what the plan is. I mean, it might just be like rupture the Viper and then just avoid him entirely, because once he gets into that Butterfly, Night Stalker's not going to be able to do anything against him. He's got the BKB, so unless you're 100-0ing him, Coddle's not going to be able to do much. I really feel like the strategy is just ignore No Chance in a lot of these team fights once he gets into that Butterfly.
Do you like the Butterfly, though? Because it's a lot of magic damage on Bangladesh.
It is, but I think they just need someone that's going to be able to siege, and right now it's him.
Bottom lane, Madness is scouting out Aura on the Bloodseeker. They got the Ember Spirit to be able to connect as well, so the position one from Bangladesh is going to be brought down with ease, and he won't be there for the top fight. Dark Ascension leading to the middle, No Chance standing his ground with the BKB. He's going to beat back onto the Earth Spirit. No Chance, he's got plenty of damage, just needs the vision to bring him down. He's able to do so, but as soon as the BKB expires, Bangladesh can surround the Viper. And in the end, it's a 2-for-2 across the map, so honestly not the worst trade for Bangladesh.
Yeah, a little surprised that No Chance did just go for the TP away. The Overgrowth had been used, so they had no way to be able to disrupt his TP while he still had a few seconds of that BKB duration. But now you got 3 minutes where there's no nighttime and there's not going to be Dark Ascension for at least the next minute and a half. So let's see if India want to try and get something done with this little bit of an opening. Could really go either way. Of course, Ursa really does feel like he needs that BKB against all the magic damage that you were talking about previously. Viper holding on to a lot of money right now. Even if he just had the casual Eagle song, he would be feeling so much more confident with his skirmishing potential.
That was the first death as well for HBK on the Ursa, so gave a bit of a streak over to the Keeper of the Light. Has been having a very good game so far. What? Man, this Cuddle here, very cool.
Bale, he's got the Fairies Trinket.
And across the map, we even see the Treant Protector going down HBK with a solo kill.
It's actually kind of ridiculous once Coddle gets up to that level 20. Actually, let me have a look at something.
Jeez,
There is a lot that you want to be able to dispel with chakra magic. Like, you have to consider the poison attack, you have to consider the searing chains, you have to consider the earth shock. All things that you're able to remove off if Keeper of the Light goes into that talent, but I don't know, it just feels like Spirit Form duration is so good. Makes it only
bottom lane, they're coming. Bangladesh, they're already going to lose the Treant Protector. Now they're turning to Abby next server. The BKB protecting the Ember for the moment. Deeskin, he's trying to hunt the backline, but he won't be able to run into him. As Abby, the full duration of the BKB, he's going to be able to escape under that tier 1 tower. So India, they get out with murder just to kill on the Treant Protector. They force a lot of reactions down to bottom, however.
Do you think that's balanced? Like a 10-second downtime on Spirit Form now?
No.
I don't think it's balanced.
You're a Cuddle hater. What's going on?
What do you mean, what's going on? Have you seen this game? Have your eyes been open? That's what's my issue.
I'm casting with my eyes closed.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm doing it. Yeah, doing an okay job, honestly.
HBK, he's got the Aghanim Shard for himself, so that's going to be nice. At the moment, he's been holding the Enrage for the Overgrowth, but at least now he's going to have another way to be able to just pop the Earth Shock, even if it just means avoiding a lot of the damage coming through from the Keeper of the Light. Of course, nice way to be able to get
We're
rid
gonna
of
have it. Five breakout. D-Skun. What is this position? Just runs straight into 5 heroes on Radiant. A BKB TP out. HBK doesn't have the damage. Out towards the backline though. The Ember Spirit is hunting. Been brought pretty low on Ember. Is going to be forced to pop a BKB, but continuing to go is India. HBK in Madness. Trying to run into a Faith. Nice blink away means that Faith will be able to get away from any onslaught that was soon to occur.
I really want to see them actually full-on committed.
Madness, he's back in though. A double stun. HBK can now start layering the damage, but an Overgrowth to delay. Instantly utilizing the Enrage is going to be able to purge this one off, turning to deal with the Night Stalker. For one to start the fight, but India, they want to go back in. They want more blood, and they'll find it. Abby, mega kill streak, gets rid of Faith, but they're going to be cautious now. Rupture, kick back on No Chance, stuck on the higher ground, but he's still got the BKB. Someone needs to get rid of the aggro, but he'll stay alive. As nice reactions, No Chance is able to TP out away from danger.
They weren't able to get the tower, but still feels like they got a much better end out of that trade. Only losing the Nyx Assassin. HBK still has the Aegis of the Immortal as well. Looking to go into just anything that's going to allow him to stand there and hopefully get the catch onto that slippery Keeper of the Light. Still on 0 deaths right now on Len.
Maybe that's
It's
where...
going to be a really useful tool.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe that's where the Basher comes into play then for the Ursa. Speaking about the Ursa, it's onto D-Skun. Able to path his way through the trees. HBK, they're playing with a really good ward on the high ground. This is exactly the position you want to be in for India. Maybe towards the Night Stalker they go, spinning around in circles, but Radiant should be able to bring him down with one more slight. No, the living armor. It's actually enough to keep the Night Stalker alive. Abby's going to look for one more slight, but will not be able to find it. HBK, you'd hate to force out the Aegis unnecessarily, but that's going to be the case. First life killed off. They're going to be looking for round 2. They're on the Ember on the backline as well. A beautiful roll from Jin. Is able to catch him out. Now they're going to transition to Evil Ash as well as Radiant. They are crumbling India. They've got no answer, maybe no chance. Stands his ground. Try to beat into RR. But under the cover of the BKB, will be able to TP out in their face. And meanwhile,
that's a little low.
Separate fight is HBK. He's going over to one of the supports. Now on Len as well on the Coddle. He can't duck into the tree line. His Madness picks up a wicked 6 streak in India. It was looking grim throughout a small portion of that fight, but HBK and No Chance were able to turn it back around.
Just shows the power of something like the Night Stalker Aghanim Shard. He was sitting there on about 10% HP, pops the Dark Ascension, uses it over the Ancient Black Dragon, and then suddenly he was right up to 90%, able to get a little bit more harass in. That was what ended up taking out the Nyx Assassin, creating space for Ember Spirit to go down as well. But the damage potential, the damage threat, when you don't have that BKB available, is just still way too high on Team India's side.
HBK is going to run into Jin. Nice attempt at the kick away, but it's not going to get enough distance. So Ursa blocks the roll, but without the ward on the high ground kind of to protect this area, HBK is feeling like he's vulnerable to some rotations. They're going to drop another ward up there. Meanwhile, though, they've run into the Bloodseeker. Hang on, RR's in trouble in the mid lane. Madness again on this Nyx Assassin, being able to start multiple fights, and Abby flew in to provide the damage required.
There we go. Basher online for the Ursa. You've got the Keeper of the Light. Again, just freshly popped Spirit Form. Looking to keep this wave pushed out as much as possible with that Veil of Discord. It's still going to be a little bit of an issue of how you push up into the high ground area. Of course, it's very tempting to want to go for the BKB, but having buyback is just so much more of a useful tool at this stage for Len.
Radiant's top tower
And
is under attack.
Man, the Viper scaling is going to be crazy this game as well, because he does have the Butterfly completed. Robo Satanic next item, and he's got 3,000 net worth advantage over the carry of Bangladesh, so it's not like you're worried about just the Ursa, who's gonna jump deep in behind the tower. Abby's gonna follow up as well. Overgrowth instantly nullified thanks to the BKB past the throne. Trying to give them some space. He's gonna be cautious because the BKB expires, and Abby has bitten off way more than he can chew. Then Bangladesh, I mean, they want to penalize. They sense a sign of weakness. There's no chances in. A bunch of damage being dished out over towards the Night Stalker, but he's got to be cautious as HBK once again gets a claws deep into Bangladesh's flesh. And now with the Treant Protector stuck outside the base, they know they've guaranteed the kill on the Treant Protector, so HBK is going to go for the cuddle as well. Gonna kick back to the safety of the tier 4 tower. It'll come at a cost. The Ice Spirit is gonna lose his life. He doesn't have a buyback. Madness though, gonna be a bit cautious here. Dagon, bring him down low. Uses so he gets the blink away. Somehow Madness able to keep his life, and now HBK, he might be in trouble. Have they got a stun? Have they got a cancel? They've got nothing. Ursa makes it out.
At least force out a couple of those key buybacks, though. Of course, the Tree Protector, who just goes down, actually. Well, that's no buyback. That's no more living armor that you've got for quite some time. And this bottom lane already pushed in fairly heavily. You've got the Siege Creep available. Not one of those units that the Keeper of the Light's able to instantly clear out with his Illuminate and Veil combination.
All right. 16,000 net worth lead now for India. Keep in mind, they went 1-1 yesterday for the lads on India, and for Bangladesh, they were 2-0. So, India needing some victories. And with the position they're in at the moment in Game 1, I feel like it's just going to be a pretty easy closeout from here.
I think so. They've been able to now finally secure the last remaining outer tower. Seems like, what's their vision looking like on the top side of the map? They don't know exactly where this Bloodseeker and Keeper of the Light are at this point. For me, the strat is still, well, we've got to try and force them to come back. We've got to force them to defend. We can't let Keeper of the Light get further and further farmed so that he can pick up that BKB for himself. Might still opt to do so, or at least buy the Ogre Axe, just to bring himself that little bit closer.
Yeah, it's going to be scary now with how Radiant can just control the choke point with the Burrow on Nyx. That seems like a bit of a concern for Bangladesh to deal with. They might run into RR. And it's actually going to try and claim the outpost instead. So, do you feel like Radiant... Oh, hang on. Might have a fight breakout. Jin. HBK is ready and waiting. Instantly is going to pounce on the opportunity. Trying to blow up the Earth Spirit, but it's not going to be able to do so. He'll turn his attention now to the Night Stalker instead, as these couldn't protect him for the moment. They're going to be able to cut HBK to a decent amount, but these bashes continuing to rain out as RR cannot man-fight the bear. He is way too farmed, and the Bloodseeker doesn't have the items to combat that, as now Deeskun is going to be brought down as well. No chance sieging from the low ground. 3 for 1, and India once again proving to be too difficult to deal with in these fights.
You've even got Ursa only 25 gold away from being able to pick up his Satanic, so already got one on the Viper. You've got one hero essentially trying to make the best out of this lane defense, but with the creep surviving up until that point, you're not going to have the backdoor protection for a little bit of time. They should at the very least be able to secure this tier 3 tower. No chance attacking like an absolute machine gun. Really want to see him get into the Aghanim Shard for himself, as well, there's the backdoor protection, but the next creep wave is there without the Illuminate available for them to push this one out.
So there's a remnants on top of their
The
face.
intimidation
Like,
remnant, yeah.
Run! Oh no. Alright. Full set of barracks going to be claimed, and they will laugh themselves on Bangladesh, but it's not a good position to be in. Down 20,000 gold, 4% chance for them to be able to take this game.
Oh, Roshan up with an Aghanim Scepter. HBK would love to have that.
Yes, sir. That's just a even better way to be able to deal with the Treant Protector. I suppose you could always use Enrage. Oh, Nyx has got his Ag Scepter now as well, so this is, yeah, looking almost like it's out of the realm of possibility. They're hunting. They got the lane ward, so Abby is going to be able to jump.
Still important.
Without a doubt, especially without a buyback. So you'll take any kill you can get. Tree Protector down for 50 seconds.
Try and use that haste to connect through onto another as Madness and Abby move back towards mid. It's completely cleared out, but it doesn't really matter. As long as there's creeps inside the base, you can look to siege into that high ground. So looks like top lane, the main area where they're trying to do so. Another 20 seconds, it's going to be a 5v4, 6v4.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Look at Madness just parking himself on the high ground. They're even going to go further up. This is their territory now. Your base no longer, says India.
Dire's top
Poor
tower
Madness.
is under
He's
attack.
just the subject of a lot of this harassment coming through, and he doesn't really care.
Oh boy. Remnants everywhere. We're safe to be able to play. Ursa's fallen pretty low for the first life. They've done a really good job to poke and prod.
Has fallen.
Trying to force out this Aegis without heavily committing. No chances. Very deep. And look at all the remnants.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Level 25 as well. Just that extra corrosive skin slow and resistance. 50% magic resist now against the Keeper of the Light.
Dire's top barracks has fallen. Radiant structures.
I'm trying to see if there's another possibility to blow up the first life of the Ursa, because they did almost do so. I think you try and kill the Ursa the first time without heavily committing, and then jump on the respawn, but you're really far behind. You kind of just, you got to make a play, and that's where the Night Stalker's going to come in. Targeting down Evil Ash on the backline, that's a good target to be able to secure to start the fight. Now Madness is taking a lot of damage as well. Dire, it's a decent hold to start, but have they already shown all their cards as Len BKB chased back to the fountain? He's going to be okay.
Chance still in two minds as to whether he actually wants to go in or not.
Oh, they're going to jump. Yeah, they will. Up onto D-Scrim. Abby with the chains. HBK with the bashes. And no chance. Pummeling it with the damage from afar. Ticking over with the poison. Faith cannot do anything. Is now RR. But he's going to try and man fight Abby. Might be able to get the kill, honestly, Abby. Remnant at the last second is not going to get enough distance away from the Bloodseeker, but Abby, he wants to buy back, firmly put them in the grave for the last time in this game one. And that might just be the case that Lenny's being an absolute thorn in their side. This Keeper of the Light is everywhere with his mobility, but finally they've caught a glimpse of him. Abby, Remnant's on, gets the chains. Looking like it's really just space at the moment till HBK flies over to the low ground, gets the control, gets the damage, and they take game one. India. What a showing from them.
Is under attack.
Brings them up level as well with Bangladesh. So now both teams 2-1 across the two series that they've played. Of course, we've still got game number 2 of this series. But yeah, really felt like from the very beginning, India with their drafting, I said that was going to be the key difference maker. And they just made it so hard for Bangladesh to try and come in back into this. Of course, mid lane still went great, right? The Keeper of the Light only died twice the entire game, once at the very end when game was lost already. But yeah, Ursa into a melee hero, Viper into a melee hero, where you don't have stuns for the laning stage. It's always going to be a difficult prospect. And yeah, just punishing it very effectively was Team India.
Yeah, that they were. And like you said, just an important map victory to be able to find as well, considering how kind of yesterday looked for them. They went 1-1, and for Bangladesh, they finished 2-0. So got a couple more games left between these two countries to be able to determine if they can move over to Birmingham. So every victory is important. And well, for India in game one, they're going to be able to take it 37 minutes in. We're going to send to a break, and when we come back, we'll have game 2 ready between India and Team Bangladesh. We are back with our second game here. It's going to be Bangladesh taking on Team India. Bangladesh down one game here in the best of two. They're going to have to find a way back into this. Of course, it all starts with the draft. And is there anything that you're looking for them to maybe tweak a little bit in that aspect?
Just don't leave yourself open to getting counted in both your side lanes. Probably would be the big thing, right? You can't really complain about anything that Len did. I mean, I know we were talking about the Veil of Discord. You weren't a huge fan of that, feeling like maybe the Spirit Vessel would have been better. But, I mean, he did so much that game, right? Like, nearly 10,000 healing. He did more damage than the rest of his team combined as well. So, yeah, can't really fault him about any kind of his involvement there. It's just going to come down to the side lanes.
Yeah, that's the thing we're looking at. Just side lanes, clean it up a little bit, see if you can build off that. I'm also just intrigued in particular with their position forward, Jin. He's played Dio Spirit now in 3 games. That game, I don't think he played a bad game. I just think the hero is not as strong in the off lane. And with kind of the matchup that they had, Earth Spirit Night Stalker, that is a incredibly weak offlane duo. So it's going to be very vulnerable, and we saw that was something that India were able to exploit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when they went up and picked the Earth Spirit in that 8th pick of the entire draft, I thought that was very odd. Then Team India went ahead and banned out a lot of the combinations together with the Earth Spirit, like the Darkseer, for example. So I think that was really well done by them. Yeah, they just need to play this a little bit better. I'm not 100% sure who. I think Team Bangladesh had the choice of what they wanted, so I'm assuming that they're going to go ahead and give themselves second pick. No, never mind, actually. They went and chosen first pick, so I just want to see them make better use out of that last pick of this current first stage of the draft.
All right, well, we do have our draft underway, so we'll get ourselves over into that one. It's going to be India on Radiant, Bangladesh on Dire. Nothing really different with the bands, it looks like so far.
Yeah, Visage was coming next from India if they're going to keep it the same as previous. I'd still Coddle. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with the Coddle. It still has that flexibility potential. But I want to see it paired together with a much more solid hero for the last pick of the first phase. I know it hasn't been anywhere near as popular as it previously was, but I think a Chaos Knight's fairly solid. It means that you absolutely still have the potential to throw that Keeper of the Light into the position 4 role. 3 Chaos Knight, 4 Coddle. You just refresh your cooldowns pretty frequently, but this isn't Team Pakistan. This isn't Joker. Why are we seeing a Winter Wyvern come out here with the first pick?
I think there was one other team that first picked it. I can't remember if it was Bangladesh. Was it? I think it might have been Bangladesh that did it in our last game that we casted yesterday. I can't remember. For some reason, I feel like it wasn't just Pakistan that were putting a lot of emphasis on this Wyvern.
They didn't win that game though. That was the thing. Oh wait, no, they did. It was against Sri Lanka. They did win that game, but I don't think that would have mattered, to be honest. Just because, you know, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, they are slightly above Sri Lanka, I would say, in terms of their potential here. So, what does Team India want to do in response to this? I wouldn't necessarily hate seeing the setup for a Tempesaur pick later on into the draft when it's harder to be countered. I wouldn't hate seeing just a bunch of magic damage. I know we've seen Zeus into the Wyvern, but I don't want to see a Zeus, especially not this early. Rubik honestly isn't bad into a Wyvern. Undying's not horrible, but I mean, ever since they increased the timing on the Arctic Burn, of course, you could just use that extra attack range to be able to clear out the Tombstone from afar.
Dire team pick.
Okay.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Like they're just going to give themselves the potential to have that counter pick for their cause, and they say, well, even if it means just showing a support duo, not a fan, then they're fine with it. Team Bangladesh, though, I think this is like Jin is
Radiant
drafting
team
for them,
ban.
so
Dire
maybe he's
team
just
ban.
like, oh, I'm just going to give myself a good game and then ban out a big counters. But you got to think bigger than that.
I don't know. If you're banning to protect the Earth Spirit, I feel like there's an
Radiant
issue there.
team ban.
So I feel like you
Dire
definitely could have
team
gone like
ban.
Earth Spirit 16th, 17th, and maybe India would have banned it. Maybe they probably they wouldn't have gotten rid of the Earth Spirit though. So I'm also like I don't hate the hero for them. It's obviously something that they put a lot of emphasis on. The dynamic of their drafts work very well
10
with the Earth
seconds
Spirit.
remaining.
I think this eighth pick is a really important pick
5
for
seconds remaining.
your team. Overall, you need to use it, and using it on a
Radiant
support,
team ban.
I feel like you're not getting as much value out of it as what you possibly could.
I
Radiant
agree, like
team
99%. Like honestly, if they picked up something like a, it's, I'm using hypotheticals here because obviously the Earth Spirit is a comfort pick for them, but I wouldn't have even hated the Snapfire just because you have that potential for it to be flexed. And it's going to be good against the Undying, and it's
10
pretty
seconds
decent against the
remaining.
Hoodwink as well. Just being able to use the cookie into the trees when Hoodwink tries to
5
escape through that.
seconds remaining.
Would you? I guess it then reveals that Snap or Wyvern's a core.
Yes, but who knows? Who knows? They go ahead
Yeah.
and ban out the
Dire
Chaos
team
Knight
pick.
for Team Bangladesh, which is a little surprising to be honest. Winter Wyvern, one of the better heroes at being able to deal with him, and we get to see a Marcy coming out. All right.
I don't like how
Okay.
Marcy looks in the captain's mode screen. Like
You
everyone
think
else kind
she's
of,
too tall, or
10
well,
seconds remaining.
she's not doing anything. Like everyone else is kind of,
5 seconds.
I know, even
Very
Undying, that's just
aggressive.
bobbing back and forth. Marcy, just her cape's kind of flowing.
There we
That's
go.
it.
There we go. She's having a bit of a stretch. She's just
What?
preparing, you know, like me.
Stretch. What are you
I'm just
seeing?
constant. You not seeing her stretch? She did like a. What are these things?
No, I didn't know. She's currently standing with her arms not
A
crossed
current,
out
yeah.
in front of shit. Yeah, so no stretch. I don't know. It's
She's
just it
powering
doesn't.
up. She's
Oh right.
conserving her energy. Look, she's
See,
looking at some birds. Don't you love that?
well, the hero is good. I just think how you look in the draft screen is not as good. Maybe it's just getting everyone. You know, it's confusing them. It's not showing the true powers of the Marcy, which is looking like it's a core Marcy as well.
Dire team pick.
Yeah, potentially. And, well, one of these, of course, makes me think that it might be Len doing it again. He is, if I'm not wrong, one of the higher MMR players on the Bangladesh side.
10 seconds
So it really
remaining.
wouldn't surprise me to see him look to pick that one up.
They played the
5
Wyvern mid, didn't
seconds
they,
remaining.
yesterday? I'm pretty sure that's a team we're thinking of now. They went Wyvern Earth Spirit first phase. Because we did
I'm
see a
gonna say
Wyvern
yes.
mid, I'm just pretty
It
sure.
was into a puck, I think,
Yes.
unless I'm remembering wrong.
No, that you are right, yeah. So I'm pretty sure this was Bangladesh that actually did it. So
Radiant
there
team
is,
pick.
you were just mentioning Len could run it, and it looks like they've done it before. Now with the Tiny getting picked makes me a little bit more hesitant. The hero can be flexed to the 1 and the 2, but I think it's better suited as a 2 at the moment.
10
Just trying to think
seconds
what
remaining.
exactly the Marcy is accomplishing this game, like as a core,
5
right?
seconds remaining.
Support Marcy, I see the reason behind it every single game that it happens, right? You're just all about that displacement. But this game, you got a Marcy into an Abaddon who's going to be able to make, because, well, I guess the Abaddon was picked after,
Dire
right? But
team ban.
it's into a Wyvern that's going to be able to save
Assassin.
consistent with the Cold Embrace, even as being that core. TA into the Wyvern's not too bad, though. You know, you can really look to shove out that lane and not take too much harass. I suppose you've got the Arctic Burn to be able to deal with the refraction, but I don't think TA should be getting pushed out of this lane too
Radiant
easily.
team
And
ban.
then it's one of those decent-ish responses to the Tiny. Of course, you do run the risk of the Magnetize plus the Urn being used into the TA as well. I don't know. I think it can really go both ways. still trying to exactly pinpoint what they're wanting to do with the Marcy
10
this game, though.
seconds remaining.
I think another thing
5
about the TA is
seconds
just that it's a really good lane combo now. Undying Templar Assassin. You've got a melee hero to be able to eat a lot of the damage. That's exactly what you're hoping for a Templar Assassin, for the support to kind of fulfill that role. So, of course, there is going to be the flex. There's no doubt about it. Abby can run it mid. HBK can play it safe lane. But if they do give it to HBK in the safe lane, then I like at least the support hero that they can pair with the TA.
Dire
I
team
think what
ban.
Bangladesh go with their last pick overall here.
Radiant
Razor.
team ban.
Banned.
Not Razor.
Part of me wants to say Venomancer, but part of me says no, that's stupid.
Dire team pick.
So you're thinking 3, which probably makes sense with the tiny wyvern. So
Yeah. I want a 3 that doesn't really care about the Undying, that's able to make usage out of the constant uses of the decay with the magic stick, and
10
is able to
seconds
provide some
remaining.
kind of damage over time against this Templar Assassin.
5 seconds
you
remaining.
could Timber.
Could you offlane Jakiro this game?
Sure, I think it was if it was Eastern Europe, I'd say I'd be a little bit more keen on it. I don't. It's really the only region back when Jakiro was kind of getting flexed that I was seeing. I'd be played as a 3. I wouldn't hate it though with the melee 4 in the Earth Spirit. Nice with the Wyvern combo, being able to start the damage over time. It's a range hero versus Undying. I like it. I just don't know if they'll play it.
Maybe a Sand King, but again, that's 2 strength heroes into an Undying. I'm just thinking directly against the TA, it's decent. It gives them another way to be able to engage, considering this Tiny's much more
Radiant
likely
team pick.
to be a position 1. Yeah. It makes sense. But I'm just a little bit worried about the effect that this Undying's going to be able to have against both of these heroes. Like 2 melee strength heroes against an Undying.
10
Not
seconds
easy.
remaining.
No, it's not easy at all. And Earth Spirit is, again,
5
we spoke
seconds
about,
remaining.
it's not the strongest laner. And Sand King's also very weak at the early levels. So I feel like India should have a pretty good time in their safe lane. You've now got the 24th pick as well. We don't know where Mars is going, more than likely off lane, but who knows if there's some crazy flex for Abby. But regardless, they get this gotcha pick that should be able to secure a second lane.
Hero.
And, well, that's not what I was expecting, but looks like it's going to be the mid TA, and it's a Core Undying.
Ooh, okay. Wasn't expecting that. I suppose you are still against a couple of strength heroes, right? In the Tiny and the Abaddon, so it's going to be just as effective. Neither of them deals with a Tombstone as well, although you're going to be looking to go a few more points to the Decay, I would assume, just because some people aren't aware. It does double damage to creeps, so you can use it to shove out lanes a little bit. You can even take Ancients with it, but you won't really need to. You've got a TA that's going to be able to farm up that sort of area. So 4 strength heroes and a Wyvern.
India do have some pretty big issues with being able to start fights and their team fighting overall. I think it's very reliant on them having a lead, getting ages, and then forcing fights around objectives. And then Team Bangladesh are going to have to take the fight if you're losing towers. But if they're not losing any in objectives and India aren't forcing these, then yeah, I do see kind of issues in that regard though for Radiant.
Do have multiple ways to be able to like reposition these lanes as well, right? You've got the tiny toss back into the kick. You've got the dispose from the Marcy. Like, I feel like a lot of people are going to get caught in some perhaps too difficult positions and not be able to deal with them just through maybe a lack of map awareness, maybe some tricky ward play. We'll see what happens. I'm
will-
still probably going to say India just because I feel like they out-executed Bangladesh in that game. But it's not free. Like you were saying, they don't have an easy way to be able to take a lot of these team
They
fights.
saw that ending from miles away.
I'm hesitant on who to go for. Because it's just like, do I feel like India are going to be able to execute? Because I'm concerned that they will not be able to scale. No, sorry. They should scale, but I'm concerned that their issues with starting fights and team fighting is very much going to be highlighted. Len. Did you see that?
Yes, thank you very much, Len.
What was that? Just like brush it off.
I'm just going to say, it's the one time I've ever spoken in chat. I think this is a pretty free Undying game. Like, what is exactly bad about the Undying this game?
Well, Arctic burn percent damage. Hey, oh, what do you mean? This is Wyvern, it's a cool Wyvern.
What tombstone hitters do they have? He's going to get a lot of levels. He's up against 4 strength heroes. Sure, you have to deal with the Arctic burn, but I feel like a lot of this stuff is just going to be absolute gold for him. You take Roche even quicker as well if you've got the Flesh Golem hitting into it.
So you're more looking at just what the tombstone's able to provide you instead of kind of...
And Decay. 4 strength heroes, man. 4 strength heroes.
That makes Wyvern's Arctic burn do a lot more damage.
I mean, sure, but then you're putting yourself in a vulnerable spot where, you know, maybe Marcy gets the rebound into the dispose, into the bushwhack, into the dead on the Wyvern. And I feel like as long as Wyvern's dead, the damage potential that Bangladesh has is seriously reduced.
I wonder how this lane's going to go mid for Len and Abby, because there is a big damage advantage for the Templar Assassin.
Oh, yeah. That is the big Wyvern weakness. It really does rely on him getting a couple of those null talismans just to assist with that weakness, but even then, by that point, you're probably going to have a TA up into the level 4 mark, meld, Psyblades. You don't really want to go into the Cold Embrace either on Len, so it just makes things a little bit more difficult. It feels like there's too many things that you need for this lane to be able to work for him.
Honestly, I don't know how he's laning this well to start. The fact that he's 5-0 is a bit surprising. He got his first range creep denied, but the fact that he was able to find his second without even using Splinter's Blast is pretty important for Len.
This is ours.
Like again,
he is a fan of ours, so he is clearly a Chad, and that is how he's been able to do it.
All right, Chad Len. We'll take a look at how... We got a position 5 Marcy with the Ursa. You were mentioning earlier today in the Australia... Oh, hang on a second. They're going to get aggressive. Instant roll from Jin to be able to buy some time for D-Skun, but still Evil Ash. And there we go. The movement speed onto HBK. He can easily close the distance, but HBK is still in trouble. They'll give the salve over to the Ursa, and he's got some tangos to work with too. Does that go up every level? How does this work? Okay, it does.
It's just consistent, isn't it? Isn't it just 5 seconds constantly?
Oh, sorry, I meant the... Oh, wait, what am I looking...
I meant the... above where it says cast jump range.
Yeah, yep, you're right. I saw movement slow and read... I just read it wrong. I read it as like extra movement for Ursas. We're going to get another kill. It's actually RR, the carry, and the Abaddon going down. So no chance with the offlane Undying finds a double kill.
No tombstone hitters. This is what's going to happen. 2 strength heroes. This is a free game for Undying. I'm going to say it again. But yeah, I think that probably needs to change on the Marcy. Like, 45% bonus movement speed for 5 seconds is enormous when you've got these aggressive laners like the Ursa that are able to take such huge advantage of it.
Yeah, we just saw what could really be the case. When Evil Ash plays up in their face, and I mean, HBK has an Orb of Venom as well, so you're really looking to get aggressive. I'm kind of surprised that they're not going on D-Skun. Maybe because of the creep wave being there, it could be a bit difficult to man fight the Sand King. Evil Ash trying to find an angle in, but unable to do so. So we do have the creep wave pretty far pushed up, but again, D-Skun, he's going to use the creep wave, kind of act as a deterrent, but Evil Ash is just going to try and turn to Jin instead. A shock on 4. It's a beautiful double burrow strike, but Evil Ash He was able to reposition away from Deeskin, and they recognize, they know there's no creep, so the Sand King just has to TP out. He's going to take a bunch of damage before he escapes.
He's going to be able to get that full use of the salve off as well without anyone running the risk of interrupting it. And now they've both got boots as well. So look at this movement speed. What do you do on Deeskin? They do have the sentry, so you're going to be able to claim him.
It's an awesome read. Really, on India, they recognize how they need to play against the Sand King. Just whenever there's no creeps there, you really got to be active and up in his face, because you know how much damage this Caustic Finale can do. We honestly almost saw the Sand King bring them down to a threshold before where they couldn't continue to play aggressive. But eyes on mid as Earthspirit's considering about rotating. Dropped the ward down. I wasn't sure if he was going to roll and get on Abby with this Arctic Burn usage.
We saw No Chance do this previously with the Viper, and he's just doing it again. Bracer this time, paired together with the Null Talisman. Just some nice value items early on. Of course, an Undying wants to be spamming out abilities fairly often. Won't go into the Soul Rip until probably pretty late, right? I kind of want to see him max out the Decay and the Tombstone prior to him even picking that one up. And yeah, that mana regen is going to be nice. The Flesh Golem, of course, gets amplified by your strength, so these are two items that you could conceivably hold for a good period of time. I think he's going into the Echo Saber actually after the Phase Boots.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, what do you think about the item build instead for No Chance? Kind of what route do you want him to go down?
I think the Echo Saber is fine, right? Like, it just provides you a lot of abilities to be able to stay out on the map. Double right click once you pop the Flesh Golem is going to be pretty significant. And like we've been saying before, the Phase Boots, good for being able to catch up, and you've got the Marcy to buff up your movement speed even further in a lot of these engagements.
So you reckon Echo Shard, Echo Scepter, BKB? What's that kind of second item that he needs to transition?
I don't think he needs the Shard. I wouldn't hate the Scepter. Just, I mean, to be able to get 10 strength stolen from 4 strength heroes, it's pretty huge. I want to see them protect this Tombstone a little bit. You've got Faith coming in on here, and you don't have any points in the Soul Rip.
Oh no, look at that. Double Decay. You can't deal with the Undying. 1300 health at this stage of the game. They're going to be forced to bring the Winter Wyvern top as well. I guess the one thing going in advantage for them is the fact that No Chance, he doesn't have mana to continue this engagement, as Len forced to drop the Winter's Curse to be able to cancel the TP, but simultaneously across the map, we've got the Ursa killing off the Sand King as well.
Yeah, you get a bunch of kills, you walk off through the trees, Quelling Blade to be able to get out without even using a TP, TA is continuing to farm, you got to kill on the Sand King. Like, everything has gone right for India right now.
Look, there's a 3-level advantage from HBK over Deeskin. So this is just... Oh, it is a absolute beatdown. You called the Sand King. Just, I mean, in regards to what the hero provides him in the game, is very important, but just concerned on how much he's going to get out of it. I guess it was an Ursa last pick as well, so they didn't see that they thought it was going to be a TA in the safe lane.
They did, but again, this just goes back to what we were talking about before. Is this Earthspirit really 8th pick worthy? Doesn't feel like it.
Yep. You could pick it in the second phase somewhere, but in regards to where you pick it is, again, Deeskin.
Yeah, Deeskin.
They've got a dust, no escape. Meanwhile, top lane, No Chance is going to go back down, but keep our attention on to bottom as they're going to kick away the Sand King, but he will not get enough distance. It's already with the phase boots completed from HBK. He can easily run down his next opponent.
Ivan still no points in the Cold Embrace, understandably. Means that he needs to be playing so much more carefully around this TA, although without the
Oh,
here.
Oh, that was close. He used the Arcane Rune as well, so unfortunately that he's not going to have this one available for Len on the Wyvern, but it's already 3,000 net worth lead, and we're really speaking about, we're kind of harping on the laning phase in game 1 was a big strength from India, and it's proving to be the same thing in this second game.
I mean, you're always going to have a good lane when you've got heroes like Marcy, Undying, Ursa, though, right? As long as you're banning out the bigger counters to it, and you just you noted it before, right? When they picked the Ursa, it was the last pick of the entire draft. So they knew it was going to be a good Ursa game. Absolutely no opportunities for the counter. It's India taking better advantage of the tools at their disposal in this draft.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And they should be able to find the first T1 tower as well. And with that tower going down, maybe Sand King 2. I believe they've got detection. Actually, no detection on the core for the Hoodwink. It's going to be Evil Ash. He's already got Unleashed on Evil Ash. So already has the ultimate in the arsenal. And well, they're not going to require it. It's just a measly old level for Sand King, who's trying to do his best to soak up some golden experience.
Is anything turning around decently elsewhere on the map, though? That's the big thing that you need to be concerned about. In this, Marcy is just a support, but you're still going to get good value out of the Unleash, provided that, you know, you might be able to get that burst damage in onto the Winter Wyvern before she gets the Winter's Curse off. So, Witchblade going to be a nice item, both as a slowing deterrent against these heroes that are going to have that movement speed boost as a result of the Marcy, as well as a refraction reducer, as well as just the armor component.
Radiant's bottom
So
tower
we'll
is
see
under
if
attack.
they look to try and make a bit more of a move around that timing on Team Bangladesh. Speaking of the Wyvern and the Curse, looking to try and make a bit of a play onto this mid lane, Abby.
Should be end up going down here, although Madness with the rotation. They're going to trade a 1-for-1, but Len's in trouble as Evil Ash. He's going to set his eye onto the Winter Wyvern, dispose back inside the river, but Faith is able to make his way towards the lanes, offering some assistance to Len. And it's going to end up with a 1-for-1 trade, but that is going the way of Bangladesh as you get rid of the position 2 Templar Assassin.
And you've nearly got the Echo Saber, though, available for no chance up here. He's gone the 1 value point into the Soul Rip. I actually don't hate that, just because it's going to be able to heal the Tombstone for 1 hit, essentially.
He is giga farmed. So is the Ursa. HPK is almost diffusibly completed. What are we looking for the lads on Bangladesh to find an avenue back in? Is there any timing that you're seeing shortly?
I was saying before the Witchblade for the Winter Wyvern. I don't know if that's going to be enough, though. I mean, this Sand King is really underfarmed at this stage. Punishing the fact that they just read the draft wrong. Honestly, so did we, so we can't really blame them too much, but it's optimistic to say I'm going to go into a Dagon on this Earth Spirit, that's for sure. Might just be memeing a little bit, but...
Well, I don't know, he's got the
timing.
crown. I don't know how much he's memeing.
Meme Hammer, maybe, instead? Help with a push?
Let's go. Well, meanwhile, Roche is getting beat down already 12 minutes in from HBK, and that bounty gives him enough as well for the Diffuser Blade. Meanwhile, the River Len, combined with Jin, trying to kill off Abby for a second time in the row. It's a lot of damage over time. Abby's going to be able to retreat back to his own territory, but still, they're continuing to chase him. So Bangladesh, a second kill onto Abby, and now even Ara's going to look to show up as well with a combo toss available in a couple of seconds. Madness, great use of the sharpshooter, is able to reposition further to the north, but the side of Bangladesh are in hot pursuit.
Okay, well, they're still able to get a few things here. You've also got the Tiny, freshly picked up Echo Saber, so he's got some kind of map presence. You know, you can look to quickly join in. What do I want to see him go? It's a real awkward situation, right? You need the Shard, but you also need the Blink Dagger, considering the rough start to the game that Deeskun's had. Maybe just try and give him the easier time up here on the top lane. Of course, you are one of those heroes that's pretty capable of pushing out a lane on your own, as this Sand King quickly farmed that one up, transition through the jungle, but just have a look at the positioning coming through from HBK. He wants to try and make sure
no.
you get them killed. Yep.
Oh, no. He knew exactly what was going on. The lane in the ward, seeing him farm up the wave, just positioning by that median camp. HBK reading him like a book.
Just having a look at No Chance and seeing what this man's gonna go. I wouldn't hate to see him just pick up an Ogre Axe, right? You can convert it into a BKB if you want, even though it's probably not the best item for this game. You can convert it into the Aghanim Scepter, and it's going to be better than holding on to the Quelling Blade for now.
Hit 2 hits creep waves with decay. So 2 decays.
Yep.
Very interesting.
Double damage, man. Does 330 damage. He's with a level 10 talent. I'm telling you, you can farm very easily with this. You just suffer in terms of your mana regen. That's the only thing. So the fact that he's gone into the Null Talisman's kind of nice. Sure, at the 17-minute mark, he'll be praying for something like, I don't know, the Essence Ring, perhaps.
Oh no, Faith smoked underneath the Observe Ward, so Radiant have confirmation of this fight breaking out. They're going to make sure they don't group up, though. This is definitely the one strength in Bangladesh's lineup, is that they are very good at team fighting. See how hesitant HPK is just entering the fight, kind of posturing aggressively onto Jin's location, but doesn't find an angle just yet, and they're actually going to miss the combo, so Jin will be okay. Roll. Snags the bounty, but now he's committed. Jin has well and truly committed. He's going to kick HPK away. He's got the bonus movement speed coming up for the rebound, but it looks like the Winter's Curse solely on the Ursa. Keep in mind, he does have the Aegis advantage. So Ursa's going to try and turn his attention now with Abby showing up as well. They rip apart the Ursa Spirit, and Ursa, he's untouched so far. He's trying to bring down Faith. He should be able to do so. Yep, there we go. Abaddon's killed off, and now they're going to turn to the Winter Wyvern, dispose back into the high gun, into the claws of HBK. Abby's going to blink forward onto Ara's. Tiny.
Still hasn't died.
There's Radiant. They don't even lose the Ursa. It will come out of cost, as Evil Ash is the sole person that loses his life, but India, they are more than happy with that.
No Chance wasn't even part of that. He's just down here on the bottom side of the map, farming up, using the decay as much as possible. I think he did actually go the Aghanim Shard here, so wanting that greater uptime for the Flesh Golem.
Are they going to be able to defend this? HBK, he's on to Jin, kick away with a sharpshooter, follow up the burst, it's on point. Madness this time will hit the ultimate. HBK is not even going to die. That miscall not enough, so again, they are struggling to bring down the first life on the Ursa.
Look to go for one more kill. Looks like they're going to give the Invis over the TA for now. Just thinking maybe he try and use the remainder of this Aegis. Just 30 seconds left to be able to utilize that Blink Dagger and push on forward. But look at that lifesteal. Like, Marcy is just such a great pairing for these aggressive laners, like your Pudges, like your Ursas, Monkey King as well. Anyone that just wants to get up in the enemy's face.
Faith.
You're trying to time this Aegis.
Evil Ash actually wanting to go in. I was just going to mention that the RR Tiny, the carry Tiny on Bangladesh, he's gone for a second item, Blink Dagger, feeling like they've got some issues. Bottom lane, no chance. Getting going on for the moment. Yeah, I don't know about this. Without the Winter Wyvern, killing off the Undying with 2k health is not going to be a possibility. And HBK is already godlike. We're 17 minutes in, and the Ursa is godlike. Jin is going to try and roll into the middle, but it will not matter. Radiant just swarming over numbers one by one. They drop as HBK finds a triple. Over to mid we go. Len combined with Faith will be able to bring down Evil Ash to support Marcy. Len's even going to try and get no chance, but the zombies spawning after the right clicks thanks to the Aghanim Shard. There's Madness and Co. They can connect, converging on Faith's location from bot to mid. India are everywhere in this second game.
Yeah, they just gotten it all off the back of these solid lanes again, right? Nothing has changed too much about their strategy. They're like the counter to Bangladesh with a little bit of that, I don't want to say cheese style, but they've got their own niche picks that unfortunately just don't seem to be working out too well for them to say.
Yeah, he might be in some trouble mid. Gonna try and give her the bonus movement speed, but the double blink and Burrow Strike, okay. A decent start to the fight for the lads on Bangladesh. They're able to bring down Abby. Toss is not enough to secure the kill. Jin's actually looking to roll on forward. Evil Ash playing off the back of the bonus live still from the sidekick, and It's actually going to be okay, so they will not continue the chase towards the triangle, but you do get a kill onto TA, so you'll take whatever you can get for Bangladesh.
3 kills now, of course, for the TA, but the net worth lead is continuing to grow. 8 to 9k at this stage, no chance continuing to farm. He's even got the BKB nearly finished up for himself as well, so no cares in the world against the Sand King or the Earth Spirit to come up shortly. Just be careful if he actually does end up taking up this this ancient camp for himself, but with the Bullwhip, that provides the mana region that you've been so sorely wanting for this Undying.
It's a big kill though, and the objective that they've been able to find. T1 tower mid. Long. Mainly the T1 tower. The Hoodwink going down doesn't particularly matter, but it's just being able to open up the map a little bit. I didn't know the Bullwhip provided mana regen. I had no idea. It's a decent amount.
It's a lot. 2.5 is pretty damn significant, especially considering your lineup is very heavily based around just finding people and catching them and getting the slows off and then continuing the push on forward. He actually goes and disassembles the Echo Saber to be able to finish up that BKB for himself. Of course, the Echo Saber, really solid value coming out with that Aghanim Shard.
Yeah, no chance. Level 15 as well, so he's gone for, pretty sure it was a zombie damage that no chance went, so Undying, I mean, you were calling it, he's gonna have a good game, and that's what we've seen so far. 5-0 and 5 from no chance, and no, Bangladesh are feeling like they're in a position to be able to take this tier 2 tower down bottom, but we are seeing India looking to mirror the movement top.
I'd say you're probably just satisfied with being able to make this trade. They don't have the potential to go high ground on Bangladesh's side. You both use Glyph. Going to try and get the very key pick, which is going to be that Winter Wyvern, and, well, might have been a little bit slow with the reactions there, seeing Evil Ash walk up into him.
That's a big kill for them to find. Len's going to end up going down, and HBK's posturing like he can bring down D-Scum, but nice reactions with a blink.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Jin?
Going into a Mage Slayer instead of the Echo Saber on the Undying.
Oh no. Oh, Jin is going to jump in actually with D-Skin. But yeah, good luck killing Undying. He seems to be untouchable again without the Winter Wyvern, so D-Skin able to get the kill, considering chasing down Jin on the Earth Spirit. They will not be able to catch back up, though. I think the big thing, though, is the fact that Bangladesh... Ooh, Madness? Just shy of the Bushwhack. The big thing is Bangladesh just lost 2 wards in almost the identical location by that triangle, as Evil Ash is going to pounce on forward. It's a really nice Winter's Curse, holding them both back together. Len did just complete the Scepter as well, so he's got plenty of Arctic Burn to be able to play within this fight. Put a Bushwhack, stops the roll up to the higher ground. Sharpshooter, get rid of the life of the Earth Spirit, but they're going to jump back in. The Undying's falling pretty low with the combination coming out from RR. Look at the first kill. They're going to look to Abby next, trying to play around. Abby falling lower and low for the moment. D-Skun, he's back in. Boris Track into the epicenter with the damage over time. Ursa, he's taking the fight without the BKB, but he just rips apart the Sand King. He's going to try and jump into the high ground, but won't be able to make it as Bangladesh find 3 targets. They will not be able to catch up to the Hoodwink, but like you said, all 3 cores and a godlike streak taken away from the Ursa.
And with that, Len suddenly says, well, I'm level 18 too. He's really made best use out of that Aghanim Scepter that he was freshly able to pick up. Just constantly having that Arctic Burn, making this chase lineup that little bit more difficult to be able to execute. Gonna look to try and go into the Roche Pit. Of course, it's going to be under the cover of the TA trap. But with the Curse of Avernus...
Maybe they're debating to take a fight as Madness, stepping on forward in the river. Centaur Conqueror continuing to stalk along with Jin. Now they could go for no chance. So look at the Arctic Burn, man. The damage, it's starting to tear him apart. RR with a combo again. No chance. Gets the BKB off for the last seconds. Gonna try and turn the curse. It's giving them opportunity to be able to deal with the tombstone, but no chance. Still protected for the BKB for the moment. They'll bring down the Tiny. Now they can turn to the Winter Wyvern. He's able to make it on the high ground, but they have the ward to scout him out. HBK is now moving over to Faith inside the rivers. The Ursa is going to rip apart the Abaddon. 4 down for the price of 1 and the Aegis. That's a cherry on top for the lads on India.
That was so close to going much, much better for Bangladesh there. Just the BKB coming up at the perfect time for No Chance. Able to drop the tombstone. It was, again, another great Winter's Curse coming through from Len. Being able to interrupt that BKB, give them time to focus down the tombstone, but by that time, we just had everyone else looking to connect through.
Who'd they give the... Did Ursa take shard?
I believe so. I don't think he had it previously.
Yeah, looks like HBK with the shard. I didn't see him have it prior as well. And you've got the Aegis over on the Templar Assassin, who has the Deso, Blink, and BKB. He too is working on his own. Oh, okay. BKB pop from Abby.
BKB, yeah.
Oh, they're gonna see that he... Well, it won't really matter. HBK jumping in. D-Screen doesn't even make it close to the high ground. Bangladesh, if they're able to reposition safely to the triangle, we'll see if they're going to think about turning it, as the Hoodwink is actually going to be the first person killed off to start the fight. But Bangladesh, they got to get out. They got to get out, and they won't be able to, as RR killed off. No chance. He's able to surround him with the Undying and the help of the rest of India's heroes.
Just so fast. It's ridiculous. I didn't get a chance to have a look at what the actual movement speed was there, but it felt like Ursa was running at 500.
Yeah, my guy was zooming through that fight.
It's your job.
HBK. Not gonna kneel on forward. What's my job? Oh, Abby.
Zoom in.
Hey, hang on, that's kicked up to a tier 3 tower. Where's the Wyvern when you need him? Another fight's going on mid lane. Hang on, what's going on there? Len's in trouble. Evil Ash with the Unleashed. He's going to try and charge up the epicenter, but that doesn't do enough damage to hold back Radiant. Len playing with the movement speed, but still HBK. He's got plenty of damage with Undying in his back pocket. And now they can jump on Fall to finally get the finishing blow onto D-Screen Sand King.
Okay, so we were talking about before that the Visage, the Pudge, they're pretty OP combos. I would say Ursa is number 1 paired together with this. We've talked at length about the movement speed, but even just having the... you saw how quickly the Wyvern melted, right? And that was without Sidekick even being maxed out. Sidekick, bonus damage, plus an Ursa who normally needs to rely on the Fury swipes. Now it's just actual solid right-click damage without even taking that into account.
Yeah, and I'm convinced this hero is broken. I really don't care about the win rate that we've seen so far from the Marcy in DPC. I think Sidekick is a ridiculous ability. It's just dumb. I think
honestly, her ult is her worst ability right now.
Yeah.
Everything
as
else
a support. That's the thing. As a support, her ult is dumb. But you could like scale and actually have some impact. I think the big thing with Unleash is just what's the cooldown on it? It's like 80 or something? Is it long?
100.
Oh yeah, 100. Okay. I think you're really just gonna use Unleash as like a pick-off ability. Oh, Abby. They're gonna look to jump, stunning together. A little bit of overlap there. It's not great usage of the Winter's Curse as well. They're trying to break down onto Evil Ash at the moment, but this is giving a free fight for the cause as Abby still has the Aegis to work with. We're dealt with the first line. HBK trying to target down the Sand King at the moment, but Ursa, he hasn't been able to lock onto his target. HBK is getting kited, so it's going to be all reliant onto the Templar Assassin to be the one dealing the damage, or maybe No Chance. Look at the Undying just jumping to the middle, ripping apart the Bangladesh's heroes. The Hoodwink at the front of the T2 tower. Abby, along with No Chance, going to look to jump in the middle once again. There's No Chance just beating into RR, but they still got to respect the damage from the Winter Wyvern with the percent damage. It's starting to stack up under No Chance. He's not going to make it back to the high ground. One more right click secures the kill.
I swear he's done about 5,000 damage in this single team fight on Wyvern. He had completely 6.6k damage.
Well, they got the blink, Abby. Ooh, you need a Sideblade target. Try and get a range. Sideblade off a creep. No, it does not matter. As soon as it expires, the Melda's come back off cooldown. He's done plenty of damage in that fight, but Len will still go down towards the tail end.
6.6k though, man. Like, he just did everything that fight. I'm hoping that he wasn't holding on to the Philosopher's Stone that entire engagement. The minus attack damage. Surely there's some better neutral items for them to pick up. They actually haven't even taken their tier 2s. Well, they're going to go for another dive here. And it's the Wild Wing Ripper that he's used the Helm of the Dominator on that's going to push him back to safety. Yeah, if I'm Bangladesh, I'm getting some neutral items. I mean, Sanking's got to get out there on the map and try and claim some because they've only got 6 the entire game on Team Bangladesh right now.
Look at all the action we've had. 56 kills, 30 minutes in. But yeah, Bangladesh just too much fighting, not enough farmer neutrals, I suppose. Oh, Evil Ash. Long toss back from the Abaddon, but no one else is nearby to connect with that opportunity. Ab is in a position that might be able to get involved shortly, but it will come at a cost as Evil Ash. Gonna end up going down. They're gonna drop a ward nearby as well, just in case a further fight does break up, but they're looking to retreat to the east.
Oh my god. Every game. Every game. You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. Goddamn tiny with the Titan Sliver.
Let's just call it the tiny sliver from now on,
Yeah,
honestly.
feels like it.
Oh, you gotta give Wyvern the enchanted quiver.
Oh, they're gonna smoke. They deal with the ward on the high ground.
Let movement speed. Wyvern's moving at 525 movement speed. Once he's got the drums aura onto him.
That was alright. That was alright. Radiant. Washing around the outpost. They got a nice ward on the high ground. They're going to be in position to pop the smoke. Do they jump Len instantly? HBK is going to try and fulfill the role. Len might be in trouble for the moment. Playing around with the cliff. Look at the movement speed. They can't catch up to Len. He's just easily avoiding them for the moment. Back inside the river. Abby with a double damage here, but it's not going to matter. Curse controlling 2. Getting rid of the Templar Assassin. Now they're back to HBK as the Ursa. He's got the BKB for the last second. They know there's no way to stop the TP out. But Bangladesh, what an incredible fight for them. And not done just yet. No chance. Stuck in the northern tree line. He too is going to try and TP out, but he won't be able to make it. Len and Co bring him down at 3 for nothing exchange.
What just happened there with no chance? They don't have any stuns.
I think he cancelled it accidentally. I'm not quite sure.
Okay, well, the net worth difference was a lot bigger. It was, what, 16k, I think, at its very worst, and that coincided with a 9% win probability for Bangladesh. Ever since then, though, all these team fights starting to go into their favor, nearly approaching that 30%. You're taking some objectives as well, both top and, potentially for this mid lane, and it's all on the back of Len. He's doing a ton of work.
That he is. 5k gold in the bank as well for Len, so potential Silver's Edge is going to be the next item of choice for the Winter Wyvern. He's almost level 25 as well. What talent do you expect him to go?
Splinter Blast stun is just so good, man. Like it.
They're pretty deep now. You've got the curse if need be to use it defensively.
I just think it's something that even when you get 6 slotted, you can go into the Aghanim Shard on the Wyvern, and then if you've got that talent, then you just get another surprise stun that comes out when you're not quite expecting it in the middle of a team fight, you know?
I don't know what game they picked it up, the RSG versus T1 game yesterday, but I think it was game 2. Jabonbon went I'm pretty sure it went first item Ag Shard, or maybe second. On the Wyvern, which I thought pretty interesting because he could actually really deal with creep waves then. Like you caught Embrace, then you Splinter Blast, and all of a sudden the creep wave's just gone.
It's a nice tool, but he still needs to get 6 slotted before that stage. I guess the Wyvern doesn't really need to rely on like the actual strength of right clicks, right? It's not that she's weak. She's dealing about 230 damage per right click. It's all about the Arctic Burn, though.
Yeah, they get the Roche. Deeskin, he's going to jump into the middle, but the Boris track only clips onto... Oh, that's
Nice
an
curse.
incredible curse. Look at the side blade damage, though. Clipping onto heroes in the backline, but they're on Len. That's the priority number one. You got to get rid of the Winter Wyvern. Caught Embrace going to buy him a little bit of time, but the zombies are stacking up. Oh, no. The Undead getting rid of the Winter Wyvern, pulling him down into the grave. One wing at a time as Bangladesh. You buy back onto the Sand King, but... to no avail. They can't even get back involved for a second round.
Can't be walking outside the base either. You know, this Sand King, of course, like you mentioned, just bought back. He's on defense duty right now. But, you know, any time that you're up against someone like this Undying, someone like the Marcy, it's a very quick way to be able to get this dispose off. And, well, that's going to be a dieback.
He just bought back. Deeskin, no, you can't be positioning like that. A ghost, but it's only going to delay the inevitable. They will get the damage coming through from afar. It's no chance that secures it. You are lacking some creeps though, but looks like top lane is getting shoved out, so the backdoor protection soon to not be an issue.
Alright, doing his best to keep that mid lane shoved. They won't lose the courier either, Ursa repositioning it, but yeah, top lane, it's just going to be pushing in just as quickly, and it feels like the Wyvern, even if she bought back, she doesn't have that luxury of having someone to go in on the front lines and tank up a lot of that damage.
Oh, and they're in again. This time it's going to be Jin. Faith is nearby with the Euphotic Shield, but it will not matter. Jin does have a buyback to rejoin, but hops at a barrack. Ara's actually going to jump. Alright, well, you get the Undying.
5 seconds.
And now Ara's going to be cautious. The bash is out. Ara, oh, great bushwhack as well, keeping in place. But Lin, with the buyback, Curse is giving him a little bit of time. Gets the Euphotic Shield backyard. HBK's in trouble. Oh, look at the damage. Turu's going to be killed off. Abby's the next on the agenda. A BKB TP out. Abby will be successful, however.
Did you see that? They actually used the toss from the Abaddon onto the Templar Assassin, and he started flying towards the Radiant base, but of course, just ended up breaking. Didn't toss him all the way into the enemy fountain.
No, so you lose your full set of barracks, but yeah, Bangladesh, you get a couple kills with it as well, but it's still a difficult road for them to come back in. As in the mid lane, Abby, under the cover of the Meld Diet, they're looking to get some revenge in regards to the objectives.
Yeah, testing if there are any buybacks available, and well, at least for the Ursa there isn't.
They're onto the Templar Assassin. TA's going to be in trouble. Abby without the threat of the BKB. At least she's going to buy back, and she has the Aegis as well, first off. So second round, we'll see how Bangladesh are able to get it up, because Len's in trouble, but is able to fly himself to the high gun. No chance. He's playing with a haste, so he's trying to chase him down on the cover of the BKB, but they don't have the control for the moment. It's a really nice reset from Bangladesh.
Doesn't cost them anything either, other than that Aegis, which was going to be reclaimed soon-ish anyway. So, well, things evening out a little bit more to the status quo, with India looking to cement their control once again. Certainly not any kind of throw situation going on. Actually went for the Winter's Curse duration instead of the Splinter Blast stun. Maybe just thinking that, okay, I just want to make...
They're on the Hoodwink. Okay, that's it. You take it. 80 seconds down, especially with Radiant smoking. So this could give them a 4-on-5 opportunity now for Bangladesh.
I guess Len just thinking that with that extra Winter's Curse duration might be able to get some solo kills happening. You know, if you're not
Hang
even
on, Jin's caught out by the Secret Chop as well. What's going on? Support's just feeding their lives away.
Unnecessary is what it is.
37 minutes in, you can't be doing that, especially with how far behind you are. Bangladesh, they need every single hero you can get, every single advantage you can find, and now being a 4-on-4. Well, Evil Ash, I'm going to see RR, but great reactions. RR's on point with the blink to continue to chase, though, and... Whew, but Len's really pumping in some damage. They're going for more. They catch up, though, is a question. On to Abby, but a blink over to the high gun. They have been able to run into no chance, though. Oh my, look at the Arctic Burn damage. All this percent from Len. Gets rid of no chance. Deeskin's going to top of the high gun as well. They're on the Templar Assassin, Abby, playing with the BKB, but the Winter's Curse choose to be able to get Kite through the magic immunity. Abby's going to blink to the high gun. Ursa's going to try and TP out as well, but no! The BKB expires! They cancel the TP. Abby's in trouble as Len can just freely siege from the low gun. Abby's just going to try and deal as much damage as he can. He might get Aura as well. The refraction! No way! Oh my lord, he almost took Aura into the grave with him, but at least he got 2 kills. He was dead. No way he was going to make it out. The fact that he got the Sand King and the Abaddon as well, but before they were finally able to get the killing blow.
See if they're going to make use out of this time, what they feel like they can achieve. Len, of course, still so much damage coming out from this Winter Wyvern at this stage of the game. And we've got some of those super valuable neutral items available. Ninja gear for, honestly, anyone on their team, just to be able to get that cheeky little backstab. Spell Prism.
Oh, they're on RR. Bissell out. Len needs to get nearby to offer the protection of the Cold Embrace, in fact. RR can do it himself. Toss out. Runs himself. Scurries out of danger.
I'm always a little bit worried about Len. Like, he's been playing an amazing game so far, but he's one of these players, and I do it too, who constantly holds onto the Philosopher's Stone. It's just free money, right? If you're able to have it on you when you're not doing anything in this downtime. But if it starts to get a little bit worrisome, if you start to panic a little bit, sometimes you can forget. And, you know, maybe I've forgotten a few times to actually put it back into my backpack, put the useful team fight and pushing item into my inventory. So we'll see if he's able to keep track of things.
They're chasing Madness down.
All
right. Yeah. 539 gold given over to Jin. No joke. Or the Earth Spirit. What has he got queued up next?
Looks like the BKB coming next for the Earth Spirit, which, I mean, it's okay. It's going to stop the dispose, I guess.
RR. They're grouped up.
Double triple stun.
D-Scorn! A triple stun with the combo coming out as well. The Avatars and the Curse. They can waste the BKB duration of HBK. Is going to try and pounce the northern side, but they are hunting. They are chasing. And they will bring down the bear. And now Abby is going to try and turn this one back around, but a BKB TP out. He'll be fine. No chance, though. They're going to chase down the Undying instead. Jin is out at Mana, so it's all going to be on Len for the catch-up. No chance. He's pretty goddamn speedy, but there we go. The slow is out. The Arctic Burn just stacking up the damage. It's all going to be on Abby to turn this one back around.
Oh, the
deep roll from Jin, but it will not matter. The Embrace protecting the Earth Spirit. Is now with the second round. He's got the Reincarnation on no chance. Great reaction to Blink. Back to the safety of the tier 4 towers, but Bangladesh, how are they in this position?
What they single right click in onto the Undying again. Of course, it lasts that little bit longer because of the talent coming through from Len. Really, the only reason that they're having to back off is because he's run out of mana entirely.
Yeah, looks like Faith. Oh, he's just going to go for a TP out. Abaddon will be able to make it. Meanwhile, Ara jumps back in as well. Gets rid of Evil Ash. There you go. Okay. That. Astonished at the position Bangladesh are in.
This still means so much for them, right? Like, they're in a position, if they win this game, to still be contesting come the pointy end of things, right? They just want to be able to get the rest of the wins on the board. If they're able to 2-0 Pakistan, they would be the team that ended up qualifying. They would be ahead of every single other team. So they can tell that they've got a chance to be able to bring this one back from what almost no one would have expected.
Fourth Roche. It's up and ready to go. Scepter, Shard, or Refresher Shard. No chance. She's got an Invis. Is there any gems? What are we looking at? There's a gem on Jin. No one else with a gem.
Cleared out this high ground ward, like a very obvious one as well that's completely scouting out. He's only starting now to have a review of what's going on the cliffs, but let's see. Oh, they should have got vision there as he was just pathing over it with Len. They're just going to go straight on into the Roche. Who's going to take these items from the Roche pit? I would say RR might be the one to actually get the Aghanim Scepter. You've got the Butterfly that you're contending up against. You've got the Evasion on the Hoodwink.
They're coming. They're smoked up. Radiant, can you get inside the pit fast enough? Aegis snagged. Blessing as well.
Shard to the ground.
He's got the BKB. He's going to try and charge towards the Winter Wyvern, stopping the damage for the moment. Meanwhile, inside the river, both the position ones are battling it out, but it's going to be the Ursa that wins the man fight to start this engagement. So round 2, ready to rock and roll. They've been able to catch up the Winter Wyvern as well. Down to the south is Len. He's going to try and fly over towards the cliff. Curse, giving him some breathing room, but Abby's still hot pursuit. It will not matter though. Winter Wyvern is just providing so much space for them, so the rest of Bangladesh can try and bring down the numbers, but finally they get rid of the Wyvern, and now this can give them a free fight to deal with the rest of the numbers. Although RR, he's still a big issue for them to deal with. As Faith providing the sustain, providing the health as RR keeps his life. Blink to the secret shop, and now the Ursa's gone, dead inside the river. As Bangladesh, you buy back on Len, but the Ursa, the position 1 on India, does not have a buyback.
Yeah, they want to try and end up this game now if they can.
Dire's middle tower
Leave.
is
What's
under
he
attack.
done? Oh, he's got the Aghanim's Blessing for the Winter Wyvern. Just wants that little bit of extra movement speed, that displacement coming through with the 4-star, perhaps to be able to save either himself or the teammates. Needs to keep this top lane pushed in, but well, there we go with the Boots of Travel into the mid lane. Len feels like they're able to close this one out before the Ursa is back and available.
60 seconds.
I
Got any bounties they could get?
They're pinging this bottom tower, but I mean, top lane is going to keep pressuring in on this top side. So it does almost feel like Bangladesh need to go for the all-in play. 45 seconds.
They're going to do it. T4 towers
How
under
fast?
siege. If they got
got the leveler
bounties...
too.
30 seconds. If they got bounties though, he would have buyback. They're going to jump. Curse is out on the Templar Assassin. They taunt the Marcy. It's longer duration of the taunt now, giving them more of an opportunity and more chain control as Bangladesh. They should be able to do it. RR is going to have the damage in Bangladesh. What? What was that? They even up the series, taking it 1-1, 45 minutes in. Oh my, Bangladesh. What a game 2.
Absolutely. Take a bow, Len. He did everything this game that you could possibly expect. Just the perfect times of using his mobility. It was really a big part on the back of the rest of the team as well to go the right item choices. You know, we saw the drums into the Boots of Bearing, but every single time it felt like the Cold Embrace was coming out just at the right time. He was always able to get just a single right click onto everyone with the talents as well, making the Arctic Burn last longer, to slow for more. You only have, of course, the 6-second BKB duration come the end, and it always felt like he was getting that Winter's Curse onto the spell immune target. So who knows, maybe something like a Lincoln Sphere would have been better this game than 5 Blink Daggers that Team India had, but at the end of the day, Team Bangladesh able to claw back a 9% win probability to be able to take this game and put themselves 3-1 against Team India's, what are they?
2-2.
Are they 3-1 as well? No, 2-2. Yeah, you're right.
This is so important for Bangladesh now because, like you said, 3-1. India being 2-2, and we have Pakistan 4-0.
3-1.
3-1. Thank you. Yes, 3-1. So that is a huge victory for Bangladesh, somehow clawing their way from almost the mouth of defeat. But that is just our first series done and dusted. We have 2 more series next up. We're going to be watching the lads on Sri Lanka against Team India. There's going to be a bit of a break. India needs some time to be able to recover from that game and from that series in particular. So we're going to head over break, and when we come back, we'll have our second series of the Commonwealth Esports Championships. We are back for our second series of the night. We've got India taking on Team Sri Lanka. Denog, our last series was exciting. Last series, game 2, incredibly exciting. We saw Bangladesh be able to come back. It was quite the deficit. Would you say there was like a 9% chance of them coming back?
Yeah, 9% chance. They were 16k net worth down. But as soon as you get that Aghanim Scepter on a Winter Wyvern, things completely change. And that's exactly what Len was able to do. Just so hard to be able to focus down in a lot of these fights. And even when they did, they had lost far too much on Team India. So that means India are now 2-2. They need a 2-0 here to be able to give themselves a chance of still going through to those land finals in Birmingham. Sri Lanka, it does well, they are out of it now, considering we've got multiple teams with greater than 3 wins. So unfortunate for them, but it's a chance to be able to potentially try out some stuff. They're going to be playing with Beaver this time instead of Matrix, who were standing in for them in their second series that we saw yesterday. So we'll see. We'll see what they're able to do. But I'm expecting India to be able to clean this one up pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think we saw we were almost in a position where we'd be speaking about India being 3-1 at the moment. Just unfortunately, they weren't able to tie up loose ends in that previous game. And they still look really solid, though. And I'm in agreement. I feel like this is probably going to be no different with them being able to take the series 2-0 over Sri Lanka, who looked they look difficult. They look like they're in a position where they were just kind of outclassed and outmatched, really, in both their series yesterday. Maybe today it's giving them some revitalization. Maybe they're coming to this with a fresh new outlook. But like you said, unfortunately, they're not in a position where they can move over to Birmingham. So maybe just playing for pride and trying to be on a stage where they could put their name out there for some potential other opportunities.
Try some strats. Pick some Marcy, pick some Pudge, see if you're able to make it work. Why not? When are the options that you're going to be able to have this potential at your disposal again?
Yeah, exactly. Try some new things, see what works, see what doesn't work, and maybe run Techies 1, what else can we sing? Techies 1, Dawn 2, Marcy 3, some of the new, what's some more new heroes? Somehow you can play.
Draft, maybe. Never know.
Okay. What, so Marana, DK, Marcy, who else is...
Invoker, Luna, or something.
How would you run that? Would you go Luna 1, Invoker 2,
DK 3, Marana 4, Marcy 5. Easy clap.
All right. It doesn't sound like a bad lineup, honestly.
You could do Terrorblade 1 instead of the Luna. You can do Lena mid instead of the Invoker if you're wanting to. It all works out.
Did you see the news? Season 3 coming out.
Was there a trailer? I didn't see the trailer. I saw that it was announced.
I'm pretty sure trailer's coming out shortly. I don't think trailer has been released just yet. But have you finished season 2 yet of Dragon's Blood?
Sure did. It had Winter Wyvern in it, so I made sure
so
to
you
be
had
able to
to.
watch it.
Well, no spoilers, please. No, you can. I mean, I probably should have watched it by now.
Wyvern saves the world is what happened.
Wyvern saves the world. Oh no, not Wyvern doing it all for us. He was able to take last game off the back of Len's performance. Now he's saving the world in Dragon's Blood. What can Wyvern not do?
Stun. Unless you.
He's got an ulti.
Yeah, I suppose.
Taunt slash stun slash some interesting ultimate, but that's Dragon's Blood. That's anime. Who we ain't weebs over here anyway. We don't give a damn about that.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. Big weeb right here. All right. So looks like they've just done the coin toss. Team India ended up winning. They chose Radiant, surprisingly. So wanting. I wonder how much of this is they actually value Radiant, and how much of this is we want to put ourselves in a situation where we don't have control over the pick situation, just to have that level of flexibility to be able to continue adjusting their draft. I honestly wouldn't put it past them for it to be the latter, right? Because you're not always going to win the coin flip. You're not always going to have that selection priority. So rather make it a little bit more difficult for yourselves, handicap yourselves a little bit, just to give yourself practice for when it really does matter.
All right, well, we do have a draft underway. like you said, India on Radiant, Sri Lanka on the Dire side. Do we have to be looking at maybe India going for a faster tempo lineup? Because if it does come down to tiebreakers, well, it's going to be the limiting. So the deciding factor is time and how long it takes to win. So is that something that India needs to be considering?
I don't know if it'll matter in this series because Sri Lanka isn't one of those ones where they're
Oh,
actually
okay.
like
Okay. Sure.
competing amongst it. Maybe it will, I'm not sure, but you
Dire
may as well
team
just try and
ban.
win quick whenever you can, right? Just to make things easier for you, plus in case there are any wonky tiebreaker rules. Also, a three-way tiebreaker, who knows how that's going to work as well if all of India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh are all on 4 wins, 2 losses at the end of it all. I find it hard to believe that it would go
10
to
seconds
time
remaining.
at the end of that, but who knows?
5
Well, we'll
seconds
find out
remaining. Radiant
in the
team
future.
ban.
That's the main thing. We don't have to worry about that at this
you in suspense.
stage. Yes, keep you all in suspense and keep you wanting to watch more Dota, especially more Commonwealth Esports Championships Dota as well. That's the beautiful thing.
All right, no Marcy,
10 seconds
no Coddle.
remaining.
Do we want to see more Marcy?
5
I-
Yes.
seconds remaining.
Yes,
I
yes,
feel like
yes.
we want to see more Marcy paired together with new heroes, you know, just to see how good the combinations are.
Dire team
And
hit.
also a little bit because I feel like you need to nerf the rebound a little bit, right? Like the 45% bonus movement speed for 5 seconds, even at level 1, is kind of
Radiant
nuts.
team
You know,
Oh.
like if it scaled, it would be fine. Like 30, 35, 40, 45 might be okay.
We're not getting a patch though till after this tour finishes, so it's still going to be
Maybe
6.
get a micro patch. You never
You
know.
reckon mid tour? I don't know.
I mean, they dropped this
10
patch
seconds
mid tour,
remaining.
so
Yeah, all right. You are right. They
5
did do it.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, never mind. I retract my statement. Maybe they might do it. Sri Lanka, they're gonna go for a Undying opener. So something that we saw Team India do prior. No Chance honestly looked really, really cool on the Undying position 3, but Sri Lanka picking that one up is gonna make sure there's no possibility of the flex on the Undying.
I think Sri Lanka are doing the right thing, though, right? I don't think you can necessarily call this a deny pick. Yes, No Chance played it very well, but I think they just give yourself strong lanes. That's all they need to do right
Radiant
now,
team,
because
Dire
if
team.
you don't have strong lanes, you're not going to have a strong mid game because you're never going to get there. So just pick stuff that's going to win in the lane. I was about to say, give me a Pango. I still might say it. You're up against the Overgrowth, which makes things a little bit more challenging, but I mean, you're definitely
10
going to be able to
seconds
ban
remaining.
out some of the other big responses to it, right? The Grimstroke, the
5
Bloodseeker,
seconds remaining.
and then just have a pretty solid game against the Medusa. Pretty good laner as well, especially if you put it in that mid lane. Yeah, that's the avenue that I would go down.
Kind of surprised we haven't seen as many teams so far through the qualifiers put as much emphasis on the Pangolier. I think it deserves a little bit more game time than what we've seen.
Or the Medusa, honestly. We haven't really seen a ton of that either. Lots of last phase bans, but that's about it.
I think
What
we've only
Dire
seen it.
team
Go
ban.
down.
Anti-mage.
Radiant
Okay, I don't
team
like
it.
ban.
I was thinking maybe they
Dire
might go in
team
Ursa
ban.
just because against the
Radiant
Treant
team
Protector you've got
ban.
the Enrage, it's a Diffusal Blade builder, it's active, it's a strong laner paired together with an Undying. They're just going to go an Anti-Mage instead. I mean, you are a Manta style builder, so you'll be able to get out of the Overgrowth in that way. But I don't know. Like, I really want to see him go like an
10
Orb of
seconds
Venom
remaining.
on either the Undying or the Anti-Mage. I think it'd be a waste to not do it.
5
So now
seconds
you just need to
remaining.
pick heroes that have some kind of disengage potential for themselves in Team India's offlane. Or just ranged. Like, stay away from them and stay at
Dire
range.
team ban.
I'm actually intrigued on what India picked because they have a Undying, which is again. Well, let me restate that. I think the way to deal with the anti-mage in the lane is like Legion and Slardar, but they're both strength heroes. So I wonder if the Undying is going to be a deterrent
10 seconds
to
remaining.
you picking those heroes.
Maybe. I
5
mean,
seconds
I wouldn't
remaining.
hate a Slardar Snapfire. I know, again, it's two
Yep.
strength heroes, but just a way to deal with Tombstone,
Radiant team
and
ban.
all of the minor summon is going to be really good, right? An anti-mage jumps onto you, you just little shredder him in the face, still is going to drain the exact same amount of armor, and then it's just right-click him as much as possible. Early on, for an anti-mage to be able to get on top of you,
Radiant
he
team
probably
picked.
needs to be using the blink to be able to gap close. So that's the avenue I would look to go down.
Yeah, and I
Might
think
be
having
wrong,
a
but
I think no, I really like that snap starter suggestion because I think having a support with an extra stun as well just gives you so much more kill potential versus the anti-mage. If it's
10
just the
seconds
Slardar, then
remaining.
it's very difficult to get that second bash coming out, which
5
sometimes you will
seconds
require not
remaining.
only for the damage but just for the stun control. So I'd love for a Snapfire or someone at least to have a stun playing in the offlane against the
Dire
anti-mage.
team pick.
and like that would give them eventually 4 non-targeting stuns. I mean, I suppose Hoodwink is at least another one, but Snapfire with the Shard gives you 2 non-targeted stuns with the Cookie plus the Scatterblast. Slardar just right clicks plus the Slithering Crush, so Counterspell wouldn't have even been that
10
good
seconds
either
remaining.
for the entire game. But Hoodwink, it's an okay amount. I just
5
still think that
seconds
they need
remaining.
something that's going to lock down this anti-mage through as a stun, as opposed to just relying on the overgrowth, because, like I said before, Manta style going to be pretty decent.
So my concern as well is that Sri Lanka put a lot of emphasis on banning out mid laners
Dire
with their
team
second
pick.
phase, and I don't think that's how you protect an anti-mage. I think you protect him in the off lane and banning out those heroes. Often we do see Slardar, Legion, and maybe another carry matchup banned out, but there's really two offlaners that need to be taken out of the pool. So I'd be quite surprised if India avoid that, because for me and
10
how I look at it
seconds remaining.
is anti-mage, the way you beat him is just in the lane. This hero is it's
5
definitely a better
seconds
laner than what
remaining.
he is prior, but it's just interesting to see that they have a different read on this, that they're trying to put a little bit more emphasis on Abby's hero pool instead.
Honestly, Sri Lanka's bans are really wonky. Like, I don't recall the last successful draft that I've seen that has a Medusa and a TA in it, Like, and I'm not exactly sure what this Tiny would have done either. I feel like an anti-mage is a pretty decent answer to a Tiny, even if it's in that mid lane. Puck, I can understand. Puck, sure. it would just give you a whole lot more team fight. It allows the Medusa to stand there and right click as opposed to going for any sort of chases, but
Radiant team
certainly not the
picked.
TA and probably not the Tiny. They're just trying to keep things as simple as possible.
Oh Legion, oh Legion. Looks very good now, especially with the Mirana Sand King. So you have a carry already who's going to be able to utilize the bonus attack speed
10
from the Presti
seconds
attack. It's always
remaining.
nice to be able to have someone that you can give that one over to,
Dire
and
team
we'll
ban.
get definitely the benefit out of it.
Yeah. I mean, plus the
Good.
sharpshooter on top of things, right? Like, it just gives you more potential to be able to win those duels early on. I still don't think it's enough, just those two on their own. I think they need a pretty high damage mid laner that's going to be able to connect through
10
somehow with
seconds
that
remaining.
additional damage component.
5 seconds remaining.
We're looking for Sri Lanka's mid laner with the 23rd pick. Definitely feeling like they also need some tempo controlling hero.
Radiant
Is there
team
anyone
ban.
that's kind of standing out to you for the moment?
Hmm. Honestly, what's wrong with the Dragon Knight this game? I know you're up against the break, and I know you're up against the Legion Commander with the press the attack, but to me, it just makes life easy for the Sand King and the
10
Mirana. You need
seconds
something that's going to be
remaining.
able to push towers and create space for the anti-mage, and DK is good at
5
at a
seconds
lot of that.
remaining.
You've already had the DP banned out, so I'd say he's probably the main one that's going to provide you that real pushing potential.
I think there would be an argument
Dire team
for OD
ban.
to be picked up as well, just for the.
Towers?
Well, you can go Meteor Hammer, but I think you have a setup for the Mirana. Ashlar into Arrow is very good. The matchup versus Medusa is very solid as well, because you're able to steal her mana pool, save versus the
Full save.
Legion.
Yeah.
So there's definitely an argument for that route. I
10
also like the
seconds
Dragon Knight.
remaining.
So I think there's two routes that can go down for Sri Lanka if it's those two
5
heroes in
seconds
particular. I think
remaining.
Conquer was also very valuable for them. Kind of surprised they banned it out.
Yeah, maybe they're looking to go for the Void Spirit, Storm, Ember. still in the pool, but they don't really care as much about the Kunkka. Puck's been banned.
Radiant team banned.
Tiny, we've gotten rid of as well. I would have loved the Snapfire mid for Team India, so I'm happy with Sri Lanka's ban there. Go. Can you, Lena? Probably not.
On Sri Lanka?
10 seconds.
No, in
Team
India.
pick. Radiant team pick.
Okay, fun. Another
Mid
Tensor
Sand King?
Shaman.
Oh yeah, true. Forgot about that.
But I guess it's there. He's probably playing anti-mage, so I don't. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
10 seconds
Um,
remaining.
So is it an Undying off lane?
5 seconds remaining.
Undying off lane, mid Sand King, 1 anti mage, 4 Mirana, 5 Shaman.
Your guess is as good as mine. I'm not quite sure.
Oh, that's what
I
India's thinking about. They're like, what the hell is going on here?
feel like Legion Press Attack has even more value this game. So,
Mhm.
I think they're lacking a backline jump on India. It's a bit difficult to pick that without a puck. And Spirits into Anti-Mage is a yikers. Maybe you could Ember. But I do think you need a way to be able to jump the backline because that's one thing Medusa doesn't have the capability of.
You can't. No, you can't Nature's Prophet this game. What else have you got? They reverted the changes on the Storm Spirit, by the way. Okay, that's not a backline jump. That's just, all right, we're going to be sieging you with the presence of the Dark Lord, and there's nothing you can do about it. It is the Tensor Shaman, though. I mean, I'm honestly not a huge fan of either of these drafts, but Team India have just put more wins on the board.
I don't like the Shadow Fiend, but I really don't like the Shaman. So, and I think India are a better team regardless. So I feel like India are going to take it. I really don't like the Shadow Fiend pick, but
We like the Legion Commander, though. It's a great Legion.
yes. I also don't know what the heck they're going to do with the Shaman. I don't know where it's going.
Mid Shaman against a Shadow Fiend. That's all I can think of.
Well, India with the last pick. Shadow Fiend, I don't think he got any changes in 7.31D, so it's going to be interesting to see. I did actually. Max feed duration got increased from 2.4 to 2.7.
Oh yeah, that thing. They really want to make that a thing that people build around, but I just don't think it is.
I don't know. The hero's been in a very weird position for quite some time. You can keep buffing his movement speed as much as you want, but I don't think it's going to make the hero viable.
No, I mean the last time it was at least even semi-viable for a couple of weeks when it was played in that position 1 role, where it was just like almost all stats. Not sure I was the greatest fan of that. It felt kind of
Oh,
boring.
you really were.
but
You were a hater. You absolutely hated the like 1 raise or even no raise. You're like, what the heck? Go 2 points.
No raise. I hated that so much, man. What? Like, you've got all this mana. Use it. You're literally using it on nothing else.
You are the Mr. Hater. I don't know. You know, like you say, you mayor of
Only
Value
by my
Town.
official title. There we go.
Yeah, you're also mayor of Hater Town too. Honestly, I'd put you in there.
No, I'm ambassador for Hater Town.
Who's mayor then?
Who's a hater?
What?
Kyle a hater? Who is Kyle a hater?
Kyle. No, Kyle's not a hater. Kyle's a lovely
He's-
person.
He is. You're saying I'm not a lovely person. I see how it is.
Well, you have your moments.
Bad bet.
It does look like it's a mid Shadow Shaman as well.
30 seconds.
So, Bottle Brown Boots queued up. We'll see how this is going to. Someone's picking out awards nearby.
Well, they're picking out because they placed this observer walk down and they saw them walk down. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought it was the other way around, but yep, Radiant have full awareness of everything that's going on at the moment. I wonder if there's going to be any lane swapping shenanigans, but I don't think that'll be the case. Satan's going top.
Satan is making his way to top.
Not funny.
I think it's hilarious.
Hater.
Uh-oh, Satan, look out. Evil Ash is there, trying to punish, but, well, it's daytime. They'll see the fact that he's there. Will mean that Amish needs to take the long way around if he's going to be able to get through, and, well, as soon as he reveals on this bottom lane...
He arrowed the range creep, but Sand King wasn't there for the experience, and they haven't cut down the trees down bottom. Like, this is no good start.
The Mirana got all the experience, it's fine.
Ah, yes, your position for Mirana. Yeah, you love that.
Having an early point in leap is kind of value, right? You can actually keep the tree protector away. But yes, you want to go to the Sand King. I'm trying to be nice, okay? Ever since you said I was a terrible person, I'm feeling a bit self-conscious.
When I say you were a terrible person, you're just putting words in my mouth now. That's not how I phrased it.
You're doing it again. You're saying I'm a terrible person for putting words in your mouth. Beaver, he's getting focused a little bit on this bottom side.
What's his damage? Oh my. Was that his solve? Yeah, it looks like it was his solve. Okay. You gotta start cutting down these trees. I can't see that Coin Blade on cooldown. These trees gotta go.
The amount of times I've said, please, get rid of the trees, and it just doesn't happen. Oh, my PTSD. Oh, he stepped out of the sandstorm as well. Not realizing how small of a radius it has at level 1.
I'll stop looking. No chance, and Madness gonna be able to deal a decent amount of damage into a mish. I guess the nice thing about this is that No Chance with the stick, he's gonna have some mana to play with because of the Undying spamming out his abilities. I would like No Chance to go like 1 Soul Ring, especially in this lane. Probably will need a couple of mangoes. Mid lane, chat. Oh, wow. Okay, we're gonna have our first blood of Sri Lanka. Oh, this is one thing we did not mention at all. I mean, they are leaving Beaver solo, and they have Sentry. They do. Evil Ash has got a Sentry coming out of the Courier. It's just trying to cover all of the Sandstorm. There we go. There's the dust, and now they're gonna jump. They're just giving a full sense of security for Beaver. Meanwhile, we got another kill across the map as well. It's gonna be top lane, where the Undying goes down.
Yeah, even before that point, Tensa was actually doing a really good job on the last hit count. I mean, still ahead of the Shadow Fiend with 3 extra last hits, 5 denies, making the most out of that right-click advantage. 86 right-click damage against the, not 50, never mind, 73 now that you've got the Necromastery Souls.
The prize is mine.
That's a really good angle for them to win this mid lane, because Shadowfiend has always been a hero that suffers against these rotations coming out from position 4s that like to get active. Top lane, Mish should be killed off. Acorn shot from Madness before the decays back up in the arsenal, so we're already showing how difficult this lane is going to be for Sri Lanka.
What can you do on Satan now as well? Like, he's going to be able to pick up the Ring of Health, but you're going to have 30 seconds where the Undying isn't able to just TP back to this lane. So I feel like they could put a lot of harassment in onto him. They haven't really prioritized right-clicking down the Legion Commander as well. So he's still able to use the overwhelming odds for a little bit of that harassment of his own. Also got AB Sama looking to make another rotation towards the mid lane. Maybe just not quite having one eye on the minimap previously was our Shadow Fiend there. Just going down to that arrow plus shackles combination when he probably should have seen it coming.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Mirana's moving pretty speedy now. Boots windlace. You could even like leap to close the distance. Am I being too kind? Maybe I'm being too kind.
Maybe a little. Maybe he got a little flustered, given that Tensa was laning so well against him.
Ah, fair enough. Well, Tensa, I'd sure his lane might go well. I think he wins his lane or at least goes out slightly ahead if they get maybe another kill. That's really what he's banking off, these Mirana rotations. But I feel like you have to get really active early on with your Serpent Wards. I don't want to see them drop mid. I want you to go bottom. Just take that early tower, have extra heroes to be able to defend the wards. Because for me, I'm concerned like Aethlins, BKB, Blink, anything like that. It's really not going to have much value this game. You're going into a Legion commander. Legion will be able to offer that defensive factor to really stop this initiation. So any of his items on Tensor to play around control is just, it's going to be mitigated by one hero.
But even if he goes bot, right, like, does he really have the heroes to be able to play around bot? To be able to make that significant? I wouldn't say so.
That's a big choreo first. So that was Glover Haste, Blade, no, sorry, Band of Elven Skin. I think one more item as well on HBK's choreo. So that's a pretty big snipe for the Mirana.
Oh. Abby nearly walked back into an arrow there that was being launched out by AB Summer.
Madness? Be able to cancel the shackles. Now they got to be cautious. Oh my, look at the raise damage and Tensor. I know there is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide as Abby gets some revenge.
You should actually know that there is the Observer Ward there. Just scouting him out on AB Sama. If you just have a click on the Observer Ward, you can see that the vision goes underneath the mid tower slightly. So you can just park yourself in the trees. If the tower hits you, just like a lot of people do at level 1, then it's going to give understanding of that vision. But it's about to expire anyway, so might not get the opportunity. Still though, another big kill going the way of Team India. Just opening up the avenues for them to snowball further. And he's got a lot more, I don't want to say lane-oriented build, but you can't really trade right-clicks against a Shadow Shaman, even now that you've got all of those Necro Mastery stacks. So just putting the more points in the Shadow Rays to be able to secure more kills with some of these rotations coming through. Hoodwink's one there, ending up getting him the kill on the enemy mid laner.
Wait, Danog.
Bless your soul.
You what, mate?
I was going to see how long you're going to wait for. You like this Shadow Fiends set? It's kind of a...
What even is it, this Cyclops looking... Soul's Tyrant. Given to him by a friend that says, best mid player after me, as his little tag on it.
Okay. Do we want Shadowfiend to come back in the meta? I don't know.
No, boring.
But what do you mean boring?
It's boring.
How's it boring?
Shadowfiend is good in a 1v1 mid situation, and that's it.
So only for 1v1s when you're trying to settle a duel?
Yeah.
Those were the good days. 1v1 mid, Shadowfiend. No one's asking for them anymore. Okay, why do we not have a rank system for 1v1?
Maybe Valve doesn't want to incentivize splitting the queues up even more to give
So
one
silly.
few times for normal modes. I don't know. I'm spitballing here.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be one of those modes that gets highlighted, right? We've seen the mode spotlight as one of the big things that they're looking to do. The weekend spotlight, rather. This weekend, it's ability draft. Maybe 1v1 is going to be one.
Put a rank system in for everything. It does not make sense to me. People want a rank. People want to know they are better than someone else. People are competitive naturally. Put a rank system in for 1v1. 1v1 is so fun. Put a rank system in for goddamn 2v2, 3v3. It's just, it would be so enjoyable for us to queue into a game, go against two people our level, and see if we can lane better than them. Like, there should be a rank system. The most, like, a lot of fun I had, I remember going back to, like, Age of Empires and queuing 1v1 and seeing how I could fare in the rank system in 2v2s. It just, you are missing there's people that you are missing, that you are not advocating to, that would love that.
How'd you go when you queued up for those?
I was pretty decent. I don't remember, like, honestly, but I won a decent amount of games. I think I cheesed them somehow. I don't remember how, but
That's the only way I win real-time strategy games. Just cheese. I have one strategy for like StarCraft, which was play Terran, proxy racks. If that doesn't work, GG.
Don't know what that means, honestly.
It means build a racks inside the enemy's base while there's still a lot of fog, and like spam marines at them.
Alright, so they did swap the lanes on Sri Lanka. Sand King's gonna move to top. Anti-Mage is gonna move to bottom.
A bit late though. I mean, last hits denies. Sand King has 8, and the next closest is the Anti-Mage that has 23.
Now, and I don't think naturally this bottom lane for Sand King should be bad, but I think they just misplayed the early lane pretty heavily with not dealing with the trees. So it means that Evil Ash could play this lane. And one thing I just saw as well, Dan, he's got a headdress. Yeah, come on, let's go.
He's a headdress enjoyer. This is what we love to see.
Headdress enjoyer with the pointing living armor, so he's got plenty of sustain for the goons mid lane. Jackal with the serpent wards. They've already used the arrow, so Abby's gonna try and charge up Requiem, and
the Fell Spirit nearly ends up killing him.
All the arrow.
You know, maybe that was the extra 0.3 seconds on the Requiem. The extra little bit of fear. Alright, Abby just raised nothing to follow up on that little close escape.
Gonna make a trip all the way back to base, it looks like. Madness might get a solo kill on Beaver. Oh no, this is your offlaner up against a measly old hoodwink support. He's got a Burrow Strike up shortly. Beaver can get into the tree line. The Fairy Fire. Oh, he doesn't know what to do. Oh. Actually,
when unfortunately the pathing ends up doing you in.
I tell you what, Beaver's got a good profile pic.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know, but it's funny. Bottom lane.
Oh, I know what that is. I know what that is.
HBK is gonna try and TPR. One more right click and they won't get him. Nice reactions from HBK.
You would have no idea what that is. You're too innocent.
Top lane, some action going on. What's going on here? No chance. He's got the duel. You're probably looking to give the level 6 over to the Hoodwink as early as possible. That's where a lot of your damage is going to be coming through with the ultimate from No Chance.
Yeah, for sure. You want to start building up those dual stacks ASAP, just so that if you are able to catch out the anti-mage, that it's just going to be an effective tool. I mean, the counterspell isn't useful at all for the duel. It's still going to just reflect onto you, so... Really, unless the anti-mage goes into a Lincoln's at some stage this game, you're going to be susceptible to the Legion jumping you.
Eva... Can you go for this? No, looks like they're not going to. They should see the hard camps blocked as well. HBK's a little bit unsure of where he should be positioning at this stage in the game.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
He's making that rotation down towards the bottom side. Last
They need the Shadow Fiend. They're gonna bait the range creep. Oh, nicely done. Then they should be able to blow him up as well. The double raise. I was gonna say maybe they need the Requiem control for afterwards, but not. Abby showing that this raise is plenty of damage early on.
You a bit surprised with how much net worth Tensor has?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I don't know. That was one thing I was just gonna mention, that he needs to be using these Serpent Wards as bottom lane. They're all coming down to take this fight. Arrow
He only has the 1 point in the Burrow Strike, though, and yeah, Arrow coming out prior to the Sand King joining in, so this might be a rotation that just isn't useful for much.
Abby runs to a Mish Tensor. The Chakras isn't going to last too long thanks to the Prestige attack, but he will have the Serpent Wards to block in Abby. So once again,
nice
defensive
arrow.
use of the Requiem, but he will not get it off as the arrow from AB cancels that one in its tracks.
And Beaver's just saying, just give me this chance to be able to farm, please. And he's dragging it back into the Serpent Wards. I'm not sure how effective that's going to be for buffing up this Sand King. And again, without those Mass Serpent wards, your tower pushing potential is pretty damn weak. Just has the 3 points in the living armor right now on Evil Ash, and feels like you might be wasting your time just parking a bunch of heroes down here in this bottom lane.
Meanwhile, top lane, you've got HBK that's bringing down a tower, and Madness is also zoning away Satan. He's got Sharpshooter. Satan's going to be really cautious. Oof, just off the mark with the Bushwhack. Oh, no. No chances nearby. Satan jumped in. He jumped in. So Legion, let's see. Can he get lucky with a counter spell? Oh, it doesn't even need it. No chance. Find his second duel victory. And just importantly, you get the kill on the anti-mage. That's good enough.
Yeah, you get the kill on the anti-mage. You've got enough money to be able to purchase up that Blink Dagger for yourself. Although, I think he's gone down a different route. Never mind. He still does buy it. So by the time the Hoodwink's back alive, he can just look to try and hunt down probably still the anti-mage wherever he's deciding to go. And then just go for that Blink duel.
Bottom lane, this tower should go down. They've got a catapult. So you saw Radiant, they glyphed up the wave to try and... Oh. He's even going to overgrowth to try and make this one a bit more difficult. No one's coming down. I feel like this is very defendable.
They're still going to be trying to kill this anti-mage up top. I mean, you've got no chance at Madness just standing next to each other farming a neutral camp, but this is what you've got the Sharpshooter for. You want to make sure that you're able to connect through onto a hero that you know had TP'd up towards that top side of the map. Here we go. Hang around that tree line.
Oh, no chance. There we go. There's the blink reveal. The Sharpshooter's going to be able to follow up and the chain control afterwards. Gonna get the dual victory, but again, it's just important you are shutting down the position 1 on Sri Lanka.
Probably could have happened about 10 seconds earlier, but still, they get the end result.
Mid lane. Serpents are out early from Tensor and the Shackles from afar. How's Beaver got a blink? Hang on, what?
Basically the only item he has.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tensor. Pogo stick on forward to try and bring down the Hoodwink once again. Shackles to the arrow. There's the sit up. Perfect execution from Sri Lanka. Abby's going to be pretty cautious.
Maria ends up going down as well. Also got a couple of charges in the Urn of Shadows. Beaver, I'm not sure if they'll be aware of the fact that Blink Dagger is available, although it's only
What's going on? Arrow gets the Shadow Fiend, no chance. Beautiful blink, but he used the press the attack early. He doesn't have a way to cancel. He's going to be forced to duel instead. A massive Requiem. And the Rage follow-up gets rid of the Shadow Shaman slap, but Abby, well, he's unable to keep his own life. The Urn ticks him out. A 3-for-1 in exchange. Is the Sharpshooter going to do enough damage? Oh my god. Almost clipped the nose hairs.
A little bit clowny, I'm going to be real. A lot of these kills going back and forth here. Of course, you were able to get a really nice Requiem off as a result of no chance joining in onto this one. But yeah, 3 kills for the one. Got this mid lane being pressured into. Doesn't look like Amish as well as AV Summer are going to be able to deal, at least being able to kill him. But keeping the tower from going down means more space for the anti-mage to continue to farm. Got to remember that it is a counter against the Medusa that you've got. It's just that I feel the earlier stages of the game haven't worked out quite as ideally as Sri Lanka, I'm sure, we're hoping.
Vanguard first item, huh? Okay. Might be a Vanguard diffusal beam. Honestly, I hope that's the case. So, mid lane, jump in from no chance is a big target. Shadow Shaman level 11, so he's going to give a lot of experience over Beaver with the counter initiation. He's in with the epicenter, plenty of damage to blow up, no chance. And Satan, he's looking at Abby as well. Blink's going to be up in a couple of seconds, so Abby actually might be in trouble. They're going to need to funnel towards his location. Maybe they'll turn their attention to the Tree Protector instead. Overgrowth is up in 5 seconds. They got to bring down the Tree Protector. Oh, this is going to be disaster, and they don't do so. Moran is killed off, and simultaneously HBK is going to chase down the sole survivor in our Mish. And the Undying should be able to turn himself away. I don't think Madness is going to catch up to the Moonwalking Undying. Go for the random bushwhack.
Yeah, the random bushwhack not going to be online though, unfortunately. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from with the Vanguard Diffuser Blade. It honestly might just be the Vanguard to prevent himself from dying to the Legion Commander though, so just a bit of a farming stabilizer, I guess you could look to call it.
Middle tower is under attack.
Mid lane. Oh, almost on point. The Illusion's at least able to block, and now once again, no chance he's in! Gets the duel onto the Shaman, and even better Requiem for good measure. And now Sri Lanka, as fast as they initiated the fight, they've got to get out of harm's way. A Tombstone drop, they're going to turn around and bring it down with ease. Another double bushwhackers just die. They have no answers when Radiant clump up like they are. Abby with a double kill, tier 1 tower to boot.
The first real team fight that HBK turns up to as well, just because it was going to result in that tier 1 tower going down as well. So he's been passive for now. Not the fastest farmer, that's for sure, but still getting the value where it needs to be obtained. Map control, a lot less pressure for coming in onto your side of the map now as you're continuing to try and farm up some of these camps inside your own triangle.
This will do nicely. Shadows, take us.
What is Shadow Fiend queued up now? Okay, Blink Dagger. I'm intrigued what item he goes afterwards, honestly, on Abby.
No chance has to be careful here.
Legion's pretty vulnerable with Radiant. They're starting to wrap to bottom. Madness unable to get in range to cancel the shackles, and they might try and chain this into another kill if they can catch up to the Treant Protector. Maybe in the river, though, that's going to be up to Beaver. Finds Madness instead. There's no more follow-up stun. Arrow's going to be on cooldown still for a little bit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Can they get mid?
All towers, well,
Dire's top
no.
tower is under attack.
Should be defended.
Just wanting to wait for that tombstone to be gone.
Oh, they're going to try and blow up the anti-mage. Yeah, they are lacking some damage. Epicenter used as well. Beaver trying to bring down HBK to the southern side. Unable to do so.
Is under attack.
And
Oh,
Beaver...
look at Satan. He's going to try and get the jump onto HBK there for the Mana Void. Might go for a
they're
second
gonna
one
find
even
him.
inside the base.
They're going to get the Sand King. All right, brings
going
him
for it.
down. Yep, Satan's going for it. Mana Void. Oh, my anti-mage. That's filthy. Filthy, filthy stuff right there. But it does, of course, come at a cost.
I think that's one where you're okay with getting a 2-for-1 trade, right? It's the Medusa that you're going up against. She doesn't have a crazy amount of farm. Right now, it's really Abby that's been the one accelerating. It's going into the Aghanim Shard as well, something that we don't really see super commonly. And again, we don't really see a Shadow Fiend as a super common hero coming out, but he's got a 4-level advantage on anyone else in this game.
Do you want to remind the folk at home what the Shadowfiend Shard does?
Sure will. So basically, you can just crit on demand if you use your Necro Mastery. I'm not sure if the bug was still there, where if you actually activate it mid right-click, it doesn't consume a shard, but if it is still there, then obviously that's super value.
All as planned. OS Frog. Ages in the hands of Abby. They're going to try and get the jump as well. Nice reactions coming through. Satan's able to get out of harm's way, but this is... You're going to lose all outer towers, and they might even go high gun with like a team fight advantage. It's definitely a position where the anti-mage needs 3 items, and he is not going to have it fast enough.
No chance as well, just picking up a bunch of these items to accelerate himself. He's got that 60 extra dual damage. He's level 13, so going to be getting 20 for each success. And, you know, you can just always look to be playing around your Hoodwink. Speaking of those big ultimates, now up to level 12, 900 damage with the Sharpshooter. Anyone's going to die. He's even going the Boots of Travel on no chance. Just wanting to constantly be picking off people that are trying to be a bit more elusive around the map.
Top tower is under attack.
Top side,
Yeah,
they'll
'cause-
at the very least force a glyph here.
See Abby just pummeling into the tower. Madness in the back pocket of Abby, just making sure if anyone jumps, he's always there for the counter initiation. They do have the Medusa a little bit vulnerable. There's a ward on the high ground.
You know, though.
Yeah, they know. They're going to group up now. India, prime spot for them to take the fight. They're going to be cautious on Sri Lanka. Abby's going to try and put his body on the line. Just charge in the middle. There we go. BKB instantly aiming over towards Tensor. Beaver's ready to counter-initiate, charging up the epicenter of the bushwhack just as the epicenter is used. He's unable to blink into the middle, and they just pop a gigantic Requiem, blowing them up. Satan still wants to take the fight. He's going to jump into the middle, but no chance. Should find the control. They won't even need it. Abby is dealing plenty of damage on the Shadow Fiend. No jewel to cancel the TP out from AB, but the damage has been dealt. 4 down, and India lose no one.
One of those times where you're just proactively using the BKB, right? Shadow Shaman can do absolutely nothing to be able to stop you. No BKB, sorry, no Blink Dagger available on the Shaman, so even if he was quick on the fingers, wouldn't have resulted in much of anything. And, well, that experience lead is just continuing to grow. Level 18 now on the Shadow Fiend, only the level 14 on the Shaman, and he's the one that actually just bought the Tome of Knowledge as well, just to try and keep up.
Look at No Chance how aggressively he's farming. Just occupying the triangle. Why not indeed? They got the ward on the higher gun, but Tombstone's going to be dropped. Satan's going to try and bring down the Treant Protector, so they will be able to secure the kill to start the fight. Now they're onto the Legion as well. A double bow shot from Beaver. That is beautiful as Sri Lanka find the first life. Let's see if he's going to have the BKB. Should still be on cooldown for the Shadow Fiend. A perfect placement of the arrows soon as the respawn off the back of the Aegis and Sri Lanka. I mean, they do a really good job to be able to defend their own territory.
Just a little bit of arrogance coming through there. They had no vision around this sort of area when, you know, both cliff wards were warded up by Sri Lanka. They got the great initiation that you needed onto the Legion Commander. There've been a couple of times now that Sri Lanka had tried to make a kill onto someone whose name wasn't LC, and he was just on point with the press the attack to be able to save. So head away. Oh, Satan has to be a little bit careful here. Madness actually following him.
Oh no, HBK.
Well.
Oh, okay. Didn't try and get in front of the anti-mage to turn him to stone. It was definitely an awkward placement of that bushwhack on the left side, so would have had to run all the way around. But it was a nice attempt, and they're going to smoke up. They don't have the sharpshooter damage now for this attempt.
20 seconds.
Wait, anti-mage is still farming the bottom lane. He's really far pushed up. They're converging on his location. There we go. Legion Jewel. They won't need the sharpshooter with multiple heroes moving towards his location. So, and Sri Lanka, they tried to smoke to connect, but they were just way too late.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So, he will be able to snipe that courier that has an eagle song on it, walking right through a mid-creep wave where he was farming. So, not fantastic micro coming through from HBK.
100 dual damage already on No Chance. Oh boy. Rough signs.
He's got the Soul Ring. He's got a little bit of extra regen coming through from level 15 talent. But yeah, 5 seconds until he can look to make another smoke happen. They've reclaimed that high ground control that we were talking about. All the cliff wards have radiant vision from now.
Eva. Charging up the epicenter. What was that? Press the attack timing. Oh my lord. Instant. What? It's like he predicted that. No way. Beaver's initiation gonna be off the mark. Satan's still looking to jump into the middle, but now they're stunned. And the chain control, it's plenty of burst. They got rid of the Sand King as well for good measure. And Sri Lanka, you gotta get out. You cannot stick around. Abby's damage is too much to fear. Even Evil Ash is going to jump to the back line, trying to control him with the overgrowth. He's not going to get it off, but it will not matter. His Madness, he's in behind the remnants of the T2 tower. The only thing holding them back is the arrow connecting onto the Shadow Fiend, so they're lacking the damage from Abby. But once that expires, he can jump, get on top of Tens. He's off the mark with the razors, but at least deals with one of the supports, keeping the Legion Commander alive. Look at Madness! Oh, it's incredibly deep, but they know how far ahead they are. There is nothing stopping India from getting kill after kill, as even the tier 4 towers is not enough of a deterrent for Abby.
Yeah, they're now pushed on in. And HBK, he's forced to TP back. Of course, you're coming up against an anti-mage who would have been able to just jump in, maybe even get an ultra kill if you'd stayed for a little bit too far. But still, tier 3 tower removed from the map, minute away from potential Roshan respawn. And we all know that's the real period where a Medusa is the one to be scared about. 30 seconds until the courier is going to be respawned to have that full butterfly on it.
Anti-mage? Oh, no chance. Blows up the anti-mage beavers in now with the combo. No chance is pretty goddamn beefy and oh, what was that? Oh my. And now Amish as well. Do they have detection? Yeah, it looks like Madness does. Arrow's going to fly. But off to the left side, they just easily step over. Triple kill for no chance. Keep going, brother.
No need. They got the gem on Madness, so feels like he can just keep people pressured away, go for these deeper kills. He's reasonably survivable. Now, Abby, just being that right-clicking beast, looking to take out the tower. Again, like I was saying before, I believe now you've got the Eagle Song coming out to complete the butterfly on the Medusa. She's approaching the level 20. Seems like the game's already in the bag, but it's going to be even further towards that point once she picks up these items in 10 or so seconds.
26 minutes in, and India have one more fight. Saying just need these items, and they should be able to close out this game. Butterfly, there we go. Finally delivered. Amish as well and truly outside the base, but Legion Commander not being nearby. Oh, you even got a double damage rune. That Shadow Fiend can... Does he got a bottle still? Yes, he still has a bottle, so... There you go. That is... Who's he one-hitting? You're one-hitting.
Shaman, probably?
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, not a core shaman getting one hit. You hate to see it. Disaster.
That doesn't have that much armor, so all that right-click damage is just going to be devastating. Even the Sand King, honestly, right? Basically, 0 items that give any kind of sustainability stats outside of maybe the Soul Ring, if you can count that.
Look at them. They're even setting up bottom lane for the anti-mage. They might be able to find him. They're anticipating him to go for the creep wave instead, but farming up the hard camp is Satan. They're so close to him. So close. I can probably sniff out this goddamn anti-mage.
Goes left
Carrier.
Smelly Hoodwink, just revealing too much about her position.
Goddamn smelly hoodwink. Oh, we go back, Abby. There's a cloak. Don't give them any opportunity to come back. I am still farming. I might be able to run into him. Alright, well, AM's getting farm almost towards the Manta style is 10,000 gold behind his counterpart in the in the Medusa, and you take a look, she is currently roshing second rosh of the game, and there looks like there will be no way she'll be able to make a play to stop India from getting this. So you got Aegis and the Ag Shard, it looks like, picked up for HBK.
Does it even need it? I mean, what, I guess, armor on the Legion Commander with his, not that great. Decoy's
No
not fantastic.
chance.
Yeah, he's just accelerating more and more. Plus 170 damage now, level 20.
They see the AM. They saw the anti-mage farming under the water as well, so Evil are just spotting out Satan, but they just want objectives. They're in a position where they don't even care about killing an anti-mage. Or maybe he's going back towards a Legion.
Of course, doesn't know that, but at least he's able to pick up that Manta style. Doesn't quite have the level 18 available just yet, so might be able to punish people like the Medusa.
Lane. Up they go from India. Tier 3 tower has been beat down. Now the full set of barracks soon to be under siege. Sri Lanka. Are you going to be able to hold this, Tensor? Drops the wards, but a great 4-star out. HBK is on the low ground. They're not going to have an answer to him. And even Evil Ash is in as well. A beautiful overgrowth controlling 3. HBK can just freely right-click numbers down. They got a buyback coming out from Beaver. Even Hoodwink's looking to buyback as well. So they sense, ooh, they cancel his TP. Okay, now they're on the Medusa as well. Well, she has the age's advantage. Keep in mind the wreck, and there we go. Sets up for the duel. They'll call the anti-major once, and they're going to get everyone else along with them. Tensor soon to fall, running underneath the observer. The Hex only delaying the inevitable. A blink on 4 from Abby, but he will not be able to TP out as Abby gets the double kill up to a mega killing streak. And Deuce is already back to dealing with objectives. Look at that. Oh, no chance. Can close the distance. Glimmercape. I'm dying. He's going to be able to power his way to the northern side. But yeah, these buildings are not long for this world. As ooh, Abby. Like half his health pool just melted away. Abby's up to an ultra kill. And well, that is going to be all she wrote for game 1. India, a convincing game from them.
Yeah, too true. I mean, they're going to look to try and maybe go for some style points. The anti-mage still dead for another couple of seconds as HPK walks into the base, just trying to drain his mana, but doesn't look like it's going to matter for too much of anything. HPK still ends up going down, and so does the Ancient after a cheeky little glyph to be able to finish things up. But yeah, laning stage wasn't horrible, but I feel like this anti-mage just didn't achieve what it was meant to. You know, 3 and 10 on Satan. Great pick for the Legion Commander to be able to counter it. I suppose at least they went for something that, excuse me, unlike last series, they were going for that Earth Spirit spam. This time around it was an anti-mage, a potential game-winning condition, but they just didn't ban the right heroes around it.
Yeah, that really felt like it was the main thing. Unfortunately, we just didn't see the bans. They, for an anti-mage, you need to look towards those laning matchups to be able to take care of them, and we didn't see that be the case. The Legion was just too difficult for them to deal with in the end, and the Hoodwink lane as well. And they tried to swap the lanes, but yeah, it was just too late. The damage had been dealt not only in the anti-mage's lane, but also the Sand King's lane as well. Against a Treant Protector, you got to kill the trees if you're versing him in the lane. We just saw how much Evil Ash was able to get out of that to be able to propel the Medusa into a position where she could help bring them over the edge and take this game 1. But it is a best of 2. Keep in mind, Sri Lanka, they're not in a position where they can move over to Birmingham no matter the result of this second game. But for India, this is an important game for them. You know, they need to get this series victory. They need to get this map victory to maybe even hope for potentially tiebreakers or anything, time-based result to get them over the edge and end up finishing in first place. So they have to get this map victory. And with how strong they're looking, I wouldn't put it past them. But it all comes down to the draft, and we'll find out how that one is going to be set up after the break. And we are back with our second game here. India. Oh, it was a incredible showing from them in game one up against the lads on Sri Lanka. Then they tried to pull out the anti-mage strat. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get past the lads on India. And like we were mentioning as well, this is really a do or die game for them. They must get this map victory if there is any chance of them even having a possibility of going over to Birmingham.
Yeah, and even then, they need a bunch of results to go their way. Again, we don't know exactly how these tiebreaker situations, if we do get to that stage, are going to work. But if the last series ends up being a 1-1 between Pakistan and Bangladesh, and India win this game like we're expecting, it'll be 4 wins, 2 losses on all 3 of them. And then who knows what happens, right? So they need to win this, and then they need to hope for a 1-1 to keep their hopes alive. So we'll see what ends up happening. You would have to say that you would bank on them to be able to at least take out this win, but I don't think they want to reveal too much of anything. You know, if they've got something, a secret strat banked in the books, then they want to try and keep that available to them against these teams. If tiebreakers end up needing to be played, I mean, we might not go off some kind of existing stat, and because there's 3 teams, we might need to play best of ones. Who knows?
Are you reading the chat in the pre-game lobby?
People are calling him an idiot.
Fine, you're not. Well, okay. You're not supposed to.
I mean, he was calling you an idiot. He was calling you an idiot. It's fine.
We do have the draft on the way, so we'll try to go with that one. You're not supposed to repeat what's going on. Obviously, there's some banter back.
Don't bring it up if you don't want me to to bring it up. You know, that's the hidden strat. You know, I can't keep a secret. But well, we're into the draft. You think anything big's going to change with this one? I mean,
5 seconds
it feels like Undying's been the hero of the day, don't you think?
Yeah, I think Undying's been the hero of the day. So, well, has he just won one game? Has he even won a game? He hasn't won a game, has he?
No. But it's the hero that everyone seems to want to pick, at least.
Well, so much for being a hero of a day if you haven't won. That's what I say.
You can be a hero of the day. It just might not be your day. All right, I'm not making sense. Let's get into the thing. I don't want to see. Oh, and there we go. Hero of the day got banned out.
I got banned. Oh wow. All right, no hero of the day. So, let's see, something to get. Well, for Team Sri Lanka, I would not be surprised if we get the Shaman in the 23rd pick. Why not even pick it now? Honestly, I mean, there's going to be flex there. May as well just first pick it. It's not like there's any surprise gotcha pick later on, but
give me a Chaos Knight on Sri Lanka. Honestly, like you've gotten rid of the Undying, so it makes me believe that they want to go some sort of strength hero. Hoodwink is a decent response to it as well, and so are the Keeper of the Light and the Pugna, which India have banned out for them. I think this is a pretty good CK game now. I haven't seen it once since the patch.
Oh, it's okay.
It's fine too.
Beaver did look a little bit shaky on the Mars on game 1, actually, to kick off the South Asia qualifiers. So, but it's not bad. I like the hero. I too am also quite surprised we're not getting any Chaos Knight, really. I think the hero is still very viable, especially with just, I think, the slight meta change that we're going to get from carries and supports just in general, where now I think you kind of need to have some sustain, at least a hero that can help out with the region, the lane, whether that's a support or whether you have to itemize in regards to headdress or early morbid mask or a carry that has something built in. So I'm quite surprised that CK is not something teams are considering.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, the Mars is going to be fine. Again, it really depends on the individual skill that comes through alongside it. Maybe with the Undying band, they're going to go into, I mean, I was about to say something like the Snapfire. Just, why are teams going away from it? It just feels so solid. It just feels so easy. Well, just pick it.
I'm happy with the Snapfire. I think the hero is... I'm always a big fan of the hero. Team fight, stun, wave clear. What do you feel like Snapfire lacks? What is a big reason why teams might be avoiding that hero?
Radiant team pick.
mobility, I guess. Like, you've got the cookie, but
Juggernaut.
it's a little bit challenging, and like, I don't know. It's not something where you're able to get away from. I always saw, like, when Snapfire was being picked very commonly in both the position 4 and 5 role, if you just pick a Dazzle into it and you
10
land the poison
seconds
touch, you
remaining.
just run him down and you can't really do
Dire team
anything
back.
as the Snapfire other than TP away. I was thinking of this, honestly,
Radiant
about, like,
team
just
back.
another. With the Snapfire, you have the potential of missing your cookie. You can't miss the telekinesis, right? So you're always just going to be able to
Dire team
communicate with
back.
your Mars, say, I'm going to lift them here, get the spear off, maybe use that to transition into a kill. But, I mean, we already know what lane we're going to be watching. It's going to be this Grim Juggernaut safe lane into the Mars Rubik off lane because both sides want to be going for kills.
Yeah, I'd say Team India, though, have a bit of an advantage here.
10
Jug,
seconds
very good lane matchup versus the Mars, and very good game matchup overall versus Hero as well.
5
So
seconds
I
remaining.
like the first phase a lot from India.
Be I mean, you know how big of a fan I am of the Rubik going into the Aghanim Shard, even against a
Radiant
Juggernaut with
team
Omni
back.
Slash, right? Let's say someone gets caught out in a really crappy position, just lift them up, bring them to a neutral camp, or bring them to a creep wave, or something like that, where you're able to split up the damage. There's just lots of little
Dire
things you
team
can do.
back.
2 common spells that you want to steal against the Grimstroke and the Juggernaut as well. The Spin plus the Ink Swell. As long as you've got the Shard, you're going to get the buffed version of them too. So I feel like this is a pretty good Ag Shard game for the Rubik so far.
So they're going to look
10
to protect the
seconds
Juggernaut
remaining.
as much as they can. Bloodseeker, Clink's even banned out as well, which is
5
interesting. We
seconds
haven't seen that
remaining.
hero in quite some time. You were mentioning that, I think, what you say, Nouns played it with the Visage Clinks combo, which is going to be interesting if that continues to maybe be something that teams are putting priority on. But besides that, yeah, Clinks has really been a hero that's fallen off pretty heavily.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it was definitely a niche pick when they picked it up. I think they played it together with the Marcy for the
5
strong
seconds
lane.
remaining.
It was up against a Phantom Lancer, so the Burning Barrage plus Maelstrom was effective against that, and an Enchantress. So if you just enchanted a creep, he was like, okay, Death Pact, and then suddenly you're just nowhere near as effective. So it was just a really good Clinks game when that one
Radiant
came
team
out.
pick.
This time around, I don't know, like the Juggernaut, it feels like India are banning out all the right heroes to be able to contest up into this. So I prefer the way that India drafts by far to the way that Sri Lanka drafts. And honestly, I would probably say that Team India are the best out of all of the teams in this South
10
Asian
seconds
qualifier, just
remaining.
at the drafting stage. Execution,
Okay.
the late game can sometimes let
5
them down a little
seconds
bit, but
remaining.
I like the way that they approach the game and what they feel is strong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've looked very solid. I would agree that the drafts have been definitely the one thing to put them over the edge compared to some of the other teams.
Just trying to think what pos 4 they're gonna go. I'm putting all like hero preferences out the window. So you can't really clockwork, even though it would be nice with the jetpack to not have to care about the Mars Arena just because Rubik's going to lift you out or lift the teammate out that's getting focused. But what position 4 do you really want to run into this? They're probably going to have to reveal it now. Is it just something that's able to get onto the back lines? Like something like an Earth Spirit wouldn't be too bad.
Dire
You
team
don't
pick.
care about the Mars Arena. Similar sort of mentality, right? Some kind of rolling ball. But Rubik's able to steal that. That's another little bonus.
Yep, he is. Pengo is going to be pretty on point at always using the shield crash instantly when the
10
ultimate
seconds
is channeled.
remaining.
It's a very good matchup versus the Mars, though. You can just
Dire
go
team
straight
pick.
through the arena. You don't care about the walls. It's nice as well with the Grimstroke. I'm a bit surprised they went Jakiro, considering it's going to do nothing versus Pango and ulti form and Jug with Blade Fury, but I guess there is some nice synergy with the Mars and Jakiro.
You just can't, like, I mean, that's the only thing. You
10
can't run
seconds
away from the
remaining.
Pango either. You have no mobility spells. I would have
5
much preferred
seconds
them going
remaining.
into a Bane or something along those lines, right? Where you're just able to use the Nightmare to be able to dodge out the Omni Slash. You can Fiend's Grip both the Pango roll as well as the Blade Fury. So, a little bit odd, but just clearly
Radiant
valuing the
team pick.
synergy together with the Mars. Like, if they're going to go down this route, I want to see them go more team fight. this isn't team fight, but it's not bad either. You know, the Wraith King is one of those heroes again that's very self-sustainable in the lane. With the Jakiro as well, it opens up some kill threats. So don't hate
10
this from Sri
seconds
Lanka.
remaining.
Now, do you feel like India just look to go for their
5
second
seconds
support here
remaining.
in the 18th pick?
I think they can go the off lane. You know, the Wraith King's what you're coming up against. So,
So you want the Pango to go mid?
yeah.
Dire team
Okay.
ban.
Might be the support.
Some flex. 4 or 2. Tiny is going to offer you some burst now. Pretty squishy
Radiant
supports,
team
honestly.
back.
Rubik to Hero, so very vulnerable to the Tiny blowing you up. Some PTSD from
Dire
the
team
last game
back.
on Abby's Shadow Fiend. Banned that one out in the third phase, just making sure
Radiant
they're
team ban.
unable to replicate that performance. I do like the Invoker ban a lot. That was where I was going to try and path with the mention about the Pango being a 3 or a 2.
Dire
Trying to
team
see as
pick.
well. Like, I've been speaking with someone recently about Tiny, and they're just saying things like Tree Grab level 1 has plus 20 damage on the throw
Say it's
aspect.
Ponlo. I know it's Ponlo.
No, it's not Pon though. And they're saying it's making it good as a pos 4.
10 seconds.
Not sure what it
Radiant
is,
team
though.
pick.
Okay, I feel like he's always had that. Okay, well, there's a little bit more of that damage. Again, Jug, Pango really don't care at all about the Zeus once they're in their spin or the Rolling Thunder. But I suppose Zeus, as long as he's playing around the cliffs, might be able to
10 seconds
get
remaining.
away from a lot of that threat.
5 seconds remaining.
It's a really good clockwork game, though. But yeah, do you mid tiny 3 Pango and then clock?
Hey, what's the
Storm
choice?
Choose your hero.
Storm Spirit.
Pretty good Storm game.
Oh.
They rolled back those changes, by the way, if you didn't see.
Yes, I did see it.
Okay.
The reason why I said Ponlo is because his latest tweet is PSA 4 Tiny is OP.
Oh, didn't even see
So
that one.
Leakin Strats is Mr. Ponlo, but we get that jug set's pretty cool. We get a Storm. So like you said, they did roll back the changes, and also it's not a Shaman on Tensor. What is going on?
Did he play? He played the Zeus previously, right? And it didn't work out too well for him.
Also, Satan played the Zeus. Yeah, actually, well, Satan
One of
Zeus looked a
each.
little bit better than Tensor Zeus. But yes, you are right. His it was a rough going for him.
I don't know. I just feel like you don't exactly have the. They're going to use the spin, and they're going to use the Rolling Thunder, and they're going to use the Zippity Zap on the Storm Spirit. And you don't exactly have the ways to be able to kite out those, right? Like the Zeus maybe a little bit with the jump, but Jakiro absolutely nothing. Rubik very little. Wraith King not a ton of mobility. Same sort of thing with the Mars. So I don't think they're going to be able to get around this. So Team India basically have all of the what's the right word? Onus. Like they're just going to be able to choose their fights at will and be able to take a good one almost every single time.
Yeah. I would agree. I also think this Juggernaut pick is going to be really good for the game. There's just a lot of magic damage on Team Sri Lanka, and I think this is a hero that is very valuable at this stage in Dota, with just the two key things that got nerfed from what pretty much everyone is saying is healing cell is being reduced, giving over to teammates, and the BKB's cooldown getting increased as well. And well, Jug, he's got those things. He's got a built-in BKB, and he has his healing ward as well for the sustain. So everyone is saying this is hero is going to rise in popularity. Not only that, but it's just a very good matchup against what they currently have on Team Sri Lanka. So we'll see how HBK is able to fare. I'm just intrigued about the item build, honestly. We've seen a lot of kind of the Maelstroms, no Battle Furies on the Jug so far.
Good. I don't want to see Battle Fury on the Juggernaut, especially when he's got this great kit available to himself with the Aghanim Shard. You can see he's going into the phase boots as well. So obviously just being very kill oriented in both the lane as well as the mid game. But with the Zeus, pretty standard to be able to start just helping out with a lot of the right clicks. You have a little bit of a right click advantage over the Storm Spirit.
Oh,
Neither
what?
of them. What?
Sorry. Wraithking was standing in the pit for ages, and then as soon as he left the pit, no chance entered the pit. So. Whoa. He's got some heroes behind him, though. No chance. Oh, he went in. Gets a lot of damage mitigation with a shield crash, but they should be able to chase him down afterwards. They reapply the dual breath. Oh, look at this. Madness. It snuck on past them.
He's going to have to escape back. Yeah, he hit it onto 4, so 60% damage reduction. I don't think the dual breath actually clipped on the second one there, so weren't able to pick that one up. Looks like No Chance is going to go all the way back to the fountain just so that he's not using any more of those tangos than he needs to.
How's the bounties looking like? No, 2 for 2 trade. Nothing crazy. This mid matchup, Abby didn't go a stick to start. Oh.
Neither of them did.
All right. Well, it looks like Abby's going to put a lot more emphasis on trying to get that early bottle instead of the stick to be able to kind of help out versus the spam of the Zeus.
I think it's fine not to get the stick that early on, just because the Zeus won't have the mana pool to be consistently spamming it out until at least he's got the bottle. So you can afford to just go try and secure yourself a few more of these. You want to be able to contest with right clicks as opposed to just using your own static remnant.
You feel like this mid lane's just going to be a farm festo between the two?
Not the greatest rotators towards that lane. I guess you've got the Tiny maybe if you're able to get tossed back, but yeah, I'd say it's just farming for now. Of course, level 6 things change, but for the first 6 or so minutes, should be pretty passive.
Yeah. And you were mentioning about in the draft that the safe lane from India and the off lane from Sri Lanka is where a lot of the action is going to be. This is a kill lane. Both sides, once they hit level 2, you have the opportunity for a lot of kill threat. Whereas Dire, you get the double stun for Radiant, Inkswell, and Blade Fury. And there you go on the mark. As soon as they find their level 2, perfect read of just how strong they are going to be as HBK chases down the Mars. Now, AB is going to try and get some retribution here. Fortunately, Fade Bolt still being on cooldown, so we'll not be able to rectify the Mars's death.
Yeah, it's one of those lanes where you actually want to be not necessarily shoving out the lane, but killing the priority creeps first. So the range creep, of course, giving more experience. They made sure to be able to take that one out, meaning they had level 2 far prior to Beaver having it. If he was level 2, even if he did get that spin plus Inkswell on top of him, he would have been able to spear back the Juggernaut after everything was all said and done, but he wasn't. He was still level 1 3/4, and so ended up falling down for that first time.
Yeah, we'll take a look at top lane while we let the nutrition start to build up for the lads down bottom. Probably, I think Saden's going to have a really good time, honestly. Double melee. Tiny's not the greatest laning support as well, so yeah, I think the Wraith King should get a lot of farm out of this.
I'd say so as well. I mean, the Tiny, like I was saying before, can look to make that rotation towards the mid lane. Of course, again, you do have the Heavenly Jump to be able to help out, but there we go. The Bounty Rune stolen away. Might try and make a bit of a play here, considering he is freshly level 2, but the lane's just pushed too far back for him to have any kind of impact.
It did get scouted out as well. Jakira saw the Tiny move towards the bounty, so they would be... It would be in the back of the mind of the threat of madness going to mid, but now that Amish has seen him back top, and they have reset the equilibrium as well, which is the main thing, back towards the front of the tower for Saden.
Certainly having an easier time up here than in his previous few matches that we've seen in the laning phase, at least. No real reliable way to be able to secure those range creeps, though, which is a little bit of a worry.
They're going to go in bottom. HBK. God Tribute's going to push him away a little bit of the damage from that Inkswell. Beaver still takes a decent chunk, but what's he got? Double Bracer with a Tango, so his HP regen should be enough to keep him in this lane. Well, they're going to go for the Grimstroke instead. Telekinesis into the spear. HBK wants to drop down the healing wall to help keep him alive, but the burst from that second point in the Fade Bolt is a bit more than what they were anticipating.
Yeah, and they even got the kill onto the healing ward as well, so plus 75 coming through for the Rubik. Allows him to pick up the energy booster as well, so suddenly life becomes a whole lot easier for the Mars. Does he have a boost of speed coming out to him now? No, just the magic stick and the enchanted mango, so...
Oh,
exactly.
mid lane. Abby, hang on a second. Storm Spirit just solo kills Tensor. There was a level 6 from Abby before the Zeus and wasn't able to kind of bloat him up.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Top lane as well. Madness sees an opportunity to be able to toss back the Jakiro into the grasping hands of No Chance. So they get a kill onto the support. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Evil Lash and HBK combined together. This is a hell of a concoction they've got between these two.
Yeah, almost ready to hit up onto that level 5 as well. He's got the completed phase boots ready to come out to him as well.
Top lane, Satan might be in trouble. Madness is going to have enough mana for the combination. Goes for the toss earlier on. The damage is not going to be enough. They're still going to swashbuckle in. Ooh.
Down real low. Unfortunately for them, though, not going to be enough. And Storm Spirit all the way back to base. You have to wonder. I suppose the other lanes are kind of pushed in a little bit far, so he's just going to have to go back towards that mid lane. Not going to be able to secure any of those free kills for himself.
Oh, wait, look at his item build. So funny. What is this?
Who dis?
Storm Spirit. Oh, he's going to zip in. Tensor. He's going to keep going under the tower. Oh, that didn't... Oh, on the Arcane, you're on top. That's no good for Abby. You don't have the Thunder Gods for the burst. No, 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 no.
Yoink.
Abby, this is not good. Oh, this is not good. They're going to get the kill. Amish will find out. I was going to say, you'd love to give it over to Tensor, considering you did kind of take away the rune in front of him. At least you get the kill onto the Storm Spirit, who's starting to prove to be an issue for Tensor in the lane.
I mean, about ready to make another aggressive play happen. A little bit low on the health and mana, but plenty of stick charges available for HPK. And Beaver, if he ever goes forward to try and secure any kind of right clicks, last hits for the lane, it's just
Top
not
though.
gonna result in anything.
Look at this. First Rolling Thunder from No
Top lane
Chance.
again as well.
Yep. Jakira's going to be killed off, and they're still going to bring Tensor over the top. They're trying to bring down Madness as best as they can. Fatebolt on cooldown, but they have the movement speed. They just need the vision. Tensor a jump on foot. He might be able to deny himself. No, the core for... Oh, of course I can't get vision. Never mind.
Cute attempt, but just not quite on the money. That bot lane, even without... Oh, actually, the Siege Creep's still alive, despite it being 7.5 minutes in. HBK hasn't been super on point with his micro on the healing ward there, just allowing Beaver to get the free right click onto it, the plus 75. But if it gives you plus 214 on HBK, you're very happy.
He's giga farmed on this Juggernaut. Already Javelin completed after the phase boots. He's about to be 4,000 net worth. This is looking very, very scary for Sri Lanka.
How are these other lanes going as well? Fresh boots of speed picked up by the Pango, so No Chance just... He's going to be constantly shoving in these lanes. You don't have amazing abilities to be able to protect them from afar outside of maybe the Zeus. Speaking of which, he's making that rotation up towards Madness on this top side.
Thunder Gods? Oh, no
doesn't even
way.
kill him.
30 health from Madness, and he lives. Oh, you hate to see it. A lot of time expended. Mainly just the mana expended as well from Tensor. So now he's going to have to make the trip all the way back to base to refill the resources.
I feel like this is one of those instances where, like, Zeus has been around for a really long time, and Static Field only got moved to the Aghanim Shard recently. You're probably expecting that to kill if this was, you know, however long ago. Let's say a year ago, right? But just the Heavenly Jump being there instead, of course, it gives you something super valuable in an escape tool, but really reduces the damage of that early Thunder God's Wrath.
That it does indeed. It's, I'm also intrigued kind of the build from Tensor. I think we saw him go Aethelon's Boots of Travel? Or maybe that was Sade and that played it.
I really wouldn't hate the Boots of Travel. I mean, you're up against a Juggernaut, a Pangolier, two heroes that you really want to be able to... Again, I was mentioning it before. You're always, it feels like with this team composition, going to be able to take team fights in the exact way that you're wanting to on Team India. But if you've got something like those Boots of Travel, just giving you the extra movement speed, might make life a bit easier.
Abby. Onto the Rubik. That's a beautiful telekinesis into the Ice Path, no chance. He's still going to have an opportunity with the Rolling Thunder. Bounces back off one of the walls. Able to get the damage required to bring down the Rubik, and there will be no rebuttal, so no chance. Able to roll out of danger, and that was everyone on Sri Lanka to the mid lane.
Not his
Look
day.
at this. Arena dropped. Evil Ash. Phantom Embrace of the perfect timing, so Beaver doesn't get the spear. He's flustered now, and HBK can enter the fight off the back of the Blade Fury. He's even got the threat of the Omni Slash if required. Well, they won't even need it. Out at the last second, but the stolen Blade Fury from AB is able to get a return kill onto the Storm Spirit, and now HBK's in trouble. Oh, Storm's gonna buy back. Okay, a zip back in, gonna look to get in the midst of it all with the backstab from No Chance. They're able to get kills out of it. No, Abby needs to get the bounty of the Jakiro to make this worthwhile for the Storm Spirit, and I guess he's still top 3 in net worth, but in the end, they win the team fight. It comes at a cost, but India are just dominating early on once again.
Yeah, that's the thing. Probably turning up perhaps a bit too soon to the team fight there on Satan. He doesn't have the reincarnation leveled up. He doesn't have the phase boots. So again, it just feels like you can never catch the right target that you're going onto, and you get caught out by these spins, by the Pangolier looking to rotate in and get a lot of that early damage out onto you. So, well, at least now he's got it. Now that he's reached up onto the level 8, but felt like he was just a minute or two too soon with his joining in.
Look at this. They did some Rolling Thunder from No Chance. Smaller ball compared to the bigger one. Summer's able to...
It's average size.
Oh, average size. Apologies. My bad. Cannot discriminate as tiny. A 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane. No Chance might still go down. Needs a damage block. Swashbuckler's back up shortly, and he's going to be chilling.
Bottom tower is under attack.
That's the thing. If you can go for a lot of these kills early on, it's on the back of having a lot of mana. And, you know, despite having the couple of null talismans, the extra mana regeneration, it's really only once you get that Kaya that you feel a lot more confident in being able to go for these consistent team fights. Power rune control going in favor of Team India in these past couple of minutes.
What's Jug up to? Oh boy. Just free farm on top is HPK. 4-0 on 3. Top of the net worth by a long shot. Level 10 already as well. So the Juggernaut... feels like Fairy Fire is more valuable than a Blade of Alacrity. Okay, never mind. Gonna swap that up.
I'll take that as tribute.
What's next for Satan? That's what I want to know. What do they
Satan.
feel like they need at this stage? Honestly, Blink, I know it seems really early, but you need someone that wants to go onto the front lines. Mars, he's still a long ways away. Does catch out the Pos 4 Tiny at least, so they'll be able to net themselves a kill even though it's Amish that ends up getting the last hit.
Such a minor thing, but honestly, Beaver needs to get the kills. You have this... It's a Mars 13 minutes in with phase and double brace, so sure. Like, it seems like he's got some items, but take a look at the net worth. The Rubik is 500 gold behind him. Like, Beaver needs his Blink Dagger to be able to start fights on Sri Lanka. You are really playing off the back of India just beelining into the middle and not having Rolling Thunder to protect you, or not having Blade Fury to protect you. So it's so important to actually give the kills to the Mars.
Yeah, I mean, normally I was saying before with the Wraith King wanting him to get the Blink Dagger, normally I would be like, okay, well, if you go Blink Dagger on him and then Blink Dagger on Mars, you're going to be lacking in damage. But you've got a Zeus, you've got a Jakiro paired together with a Mars. The Rubik's going to be able to steal a pretty high value spell. So the damage is there. you just still need to be able to enable it. And yeah, being able to pick up that Blink Dagger would do so. The one that ends up getting a lot of these kills in Amish ends up falling as he's trying to protect that bottom rune. So double damage still going over to Abby. Satan putting that pressure onto the bottom side as much as he can with the skeletons, and probably will still secure this tower. So, oh, they found Satan.
They have indeed. He's got the reincarnation point. There's no doubt that they will not kill him a second time. 4 heroes on the Wraith King's location, and no one is coming down on Sri Lanka. No chance. He's got Diffusal as well. What a Diffusal game.
Yeah, that's going to be real nice. It's the Wraith King producing, of course, the Zeus's impact just through burning through the mana super early. Really like it.
I was going to say, like, at least Satan is finding some farm across the map, but that kill really is going to continue to slow him down. Now the Juggernaut is further getting some distance between the carries. And you've got, look how Madness is playing as well. Like, in front of a tier 2 tower, he's just pretty much killing a full creep wave, getting close to his blink. Mid lane, no chance. Pretty far forward, but they are that far ahead that it doesn't even matter. Like, they can't punish the Penguins' position.
Satan coming out to this bottom lane, hoping to try and get a kill here onto the Tiny. Yeah, a lot of this net worth that is on your cores, both the Wraith King and the Mars, is being held up. It's being saved towards that Blink Dagger. Luckily enough, with this creep wave, he should be able to pick it up. Feeling very scared, though. A lot of people have been off the map for a while, and it's actually some really good map awareness coming through from Satan.
Still gonna try and catch him on the backline, is no chance. He's got the Rolling Thunder. Oh no, too early on the steal from AB.
Like how instant he was with it, though.
Yeah, it's recognizing that it's a very fine window, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mis-executing this time, but that's fine. Here we go.
Oh, Jesus. That's a T2 tower.
Didn't even notice that. Going into the Desolator on the Wraith King. Not sure if I'm a fan. I mean, it's not really going to synergize with any of your other teammates, and I feel like that's the thing that you want to be focusing on right now, pre-BKBs.
Long zip in, Storm Spirit. He's on to Tensor. He's got the Arcane Rune in the arsenal as well from Abby. He's got plenty of mana to be able to work with. A double stun on the back line. As all of India but the Juggernaut show up to the skirmish, and they will have no casualties in their regard.
See Satan farming down here again. Will they be able to get the range to be able to... Ooh, he actually had the Blink Dagger available on Madness, just getting a little bit too greedy. Could have very easily just Blink Daggered into the Avalanche to be able to pick him off before the retreat happened. And, well, at least now Satan has the Blightstone, just to give a little bit of that minus armor, plus the Blink Dagger. For mine, the Blink Dagger is just going to get you a few of those extra kills to bring you closer to getting that Desolator for yourself. Again, before those BKBs come out on India's side. They're going to need to be quick, though. I mean, Storm Spirit's getting closer and closer to having his own.
Think about jumping HBK. Spidey senses? Well, maybe just feeling like it's... doesn't want to stick around too long to keep this farm up. So T2 towers...
Bottom tower is under attack.
How much damage do they do? Decent chunk.
This next fight is so important, right? You've just got your double Blink Dagger. Someone needs to reveal on this lane, otherwise this is incredibly obvious, but you're just going to walk on up.
Evil Ash. Grimstroke in the river, but Radiant, look at the water, the Hurricane. They have full information of how this fight's going to break out as Arena from Beaver, but he doesn't get any stun follow-up, so that is an ultimate wasted, and HBK, he's beelining it to the backline, so is Abby, and Inkswell amped up. Storm Spirit's going to try and deal with the supports, but Storm is out of mana, but Madness, he's not out of damage, jumps in with the combo, getting rid of the Rubik, and now HBK, he's trying to bring down Satan, but we're not done just yet because the Rolling Thunder, no chance, drives straight into the middle of the fight, cutting it into half. It'll give an opportunity for Radiant just a beeline towards Beaver on the Mars. 3 down. Again, India, no remorse with their gameplay. They're just ripping apart Sri Lanka. Their ranks, they just cannot stand their ground. Radiant are playing so incredibly well.
is under
Yeah, and
attack.
they nearly got the connection there onto Satan again. He's going to farm a little bit, but I think if you're Team India, you don't care. You look to push in these other lanes. You already took the tier 2 top. Look to do the same in mid. If they use the glyph, that just opens up the high ground really easily for you. Might look to
Madness.
just get into that Roshan next.
Bottom lane, Madness almost solo killed Satan. He's going to have Abby be able to show up as well, so the reincarnation has been blown. Abby might be chain controlled. Satan, has he got the Wraith Fire Blast for after the respawn? No. Just a zip away from Abby, but he doesn't have a lot of mana to play with, so Satan's still hunting. A couple more right clicks. Abby playing with a Vortex. Beaver should have a spear up. He's off the mark. But Blink, it's going to be up shortly, and it is. And there we go, Satan. That's a big kill to find. And the battle's going to continue on over to the outpost. Beaver feels the commitment and feels the need of dropping the arena to get rid of Madness. So in the end, 2 kills going the way of Sri Lanka.
HBK going into that early-ish Blink Dagger as well. He's just continuing to extend this farm. This game, it makes sense, right? You want to be able to get in onto the back lines, be able to punish people like the Zeus who just want to be sitting back using his entire mana pool. So we'll see once he picks that up who the main target is that he's looking to go for. But yeah, honestly, Zeus or either of the supports would be a fantastic one.
And they're going to go for Zeus. No chance. Blink in. He's by a wall to be able to bounce back on.
Oh, no.
A great read as well, getting in the way of that jump back. Still the jug. Going to be a bit cautious.
Just a bit low. Got the spin off. They wouldn't have had the damage, though. Without the Zeus, it's just not there. It's like they'll be happy enough to be able to secure Roshan for themselves. Level 19 Juggernaut, Mjolnir, so plenty of farm. Going to be constantly attacking at a rapid pace during the Omni Slash.
Easily done. As India now with this second life, it's can give you an opportunity to start sieging down some of the objectives. Looks like Storm is actually going to be the one to get the Aegis. Of course, Storm, one of the best Aegis carries in the game. So now I have a well, on the respawn. You've got all the mana you would ever desire for round 2.
Yeah, he's also got the BKB coming out to himself. So unfortunately for Team Sri Lanka, I feel like they've missed their window. Storm has the double life. Storm has the BKB. You've got Blink Dagger on the Juggernaut. He has the Aghanim Shard as well for himself if he wants it. Like, you just aren't going to be able to deal with this damage.
Poseidon? Jumping in on the Evil Ash. Thunder God's Wrath as well, but what? Yeah, man, I hate this Ag Shard on Grimshard. No one comes in to actually help, even though they got a tier 1 tower, but... So that's a bit of a streak. 422 gold given over to Satan, but the zip in. Abby not going to get the zip damage onto Tensor. BKB, but Madness able to follow in pursuit, and now they're going to catch up the Rubik on the back line as well. Madness trying to lay in the combination, no chance. He's also going to join in the party. It's a pretty decent arena, but where's the damage getting pumped in? It's going to come through for the macro pie, but it's only level 1 rating. They can shrug off the magic damage and turn for more targets. There's no chance with this Rolling Thunder. Is doing an exceptional job, and look at him go for more over towards the Rubik, but he's got no more follow-up as HBK finally started to put himself in a position where he could be able to continue in with the damage, but India, they've had enough with this skirmish.
They were able to reclaim the Aegis at least with a really gutsy use of the Blink Forward, the Wraith Fire Blast, to be able to clean up Abby. So, I mean, if they dive super deep, you might be able to get that kill, which... Would that be the dieback on the Storm Spirit if he ends up going down? I feel like he used it pretty early on into the game.
He died prior down bottom by the outpost.
Okay. Still has the normal death timer.
AB? Oh, is that a meta? That's a hell of a bait. Oh, that is a hell of a bait from a Rubik. No chance. Committed in. Oh, and he dips him. Oh my.
Over here now.
Satan again, top side, farming right next to a tower against a Storm Spirit that's able to connect incredibly easily. And you just can't afford to do that. I mean, I can understand wanting to push in this top tower to free up a little bit more of the map for yourself, but you gotta have teammates there.
Gotta have teammates there, and honestly, gotta have reincarnation for one if you're even gonna farm that aggressively. So, is Satan down for 30 seconds, and more map control for India soon to claim. They're beelining to mid, but Beaver. Nice reactions to the blink. Madness is just going to be able to get in range, however. Your Scepter to prevent Beaver from being able to retreat back to the safety of his territory. So Mars going to end up... Oh, actually, never mind, Madness. It's going to come down to Abby with a zip in. Now he's going to turn to the Rubik as well. Why not? Free pickings for the Storm Spirit once he's able to refresh his mana pool from that skirmish up top. So beautifully done from India.
More and more farm going the way of Team India at this point. Level 20 as well, so we'll have that Blade Fury DPS with the Aghanim Shard build that you've gone on the Juggernaut. Looking to go into the Sanjan Yasha, so even more movement speed looking to come through.
All right.
Illusion.
Very interesting. I mean, we see how well the Jug is doing at the moment. Just had a solid showing, top of the net worth. 609 as well. Flawless performance so far from the carry of India. And honestly, everyone is having a really good showing. Even taking a look at net worth, man. Madness is a higher... is more farm than the Zeus. This is your position 2 on Sri Lanka. Tensor is just... It hasn't really been able to have a game. This Storm Spirit matchup, it's a tricky one. Any hero that has this potential to jump you from such a long range means that Zeus has to always be on point. You really can never make a mistake with your positioning in a game when you're against a Storm Spirit.
Yeah, might not be as busted as it was before, but still a very strong hero, of course. Going into the Aghanim Scepter next. Very close to being able to secure that one. I'm sure they're just wanting to get the big spin onto as many targets as possible.
Oh, bottom lane, Satan. He's got reincarnation, but it will not matter. Radiant, they're already starting to part their way down bottom. And yeah, like you said, he's got no boys. That's really the big thing. They'll kill him off the once and they'll kill him off a second time, even using the Rolling Thunder just to put him firmly 6 feet under. And HBK is going to run to the Jakiro as well, as Madness has the fob chain control. Tensor actually jumped into the middle, so the Zeus... Oh, that's not where you want to be, brother. Not at all. You want to be using the heavily jump defensively. As Abby zipping in. He's out of mana. Tier 4 towers. Who cares about that? Abby's got good reactions with the EKB. I guess I was going to say HBK
really
doesn't. Yeah.
Structures are fortified.
I was going to say HBK doesn't, but there was the Blade Fury still on cooldown, so... You know, I'll let it slide, HBK, even though you're flawless and had a perfect game so far.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Oh, there's that high ground siege. Doesn't feel like he can do anything about this without your Zeus, and honestly, even with the Zeus, we've seen Abby just very happy to go for the super deep engagements, provided that he's got the BKB. Wait for another 50 seconds, but well,
Abby is really low on the resources. Abby's got to respect them. Still a lot of stuns. Satan's gonna jump. Madness the target on the tiny. Oh, they don't get the connection on the effigy. But you're right, they're just gonna give him up. They got the full set of barracks. Madness will go down. Tensor gets the bounty. 390 gold given over to the Zeus. I like this call though from India. They're going to double back and kind of play your own dice triangle, just seeing if anyone ventures up aggressively.
little psychic headband there for the Grimstroke.
Who do you want? Satan's pushing up bottom. Some people are going to walk up the high ground as well. There we go. There's a mission. Also HBK is onto the support on the back line. Oh no, that's just a perfect soulbind coming through from the Grimstroke support, and no chance. He's hunting Satan. See if he's going to be able to catch up to him. Oh, no chance. Yeah, he gets a vision. Oh, beautifully done. No chance on the Panko. Always looking for the +1. Doesn't find that secondary stun, but it will not matter. First life gone and second life. What's it? Does he try and TP up? Do they have the damage? Omni Shot's going to be used. Oh, HBK gets the crits and gets the kill.
It was the right choice to go for that TP out. I mean, they'd used all of their stuns, but this is just a Juggernaut that's insanely farmed, so can't blame him too hard, but...
Oh, and top lane, look at that. Nowhere is safe as Zeus. Oh, no.
Bot lane gone.
And they call it.
Understandable. Yeah. I mean, another very quick win coming through for India, of course. Very, very important for them to be able to get that if it does get to this tiebreaker scenario. So I'm sure they're going to be feeling very happy about how everything has panned out for them, but now they just need to sit back and wait. We have one series left of the regular play before the potential for tiebreakers, and India, they're going to be hoping for a 1-1 with long games, I would say, just to give them the the greater chances of pipping both Pakistan as well as Bangladesh at the post.
Yep. So there we go. That is going to be a second series done and dusted for tonight. Like you said, India, really the outcome that we would be expecting, because they have kind of looked like the better team overall throughout the today and yesterday. Unfortunately for Sri Lanka, that is going to be the end of their road. A rough showing for them, but we're going to be exciting to see how these lads can pull themselves together in some different tournaments, and if we will see them down the road and in the future. But of course, we are not done for today. Next up, Bangladesh versus Pakistan. This is really the important series. We're going to find out who, we could guarantee one team, if they're able to take this series, 2-0, then maybe one of those teams might just have enough map victories to move over to Birmingham and not require. Yeah, well, would you want to let everyone know real quick?
So basically, if either team 2-0s, they will be going to Birmingham.
Okay.
If it's a 1-1, we'll get this weird potential three-way tiebreaker, which you and I don't 100% know the rules of yet. The admins, they got it covered, but we're just two dummies talking about Dota.
Sure. So don't put me under that category. Me, big brain, very smart. You dummy on the other hand, but there we go. Series done and dusted. Next up, we got Bangladesh taking on Pakistan. We're going to send this to break, and when we come back, we'll have our last and final series of the South Asia qualifiers.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we are with our Commonwealth Esports Championship into our final best of two of the group stage as Team Pakistan take on Team Bangladesh. And Danog, you've been watching all these games and series. We're kind of heading our way to a big old tiebreaker, aren't we?
Team ban.
Yeah, that's right. It's really going to depend on. I mean, it depends, right? If either of these teams 2-0s, they are the one that's going to qualify. But if this best of two ends up being a 1-1, it's going to depend on the average time that they've won all of their games across the group. So not only against the teams that they've been tie-broken against, but also Sri Lanka, who unfortunately weren't able to win a single game. So
Yeah.
sometimes the speed that you stomp one of these teams is actually pretty important. It makes it important not to play with your food a little bit, and the players have been informed about all of this as well. So it's very important
5
to
seconds
recognize
remaining.
that, and that might lead into a little bit more of this push style of strats. We could see in the draft the Visage being picked up, as well as the Chen, two very early game oriented heroes.
Yeah, because it becomes their average win time, right? Not just necessarily the head-to-head win time, but every single game matters with that speed and ability to win. Man, I've not seen Chen in a while. Seen a little bits of Enchantress here and there, but how much of this is down to salve changing and him being a healing hero and kind of a sustain / lane dominator hero?
Yeah, potentially a little bit. I feel like it
Team
would have
ban.
been much more of a factor if he was still like he used to be with the Divine Favor, but
Yeah.
with amplifying the amount of regen that you can get. But now it's just like a flat amount of regen that you get. He's basically as good as like a headdress these days if you've got 2 points into it. So it's like, well, is it really worth picking the
10
hero
seconds
for that
remaining.
purpose? Probably
I
not.
mean, I don't know. I've seen a few teams
5
now buying
seconds
like
remaining.
definitely single headdress in their side lanes. Sometimes even Tundra buying like, but both supports buying headdress. I I feel like it could be a thing that's in the back of people's minds, just being
Radiant
like, I don't
team
want to
ban.
spend that, extra bit of gold for regen. We can just have a hero that gives it naturally. But yeah, I think something like Enchantress is probably going to be more of a solid first phase pick than a Chen most often than not.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, the good thing about the headdress is that if you need to sell it eventually, it's
10
not like you've
seconds
expended a
remaining.
ton of gold for that purpose, and it still builds into a bunch of things, right? With a Chen,
5
the mech,
seconds remaining.
obviously very good if you wanted to build it up into that. Also builds into a pipe, perhaps, for your position 4, so, it's got that escalation potential as well.
But even like a holy
Radiant
locket on a Chen
team
could be useful. Although we don't see that too prominently now anymore. It's still kind of an expensive item. And you want 4 staffs and glimmer capes and things on your supports now, since the game's dragging out a little bit longer and you can be a little more greedy. But looking at
Yeah.
these second phase bans, getting rid of the anti-mage, has that been a
10
popular one? I
seconds
saw him in the
remaining.
previous
Dire
series.
team pick.
A little bit. I mean, it was picked up by Sri Lanka, our winless team, and didn't do too well. Just got dominated in the lane by a Legion commander, which, that's still the case even ever since the when you've got no mana and you get mana broken, you have a little bit of a slow applied to you. But
Mm.
I think it was
10
just a little bit
seconds
more.
remaining.
Look, we've got a Skywrath mage that could look to get popped. We want to make sure
5
that our
seconds
backline is
remaining.
protected.
We're picking 3 int heroes. Don't give them the anti-mage. He's going to come and kill us all.
You can't really nix into this either. It feels like it might be
Hmm.
okay against the Skywrath mage, but the others are just going to burst you down, or they're not going to care, or you're a little bit too
Dire
single
team
target
pick.
focused. So hopefully they don't go into the Nix. They just go for another strong laner. This is something that I've been saying over and over again. I really love seeing these heroes that have strong lane sustain presence that you don't necessarily need to spend a ton of tangos for. You mentioned it before with the headdress, but the Chaos Strike has the
10
potential for that
seconds
lifesteal,
remaining.
33% chance. Heroes like the Wraith King, the Monkey
5
King,
seconds
just
remaining.
anything that's able to sustain in lane. Undying as a support. I haven't seen too much of the Omni Knight yet, but I can really see that one working too. So keen to see if other teams are looking to go down that road as well.
Yeah, bring back
I-
Invoker in the mid lane
Oh!
with Quas. Oh, and there's Omni Knight. Just
There he
give
is.
more heals.
Mm-hmm. Paired together with a CK, it's really strong too. I mean,
The strength.
yes, absolutely. I mean, back in the day, it was only a few months ago, when Tiny was
10
still busted,
seconds remaining.
Omni Knight was just such a strong pairing with him. He made him this
5 seconds remaining.
irresistible force, essentially, that was very, very hard to contest against. And I mean, if you looking to pair it together with this CK, against the Visage, it can be very strong. You know, you get the Grave Chill onto the Chaos Knight. He doesn't care. You just use the Heavenly Grace onto him, immediately dispel it, and look to run him down. So I'm really liking this lane pairing that they've got for Bangladesh.
And it is a lane pairing, right? We expect the Omni Knight to lane with a Chaos Knight, which leaves us with a Chen Sand King off lane, correct? So you've got Chen
Yeah.
playing in the enemy jungle. You know, again, going back to the Enchantress topic, it feels like that's a natural place for an Ench to go into, that kind of pos 4. Does Chen fill the same role there?
A little bit. I mean, it. All right, I'm gonna say something that's a little crazy here, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a mid Chen come out here. Not saying that
Really?
not saying that I've seen it done before, but in all of their recent series, it's been banned out in the first phase. So it's very clearly something that's targeting these guys. I'll admit I'm not super familiar with them, but we've seen Len play an amazing mid Coddle. We've seen him play an amazing mid Wyvern. Wouldn't
Okay.
surprise me to see, since it was just like snap picked immediately when it wasn't banned, that maybe he's got some sort of way to be able to play it.
Tricks up his sleeve. Chen is one of those heroes that we often don't feel or understand like the full impact, because he's like always played in that selfless position 6 or 7 role, right? He's like, you know, buying all the wards, not really scaling or buying items, getting anything for himself until he maybe dips into the jungle, you know, 10 minutes in or so. But if he's mid, he's going to have faster levels, bigger creeps sooner, faster ancients being stolen, and maybe even with like a you know, Helm of the Overlord build, we can consider him as a pseudo Beastmaster. You know, he comes out with this massive army of creeps and he's pushing your towers and objectives. What is the D push here from Pakistan? It's Grimstroke. That's the only D push they have.
Yeah, I think that's something that
I
they
love
do
this
need to
idea,
address.
Danog. Like, you said mid-Chen, and I'm sold. Like, fully 100% sold on the idea. Oh, and they've got a Lycan as well. Okay, they're just like hardcore zoo push. We're going in.
Is this a mid Chen? Is it a mid? I think it could be. I mean, it might be an offlane Lycan. It might be a mid Sand King. You never know. I mean, Jin's the one drafting for them, and he's their position 4. A couple of times in the previous series that they played today, he picked Earth Spirit with the last pick of the first phase. So clearly just wanting to give himself the best option. There's some of that D push though coming through. Lycan, with a lot of his units, they have a really high amount of magic resist, so Kunkka, one of the best heroes to be able to deal with that, because of course the Tidebringer is very focused on physical based damage. It might be a mid Lycan though, coming up here with Len looking to play it.
Very cool. So that's going to leave the Omni and the Chen in the support roles then. Sand King 3, Chaos Knight position 1.
Yes, but it's unless they're changing up where they're playing things, Mr. Devil is the offlaner for Team Pakistan, and he's playing the Kunkka, and we've got Black Sparks, the mid laner, playing the Visage. That'll be pretty decent against a Lycan, the Visage, though.
Yeah, it's not too bad. And Lycan, one of those heroes that's kind of weird in lane matchups, right? The fact he's got that regen just innately through the Feral Impulse, he's pretty good against heroes like Kunkka, who are more reliant on that damage over time. You know, Tidebringer every 6-7 seconds trying to chip away at you. You can heal through quite a lot of that. So putting the Visage there, I think, makes a little bit more sense.
I mean, they do have a pretty strong, like, early-ish group up on Team Pakistan as well, right? All you really need is the drums on the Visage. You need an armlet on the Wraith King. You need, you know, armlet, maybe a BKB on the Kunkka. Skywrath, all he needs is his items. Same sort of thing, his levels. All you really need is that on the Grimstroke as well, but it's just so much push that you're going to have to deal with. And I feel like this is specifically in response to the fact that both teams are aware that if they go 1-1, it's going to come down to time. And as things stand right now, India, they're on 4-2. 4 wins, 2 losses. If they go 1-1, at the moment, Pakistan are in the lead with the fastest overall average game time at 28 minutes and 7 seconds. The next closest to them is Bangladesh, who are at just shy of 32 minutes. So they've got nearly a 4-minute advantage right now, and they're just going to look to continue that tempo going. It might also be that even if you're in a really losing position, you want to make sure that you're delaying the game as much as possible. Like, that is a legitimate strategy this game.
Yeah, and coming back to what you're saying about this push into what Pakistan have got, who can group up and team fight, they've got some pretty good ways of single target catching people. And if if they have the vision, which is going to be key in all of these games, that knowledge of where your opponents are and figuring out which target gets what spells thrown at them. They've got tons of ways for this Wraith King Kunkka, Grimstroke in particular, to get some of those early stuns initiations going, like they're going to try now onto Jin. The Ink Swell's there. They've got the Soul Assumption, the burst damage, and the first blood goes their way. And that's a good indication of, you know, how these team fights can go if they find one hero isolated.
Yeah, he was a little bit second-guessy, though, in that lane. Like, he specifically walked underneath the mid-tower, just getting that one right-click there, revealing the fact that they had an Observer Ward in the area, and then stuck around. Faith, he's sticking around a little bit too. Soul Assumption dealing a massive amount of damage.
That's no joke.
In a way.
Man, we're seeing a lot more of these, like, you know, Visage Doom, Visage Clockwork, where you've got Scorched Earth, or you've got the Battery Assault, lots of this, you know, alpha damage, massive damage at level 1. Soul Assumption just shreds through people so quickly.
I mean, Skyreth Mage as well. Lots of damage early on that
Yes.
our son will look to take advantage of. But again, you have that turnaround potential. You have this Chaos Knight paired together with the Omni Knight. He's gone the level 1 Hammer of Purity, which makes sense. Oh, he's actually forced to immediately try and get back to the lane and look to harass out the... look at that damage.
His HP just disappears. Faith is going to be munching through all these tangos.
I mean, Arsan is still in a position where he can get focused on very easily, right? There's 0 armor that he's got here. So, you know, maybe level 2 Reality Rift, bring him down to -4 armor, very quick burst potential coming through. And you're going to get early levels pretty quickly, right? Yes, you were able to get the first blood onto the Chen. So at the moment, you've got a little bit of that experience advantage going the way of Team Pakistan. But with the Sentry Ward that they use to block up this hard camp, it's actually going to reveal the Observer Ward as well, so if Faith gets them to move back, they'll share that experience, they'll get a little bit more farm for themselves as well. That'll be a big deal with evening that out a little bit.
Thank God. Oh, thank God.
Absolutely will. And yeah, they did swap around things, right? You said Mr. Devil usually their off laner. They put him mid on the Kunkka. And then Visage up in this top lane with a Skyreth Mage. So it does mean Lycan's going to be, you know, kind of okay once he's hit level 3, level 4. He'll be regenning just enough to make sure he's not being handled by that Tidebringer constantly. And there was the D-Ward from Faith, like you said. Gets rid of that early vision from the Radiant team. And then that third lane down bottom, you know, Chen after that first blood, he comes down here, steals a range creep, and he's been harassing this Grimstroke away. So far, Joker hasn't really been able to go into the lane. You know, primarily Chen is there, but it's also secondarily the fact that he went Inkswell level 1 to get that kill. So no Stroke of Fate means no securing range creeps, no pushing the wave back out against them.
Yeah. I mean, Ghost Khan's going to be able to get a little bit of farm now that it's pushed all the way back underneath the tower. It also means that level 2 much more likely to come. But it's just so important for both of these lanes, for Pakistan safe lane to get level 2. Same sort of thing for Bangladesh safe lane on the top side. But he's actually gone into the Purification as opposed to the Heavenly Grace. So I wonder if that'll prevent them from being able to catch up.
They want that damage. Take down the Visage. He's a very, very slow hero. What, 285 move speed? And not very tanky either. 700 HP with 1 armor. So a similar spot to the Skyreth Mage. Very squishy if they do get jumped by that CK. Yeah, I think that Purification is just for the nuke damage, right? Like, heal, sure, but nuke these heroes down while he still can. And Faith getting nuked himself. Sky and Visage bursting straight through him.
He was able to buy the magic wand, or the magic stick rather, before he ended up dying, so didn't lose too much in terms of his unreliable gold. So not losing too much there. Coming straight back up to the top side. Does he have anything that he was carrying for the Chaos Knight? Don't think so. He's just given the shared tango over as the CK. Oh, that is a little unfortunate. Just forced to go all into regen. How often do you see a Chaos Knight at this stage of the game sitting this low on the net worth?
Yeah, buying a salve, more tangos, buys a magic stick, and he's only got 4 CS. CK being dominated. Visage 11 and 4, even with that 1 death. So it's going to come down to Bangladesh really trying to control that lane equilibrium with a pull like this. You know, it works somewhat, but you're still going to have half the wave coming back out of the camp and pushing back across.
And Len's just having to be a lot more conservative with the placement of his Lycan Wolves in the mid lane. Of course, he's coming up against this Kunkka, like I mentioned before. Any kind of physical damage is going to be great against those, just to consistently be used to try and kill them, get a lot of that valuable experience away.
How did it go at the CK top again? Drops down to like 200 HP. Has to spend the salve under his tower. This is more time where he's just not getting any last hits. Picked up 3 since we last saw him. This is just oppression on every front from Pakistan.
I still feel like you picked this Omni Knight for a reason, and I feel like the Purification probably isn't that. You know, the Heavenly Grace, when you've got it paired together with these two, you just want to toss it onto the CK, right? It gives him so much extra damage, an additional 8 damage, and now it means that you're not going to have that big, I would say, level 3 timing, where you get the extra 18 damage, 12 extra regen. You're going to have people with debuffs on them through the concussive shot, through the grave chill, so potential for even more damage to come out. But now it's only going to come at level 4, and we were mentioning before the fact that he previously, I think it was 2 waves ago, had 4 CS. He's only up to 7 now, so the lane isn't getting any better.
Yeah, and if things are that bad for the Chaos Knight, your point is kind of doubled, right, for the Omni. The fact that CK is not getting anything, Omni will feel like it's kind of necessary to leave the lane, get out of experience range, go stack, go pull, do something elsewhere, and just be that defensive support. So his level is going to come much, much slower on the Omni too. And I'm kind of wondering what's the relief for this lane. Lycan not really the ideal ganking hero or lane rotating hero. Maybe in this game he is. With a shapeshift, he can actually catch up with just one CK stun onto like a Visage in the sky.
Maybe. I mean, the thing for me is that you either do that and you look to take out the Visage and make sure he doesn't continue to have a pretty decent game, or you just go down a completely different route and don't team fight. You look to have the Chen and the Lycan just put so much pressure onto the towers, because we said before, it's really only the Grimstroke and the Kunkka that are going to be able to deal with that. So either all focus on one lane and look to absolutely rip through a tower, or split that pressure into 2 lanes, probably around that level 6 timing on the Lycan. They're both going into the Helm of the Dominator on him and the Chen. So really feels like that might be the avenue that they're looking to go down.
I think that's a good idea. Rather than like relieve the pressure in the lane that you're suffering in the most, go elsewhere and apply pressure to kind of create that vacuum. His Faith, just level 2 Soul Assumption is doing like 400 damage or something to these heroes. Insane numbers. Down bottom, they're going on the Wraith King. Chen and Sand King here, they've got a point in caustic, stuns on cooldown, but the long range right click from Jin comes in to secure it. And again, nothing much the Grimstroke can do.
That's a really important kill as well. The Courier going down with the Helm of Iron Will. Of course, so potent for just being able to stay in lane, all that additional armor and regen.
Yeah, 1 minute without it. Finally some retribution up top, yeah. And as Mangoes, as Raindrops, this is why CK's bought himself a stake in Raindrops as well. Keep that mana regen going so he can keep casting all his spells. Omni's no different. They are like, this top lane is all inning on lane stage. Like, the next 2 or 3 minutes has to be good for them because they have invested money into it.
I honestly think it's almost worth... I mean, they don't have the mana to do it, but someone else coming top, just because Visage just TP'd back to lane. You've got the Heavenly Grace now available on Faith. You want to try and kill the Visage immediately again.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that like Lycan's not level 6, he doesn't have mana for shapeshift and stuff, even if he wanted to. Who comes top? You don't want Sanky to leave the lane because he's having a nice time, but under the tower, they drag him back in. They've got that Hammer of Purity and trying to slow him down, but Sparks just puts the Grave Chill on them and actually turns onto Faith here. Maybe with a concussive shot coming back up in 2 seconds, they can finish him off. But they're incredibly afraid of any kind of TP rotation. It felt like Bangladesh were definitely trying to bait them into it even further.
Oh, and he unfortunately just placed the Observer Ward down right inside the Sentry radius. I was really thinking that he might look to pop the Magic Stick because you know that they're spamming these abilities topside again.
Yeah, they go straight back onto the Visage, but he's got that point in Cloak now. As the Grace onto the CK. Magic damage still coming through, but the raindrops keep him alive. And Faith is going to pick up the Visage kill. I don't know if he can chase down a Sky with boots. That's 370 move speed. So able to get away from danger.
Maybe with a Hammer of Purity, but no, he's just going to back off entirely. And well, at least you're able to get something. RR, for mine, I don't think he's manning up enough. You know, this is an incredibly strong lane with the Omni Knighted. Well, look what's happening,
Here comes
Mr.
the
Devil.
Kunkka. Yeah, he arrives straight in with the X mark. Misses the torrent play, but I don't think it matters too much, or maybe it does. That Heavenly Grace doing an awful lot to keep RR alive. Raindrops pop, but he's got the Tidebringer level 3 to secure it. And now can TP back into mid.
Yeah, he'd popped the haste previously, so that's how he was able to get up there so quickly, immediately able to TP back, and it means that you're not going to get that pressure that we were talking about, the vacuum, just dragging other heroes away from the lane. So Lycan not going to have any threat onto the mid tower. Chen still hasn't been able to put too much pressure on bot side either.
Yeah, I guess with this Lycan, you don't really want to use Shapeshift unless you have like guaranteed 2 kills, 1 on a core, 1 on a support, something like that. Because with this Helm, right, or in the jungle, it found Joker, Grimstroke, picked off by Chen, who's got himself a Lightning Harpy and an Ogre Frost Mage. But with Lycan like just buying his Helm, now is probably the time where he's thinking, I can move to a lane with a big creep and actually play with my Shapeshift a bit. Rift on Sky.
Sure.
Oh, can they finish him with a Chaos Bolt? They can. And Grim's TP just comes too late.
What the next plan is in terms of itemization for Faith. Just go on into the boots for now. Makes a lot of sense. You know, you want to be able to catch up, constantly harass out that speedy Skywrath mage that you were talking about before. But this is it. I mean, if he can hit up onto the level 5 on Faith, he's having to contend against the familiars now, though. But again, you've got the Heavenly Grace, so you're going to be able to break those stuns and maybe get the turnaround.
Yeah, and just play aggressively onto the Visage now. Try and burst them down.
Oh, it
A
actually
bit of
ends
those
up
crits
getting
from
the stun on both,
CK.
though.
Oh, back. Oh, bottom, they're going again onto this Sand King. He tries the Sandstorm to hide, but the sentry's there. So Kunkka making these pretty snappy, decisive moves, right? Rotates top, rotates bottom, gets a kill on both sides of the map. And we're still yet to see what this Lycan can do.
He's just farming up for now, looking to... Ooh, he actually isn't able to deny away that illusion rune. With Mr. Devil picking that one up as he builds into that own armlet that we were talking about before. It really does feel like that's the name of the game. Just get a lot of those early value items, look to group up together and push.
Tempo. It's like armlet BKB, win the game.
Mm-hmm.
What do you reckon? Like, Wraith King probably goes the classic armlet Deso, right? And then thinks about his BKBs, his blinks. Scales a bit more than the Kunkka.
Maybe even considering a Blink Dagger, just because you don't have that hero that's going to be able to get in onto the backlines quite so easily. Look at these body blocks coming out from the Lycan Wolf, by the way.
Yeah.
Trapping in Ghost Khan. Nicely done.
Done so much there to allow the Sand King to catch up. Inkstral's on the Wraith King, and he does have Reincarnation. Channeling the epicenter, maybe could have waited for the second round to get that going, because Ghost Khan now has a chance to slip away.
Even lose the Centaur creep as well, so
Dire's middle tower has
we'll
fallen.
have to look to find another one here on Jhin.
And
Wild
then
Ring Ripper, not the worst to have, especially when you're going up against this Kunkka. The additional armor, very nice at protecting against the Tidebringer. Speaking of Tidebringer, Faith might go down here, but very tanky.
still gonna get the raindrops. These raindrops paying off big time for the Dire team. But it's also, he tried to TP right under the CK's nose. Mr. Devil chased out by the Lycan Shapeshift now. He's had such a good time on this Kunkka. Getting picked off here is a massive kill for Bangladesh. And there we'll find it. Because that's the Kunkka pushing tier 1 mid in the Lycan lane. You know, the lane we kind of expected Lycan to get some push going himself.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to be able to make anything happen in this mid lane. Now with the Kunkka dead for the next 20 seconds, you've got the siege creep here, along with all of your units pushing in. I believe, what is the Lycan got? Still going to be a little bit away from being able to pick up that Vlad's. And Armlet so close for the Kunkka as well. So, I mean, there's been a lot of action so far, but it's just going to ramp up even further as Ghost Khan actually makes the rotation towards the mid lane to be able to protect it against this big creep wave. And Len might be the one to suffer.
Yeah, the invisible Mystic Flare. He's trying to TP home and he's successfully out of there. Creeps are still chasing the Scar's Mage, but I don't think they can catch up and kill him. And in the meanwhile, we lost our Visage top. 3 heroes from Bangladesh defending their top tier 1 against him.
it's very important, of course, to be able to just continue to put this Visage in the grave. He's already been able to pick up the Vladimir's offering. Again, any kind of death ball is just going to benefit hugely from that going into the Drum of Endurance next. And they were able to claim both familiars, I believe, on the CK. So even though he had a horrible early laning stage, he's already recovered back up to second on the net worth charts.
Well, again, these raindrops just buying more time for the Omni Knight to
Nice
get a bit of
push.
distance, and a good stomp there, catching out the Wraith King, whose ulti's down. He did die bottom, remember, but a great ship. The boat lands and crashes onto two of them. Mr. Devil from the right-hand side swings it back the other direction. So they trade their Wraith King out for 3 kills.
I think you're very happy to do that. I mean, the Wraith King, he will be the one that is going to be going onto the high ground for you, but it's much more important in my eyes to be able to deal with this CK early on. He is the real big scaler, the one that can create a lot of the tempo and be that front line. So as long as Kunker's continuing to farm, he's been able to pick up that armlet, going straight into the Silver Edge. Not the greatest heroes to be able to break, but still, of course, just a lot of that surprise damage looking to come out and clear out a lot of these creeps.
Yeah, it is a good point you make about the CK as well, because usually with a push-centric draft, we'd always be talking about, on a timer, they've got to finish by X minute, 25 minutes in, they want a Rax to have fallen. But with a CK Lycan and this Omni Knight that you've been talking about with that Heavenly Grace behind them, they scale pretty decently against Wraith King, Kunkka, and this Visage, who are the 3 cores. But I think more importantly also the fact that there's no big AoE team fight outside of Kunkka from Team Pakistan. So when this Phantasm comes out, when the full army is ready, say he has an Aghanim Scepter, say we have this Helm of the Overlord, Chen full army, what do they do to actually fight with a horde knocking at their doors?
I mean, I feel like Mr. Devil has the capability to do it, right? Like, if he has the Silver Edge, that's a lot of crit damage, and that's a lot of physical crit damage. So it's nothing that a Shen's going to be able to stop. It's nothing that a Lycan's going to stop. All the magic resistance in the world isn't going to be able to do jack against that.
All down to the Kunkka.
And you just think about the synergies as well, right? Tiebringer, 4-second cooldown, got to be critting for a ton of damage. Black Sparks, Soul Assumption, 4-second cooldown. So every 4 seconds, just expect all that damage to be coming through in huge bursts against Team Bangladesh.
So in that vein, have we seen a lot of the Wraith packs coming out in these games? Still seems like it's a reasonably popular item.
Yeah, I would say so. It's just not busted anymore.
Okay.
You need to be a little bit more conscious of the fact that, okay, I'd be giving up a lot of free gold to the enemy team. You can't just freely place it as well. It's going to be following your hero constantly. So I think it's in an alright spot. I think maybe still needs a bit of a nerf, but certainly nowhere near as strong as it used to be.
It's no longer the one team has it, they win the game. The other team doesn't have it, they lose the game kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh man, big money for Mr. Devil. Killing off a bunch of creeps and wolves. Yeah, you're right, he is. Just continually making sure that Bangladesh have to reset the armies as an X-boat forces the Burst Strike out of the Sand King. But this silence out of the Phantom's Embrace and the Mystic Flare landing means he's dead. Team fight down. But in come the Wolves, the army there, the Guardian Angel 2. Great Inkswell connecting onto the 2 of them, though, as they get torrented up and cleaved down by Mr. Devil. Picks up a triple kill. And now it's down to CK and Lycan to try and battle back. They're doing some decent damage here with the crits and the creeps. Ghost Khan is falling low, but he's got reincarnation, and CK is going to die before he can even finish the job. Convincing victory.
Just did so much in that team fight. Yeah, dealing 5.5k damage in a single team fight at 15 minutes. Nuts.
What?
Right? Like, he was just hitting multiple units constantly with the Tiebringer, but even just the use of the Torrent there, being able to lock people in place, combo together incredibly well with the Visage Familiars.
5.5k is nutty damage. Now he's got Shadowblade done. I didn't realize how far ahead he was. I was like, okay, he's having a pretty good game. He's got some kills, but that's a 3k net worth gap at 15 minutes. He is the difference between the two squads in like overall net worth.
Really feels to me a lot like the top side. You have to be a little bit careful here. The Shadowblade coming out, looking to try and get that pick off onto the Lycan.
Misses
End up hitting. He's in the middle of a creep wave.
First one. Still going to get tagged heavily by that Mystic Flare and Boat. And that's the single target, right? That's if Team Pakistan can get out on the map, they can pretty much kill anyone they want to. If they see them, they can kill them.
And with that kill as well, Yeah, it was only worth 320 gold or so, but still gives him the Chrysalis, and he's 350 gold away from the Silver Edge. So, you know, previously, of course, you've got the 175 bonus damage on hit from the Shadow Blade. Now it's just going to be the crit aspect as well.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, they're not necessarily on the same kind of timer as a lot of these other push drafts, but there's still that element of if our Lycan isn't continually going and our Chen is dying and his army's being lost over and over again, then we've got to continually reset, and there are these massive windows of opportunity where our opponents can exploit that. Now, think about Roshan, think about these tier 2 towers even.
Well, I mean, when you've got a Lycan and a Chen draft and you've taken one tier 1 tower at 17 minutes, you're going to be a little bit concerned. You know, this is all just on the back of Conker having an amazing early game. He is exactly what they needed, and I feel like it's been a bit of the trend today. Whatever team has second pick and is able to respond to the, I guess, just given strategy that gets put forward by the team with first pick has won out most of the time.
Okay.
The physical cleave damage was the one, and it's Mr. Devil doing everything for them right now. He's got the Silver Edge too.
Yeah, trying to kill that Chen army, but it's a good smoke from Bangladesh, looking for the opening on the opposite side of the map, drawing their attention northwest while they go southeast to Ghost Khan. Take his first life out. The reactions are arriving. Mr. Devil here with Joker, turning it back with a great Soulbind silence onto the 2. Burst strikes in, does connect nicely, but the Mystic Flare and nuke damage bursting back into them. A 3-for-2 trade so far, but the Kunker's still standing. It's the big deal here for them, as long as Mr. Devil can stand his ground, but he can't. Len with a triple, Lycan shapeshift with a massive Thunderhide. Roaring towards victory gives a little bit of hope back to Bangladesh.
I'd say a lot of hope. The unstoppable streak getting given away over to Len gives him a lot of that extra gold. Now, I wonder what he's going to be using it for on this Lycan. Maybe building into the AC, just buffing up an even more successful team fight, because I think that could have gone even better for Bangladesh. I'm not sure how much of the Omni Knight Faith actually plays, as well, he'll be in position to at least get the Heavenly Grace off this time.
Save your Lycan. But for how long? Needs the Guardian Angel, but the magic damage just keeps coming from the sky. Ghost Khan, Black Sparks, looking to finish off the Lycan. He does die to the final Arcane Bolt. Faith couldn't keep him alive. And now he's the one in the line of fire. The Visage with a Wraith Pact and the Familiars. Just holding that little bit of a high ground there.
Yeah, so he uses the Guardian Angel and the Heavenly Grace there, but in the previous team fight, he saw the rest of them coming, and he still wasn't able to land the Guardian Angel in the middle of a massive team fight. He got silenced, wasn't able to clear it out, and was the main focus target. Every single time, Pakistan are going to look to try and focus down this Omni Knight. They know that it's a huge deterrent for their style, which is, I mean, obviously they've got a good amount of magic damage, but as long as all of the creeps are protected against physical damage, Kunker's influence is just massively reduced.
Yeah, well, I do get into that Roche pit and take it for the Kunker. So now he's going to have 2 waves, two rounds of fighting.
Got a
got
Wraith King as well, heading into a Radiance as well. He's been farming this one up for quite some time. Hasn't really gotten that Blink Dagger that I was thinking he might choose to go for. But, I mean, having that evasion, that blind, going up against all of these different units, the Lycan ones as well as the CK with a Phantasm, might give you that extra second or so to be able to survive.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, usually an item you think against illusion heroes in particular very good, but against all these summons, I think they're spot on. That does the job. How long until he's got it? Just the talisman, really. Needs money for it. So a couple of minutes, and it'll be ready. And then that's another thing that Bangladesh have to try and break through to actually get this lineup of theirs towards the enemy base. There's so many barriers in the way, you know, with Aegis in the hands of Kunker, still, like you said, taking pretty few towers with the kind of lineup they've got. But if they can find Wraith King here twice, a massive deal for them. Sanking opens it up with the Burrow Epi. The rest of the squad arriving slowly but surely, filtering in behind the tier 2. Kunker, though, misses out on that X-Torrent, still lands the boat and finishes off the Sanking. Creeps will take the tower down, while actually up towards the outpost, they've lost the Lycan. Visage and Sky just wrap around him from the back, find him, and Jin on the run. Sky dead to the Lycan creeps, but Chen is going to be pounded by the Familiars and the Visage, giving Sparks a double kill.
Oh, man. I mean, they still didn't use the Hand of God that entire fight. They still didn't have the Omni Knight there the entire fight. It feels a little off by these supports, if I'm being perfectly honest. You know, they're not joining together with this team that, again, needs to ball up. At least in that previous team fight, after they were able to kill the Wraith King the one time, get that reincarnation on cooldown, Chen put all of the focus in onto the tier 2 tower. So they've been able to claim that. Hasn't resulted in an outpost going their way, but it's a lot more map control to be able to pick up this little bit of extra farm.
Yeah, it is, and you know, CK got his farm up in that top lane as well, so BKB is now done, and he's got an Echo Saber still queued up. Let's see if he decides to finish it off. We've seen a lot of these Shadow Blade, Scardy kind of Chaos Knights come out of other regions. Might consider a different direction.
Bunker.
Oh, Mr. Devil, yeah. He's in there. A lot of damage onto the Lycan, and he drags him back into the boat. Hand of God, not enough to save him. Mr. Devil still has this Aegis, don't forget. So even with a burst strike back in towards him and the Wraith King, they stun and slow, delay the fight, but Soul Blind's in there. Joker trying to sauce them up and forces out the Guardian Angel. Finally, the Aegis gets claimed up, but Kunkka now full HP, full mana, ready to continue brawling. We'll get the X onto the CK, who no longer has BKB. So he's been disabled. Chain stun coming in from Ghost Khan. Black Sparks here too. Oh, nice little Heavenly Grace. Is that going to keep him up? No, it absolutely isn't. The Visage, so much damage now. Soul Assumption being spammed left and right.
I want to say that I'm mistaken just so that I could spare him a little bit, but I'm pretty sure Faith just healed his courier instead of the Chaos Knight as he was getting gone on there. So, oh, that's a little bit unfortunate, especially considering he was so close to being able to get away underneath the cover of those trees. Now, I'm not sure what words you would use to describe this, but have a look over at Chen. I would say that quick buy is optimistic at best, going into a start of lives.
If the items were the other way around, like if it was Energy Boost to Glimmer Scythe, it would be like, yeah, sure, buddy, you can do it.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I don't know. He's got 1,800 saved up. Where's the money? Where's the money rock? Omni Knight has the Philosopher's Stone. I think that's something that should go into the hands of Chen if he has such
lofty
delusions
goals
of grandeur.
Yeah.
Yeah, Grim again with the Kunkka. Silence, catch, and kill. They see a hero, they pick them off. The epicenter, not looking too hot. Misses the burrow as well. So Sand King been caught out in another great boat. Mr. Devil has been spot on, landing these every time he can. And Bangladesh looks like they've run out of steam now. Maybe they get the Grimstroke with the creeps. He will die to them.
So will the creeps. That's the important thing. It's going to take some time to be able to build up this army again. And well, in that meantime, Ghost Khan just looking to push in onto this mid lane.
Len, though, he went down bottom, and they chased him all the way back. They have this Aghanim Scepter on the Visage, which had these, you know, invisible familiars chasing the Lycan. He saw a Bounty Rune, came back for it, and then was suddenly surrounded by 3 heroes.
Not ideal, that's for sure. And, well, Conquer, that's the good thing. It just feels like they can stay out on the map very consistently with all of this, lifesteal coming through from the Wraith King. Of course, got the Conquer with that X mark that I was just talking about. And he's going into the AC himself next. So I guess they're saying that, you know, the Wraith King's going to be able to do a lot of their pushing on their own, because from all the pro players that I've been speaking to, they essentially just say, look, level 15 on the Visage, you get the Armor Corruption talent, you go AC, you're absolutely busted. There's towers melt in front of your face. He decided to go into the Soul Assumption targets, maybe just thinking that, look, with the Guardian Angel, we need just an additional amount of magic damage coming through prior to these BKBs coming out. We know that I'm consistently able to use that Soul Assumption at full power every 4 seconds because of the power of this Kunkka. Let's just go in the damage mode.
Yeah, give me some more AoE, right? Having an extra hit out of Soul Assumption basically makes it an AoE spell now. Hit creeps, hit heroes, hit whatever it is. Just spam those spells.
Hit this poor Omni Knight, looking to come up onto the high ground. Silent as the grave. What's Omni in the grave?
Disappears. Now maybe, yeah, they're pinging it. Time to go high ground. Why not? They've got Catapult Wave. They've got Stun on creeps. Mr. Devil will clear out the Hellbear. And where's the defense? TP's come now. Oh, that's not a place for Sand King to TP into. That is not a place for Sand King to TP into. He's got buyback available. But Bangladesh, I don't know, you just let this set of racks fall, it feels like. While bottom they're hunting Len. Silence in, but comes after the shapeshift. Scareth Mage gonna TP home as he was about to be shredded by the wolves, but you're losing your mid lane of barracks. The melee will fall, and Bangladesh buying back on the Sanking. Need to force a fight. Good two-man stun. Blink in from him. Ghost Khan's reincarnation not popped though. And an Epi channeled. Who's he want? He wants the Kunkka. He's waiting for
Oh
Burst
no,
to come off
you just
cooldown
pulled
again,
back,
but he's
my man.
found by the familiars. He dies, buys back, dies again. Now into a 5 versus 4 where Pakistan have full control over this mid lane. Can go outpost, can go top, wherever they want to. Even bottom lane, they just push straight into high ground again.
Why not? They don't have the glyph available, and well, it's going to be a little bit short, but with this next creep wave coming up, he'll be able to push into that and hit his level 20 on the Wraith King, so even more potential to be able to deal with all of these different units through the cleave.
Oh, yeah, that's a great shout.
All that damage.
I love the Skelly talent so much, I always forget about the cleave talent.
Yeah.
I click meme talents only.
Yeah. The familiars are busted, so I understand why he went into the Visage Familiar's movement speed, but I don't know, that soul assumption damage per charge when you consider how often you're going to be able to free cast them in these team fights just, to me, felt a little bit too tempting.
Oh, it looks like mega creeps incoming. Bangladesh, Lycan dead for 30 seconds. I was going to say if he buys back now, it's pretty much a signal of the end anyway. But he kind of has to, just to try and force one last attempt. Shapeshift expended, so it's all in from here on out. Bangladesh will move forward. I can't find anyone to catch and kill, though. The rest of the squad not really in the vicinity. It's just wolves chasing after the Skyreth Mage.
Found
I can
Len.
actually... Yeah, getting caught out here, maybe. Shadowblade from Mr. Devil, and Shapeshift ending. Well, he's dead. He's done for. He's gone for 90 seconds, and that's game.
That would be game. I mean, you're already going up against Megas. He was really the only one that was able to put any pressure on. Like I was saying before, though, you don't want to call the GG prematurely because of what the rules are for this, but I think even without that, just with how swiftly they were able to take this one, plus the fact that they were in the lead prior to this series, I think Pakistan might have stamped themselves a ticket to the Commonwealth Games finals already.
Yeah, with the dominance they're showing, absolutely. But yeah, they're going to glyph, they're going to wait until the throne falls, like you say, down to time rating if it does come to those tiebreakers. So make sure every second counts, and Sand King will look to delay this inevitable death of their throne. Soulbind there with a two-man stun. The Wraith King Wraith blasts into the poor Omni and Sand King. And the CK BKBs just to waltz back into his fountain, while Jim in the back lines trying to hunt the Joker Grimstroke, but brought to his knees. As the tier 4s fall and the throne exposed, will bring this game 1 to an end.
Yeah, calling the GG after the throne explodes, but again, Pakistan, another pre-30-minute victory. Prior to this series, they were sitting on, like I said, around that 28-minute mark, and with this one, it's really not going to increase the average all that much. So, yeah, I would say for Team Bangladesh, they had 32 minutes, so unless there's like somehow an incredibly quick victory for them in game number 2, I'd be saying that Pakistan, they're your South Asia representatives. So let's see, can they get a 15-minute victory, let's say, in game number 2? I think if you're not going all in on that potential, you're making a mistake for Team Bangladesh. But we'll see. We'll see. It was a very nice victory coming out from Team Pakistan, though.
Yeah, we'll get the calculators out and try to do the math in the break, but I think, yeah, between 15 and 20 is something they definitely need to aim for, right? Dominate lanes, get some early towers, crush their opponents, but it's going to be a really, really difficult uphill climb for Team Bangladesh, as Team Pakistan, like you're saying, really looking incredibly dominant off the back of that Mr. Devil Kunkka performance. 11, 12, 15, top net worth. It was most damage in the game, right? By not that much. Visage did just 600 less damage than the Kunkka, so both of them putting in the numbers. But I think we can go to a quick break and return with game 2 of this final series of the Commonwealth Esports Championship qualifiers for South Asia. Welcome back. Here we are with our final game of the Commonwealth Esports Championships qualifier for South Asia as Bangladesh take on Team Pakistan and Danog. That tiebreaker, it's becoming maybe a bit of a distant dream now.
Maybe we've seen series be finished, or games rather, in under 18 minutes, and that's exactly what
18?
Team Bangladesh need to do. Occasionally, I've seen a 17-minute game, I've seen a 16-minute game. They're rare, but they're there.
Not unheard of.
So, not unheard of. So they need to win in 17 minutes and 52 seconds to be able to qualify. So it's a hard ask for sure. So if I'm Team Pakistan, actually, it's Bangladesh that have the first pick overall. So I was about to say you might actually even leave the Keeper of the Light in the pool just so that you can have that at your disposal. But Len is so good on the hero, and it's one of those heroes that just snowballs so amazingly well. It gives you a little bit more of that sustain because, you know, you pop the Spirit form, you're going to have that heal component to it. So I think you absolutely need to make sure you're banning that one out. You don't really care about the Wyvern. Wyvern's not able to push anything that early on.
Yeah.
So get rid of all the stuff that can end games early, that come on early very strong. Kunkka, Coddle, they're what I would be getting rid of.
Yeah, and they tried this push-heavy zoo draft, and it didn't really work out that well. There are a lot of counters in the pool, and Kunkka was a proven one at that. I'm wondering if they move away from this, summons push ability and go just raw laning stage and team fight power. Just go for these, undyings and maybe steal the Scarith Mage or the Visage away from their opponents because that, they were the kings of those lanes, and they do go for the Visage first pick, which I think is a pretty solid move. It's both,
Yep.
It's not just both, it's triple laning, pushing, and the the ability just to rip through towers and kill people off in team fights.
Natural Drums builder, natural Vlad's builder. I feel like this is a very nice pick to come through. If they weren't able to get the Keeper of the Light, this would be the second best choice in my eyes. So what are they going to do now to be able to deal with this? Just protecting towers? Are they going to Treant as well? What's going on here?
Lich Treant? I
Possible.
don't know. I mean, I would just like the Kunkka again, honestly. He played so well, Mr. Devil.
10
Making
Yeah.
those early rotations, finding kills in side lanes, really just stemming the flow of push that was coming out of Bangladesh.
Do you feel like this Visage can go anything other than 3? Because I really want to see the Beastmaster against this. Like, you might have
Ooh.
a Lich standing in the trees somewhere, just wanting to get that ice armor onto the towers, and then you just use the Hawk to be able to scout them out, and then actually have a way to be able to engage onto the backlines. I mean, Tusk is early, I suppose, but doesn't really do much in terms of taking towers.
He doesn't really, does he? He's all about that catch and kill, snowball, tag team onto people. Maybe it's going to be that early skirmishing and early fighting, rotating into mid. 4 minutes in, get the 4v4 mid going on. I do like that plan of Visage Beastmaster. I was kind of wondering, what 3 would pair with the Visage to go along with it. But when you've got this ability to buy Helm on the Beastmaster, maybe you got Wraith Pact on the Visage, you got all these auras being spammed out, you'd get that Death Ball up and running very quickly.
Yeah, and I was thinking, like, I don't mind the Tusk in this draft at all. I just don't like it here, because this is the one spot that Bangladesh have with their draft to be able to have a pick that cannot be countered. You've got the bans that are going to come immediately after this, but for what? Were they going to ban a Tusk? Probably not. We haven't seen it banned throughout the entire yesterday or today, I'm pretty sure. So I feel like the Tusk would have been fine for that exact purpose that I was talking about before. Once you get vision of the Lich, snowball in and kill him, right? But just not now. Pick it up in the next phase. And instead pick a hero that would be a much higher priority that you can then ban the direct counters to.
Yeah, with that in mind, I mean, immediately when I see that Tusk pick, my brain goes position 4. It's a support hero. But with what you're saying in mind, that's the thing. Do you think it's a pick there because they want to keep that flex of Visage is 3 or 4 or 5, Tusk is 4 or mid, could be 5 as well? They're not giving anything away this early on in the draft to be counted as well?
I suppose so, and we see Tiny a lot more being played in that mid lane, and Tusk is honestly a pretty decent matchup against that, just because you've got a pretty high attack damage, Tiny very low armor super early on, you can play around that mid lane where you've got obviously the stairs to have to play around with, so Ice Shards just locks him in place, and you can get some really solid right clicks into him. maybe even go the early Blightstone just to really abuse the tiny in lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, they banned the Undying, one of the heroes I wanted, along with the Chen,
5
which
seconds
it
remaining.
wasn't bad in the previous game. It just, you were saying, just kind of hard countered almost by the Kunkka, who was scaling so well with his physical cleave. And now for
You can't
Pakistan,
deal with this.
third pick.
I still want the Beastmaster, but the thing is, I guess without the Kunkka, it isn't as big of a deal. But you can look to contest against it with something like, I don't know, a Razor. Razor's pretty decent, especially if you pair it together with a Lich for the laning stage. The Plasma Field, very effective at being able to clear out a lot of these units. Lina as well, right? Very, very effective at a lot of this lane push. Wouldn't have hated a Puck either, just for that same purpose. You are, of course, vulnerable if they get in on top of you, but really that's what the Lich is for. You know, this isn't a game where Lich
10
needs to be
seconds remaining.
farming on the other side of the map and pushing lanes. It's very clear that Team
5
Bangladesh are going
seconds
to be
remaining.
like all inning on one lane, basically, trying to get into the
Yeah.
base as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think those split pushing heroes like Puck are a good shout. You know, Nature's Prophet, maybe you could also slot in any of the spirits, of course, as well.
Dire
Because
team
this is one of those weird situations, once more, where net worth lead doesn't matter, kills don't matter, objectives outside of the ancient don't matter, only time matters, right? So if Pakistan can drag the game out, you know, past 17 and a half minutes, they've won. That's what they have to do.
Can you dispel
10 seconds
towers?
remaining.
Is that why they've picked this Brewmaster? Just to
Can
be
you
able to
dispel
remove the
towers?
frost
5
armor
seconds
against it?
remaining.
Like with
Can you
the brew
dispel
split.
towers?
I don't
can
think
you
you can.
can you
Radiant
dispel
team
towers?
pick.
Imber spirit.
I
We'll
don't
see.
think. I mean, you definitely can't point and click any dispels on towers.
But it's an AoE. So
Like that's why yeah. I'm not
maybe
sure.
it works.
Well, maybe it does.
Because I'm just like, why the hell are you picking
10
this hero that
seconds
is
remaining.
useless outside of his ultimate, you know? And he doesn't even push that well with the ultimate.
5 seconds remaining.
Seems a little odd to me.
Brewmaster Dota 2 wiki.
Honestly, please
Like,
look.
I am looking like I don't know. I remember like back in the old days in Dota 1, there were like a lot of spells you could cast on towers. Like you could there was like this overgrowth spell from like Nature's Prophet where it like rooted people. You could root the towers. You used to be able to illuminate, you know, Kotl's nuke damage. You could actually do that on towers in Dota 1. But that's like all gone. And towers now you can what? Bloodlust them. You can frost shield them. That's kind of it. Rest in
These
peace,
are,
repair kit.
yeah, these are heroes like the Centaur. I don't want to say he's effective at split pushing, but you could just put yourself in a lane, and really, I think his job is just make sure the Lina is safe.
10
You know,
seconds
make sure you're
remaining.
able to, if you get gone on, pop the Stampede and look to run away.
5
Although, again,
seconds remaining. Radiant
Brewmaster
team ban.
can just look to toss him up into the air, for example. Make sure that that's a whole lot less effective.
Yeah, I have no idea how to find the answer to this question. But the one thing I do see is that it doesn't affect spell immune enemies, but it does affect
10
spell immune
seconds
allies.
remaining.
So you can dispel spell immune allies. A tower is
Okay.
spell immune, right?
5
So,
seconds remaining.
But it's not an ally.
it's-
so
is it not? The
Well,
tower is. Oh, it's an,
the
it's an enemy
Brewmaster
tower.
would be the one using it, right? On the
True.
enemy's
On
tower.
the enemy-
So
Correct.
Radiant team ban.
So I would assume no, but Dota 2, who knows?
that's legit it. Like I cannot see a reason to pick this Brewmaster. I'm stretching here to be able
win,
to
win team fights, cause chaos. I don't know.
What do they go? Monkey King with their last pick overall in Bangladesh?
10
Like it's not the
seconds
greatest
remaining.
pusher, but you don't have a like do you drow?
5 seconds
I feel like maybe you
remaining.
drow.
I mean, what's the lane for it? It's Ember mid, Brew 3. Your 4/5 is your Visage Tusk, one way or the other.
5 Tusk,
Dire
maybe.
team pick.
Tusk plus drow isn't bad.
Hmm.
Then you just look
Is she
like
fast enough though?
Visage Drow, like that was the Drow strat back in the day. Obviously, it's not as strong as it used to be, but you still are able to group up. They have no real way to instantly get on top of the Drow Ranger as well. But this is again where we
10
come back to the
seconds
fact that
remaining.
you've
They
got
have
this.
17 minutes.
You
5
have 17
seconds
minutes,
remaining.
and you don't have the last overall pick. So let's say you Drow, they can just I don't know clockwork
Vector,
get on top
PA,
of you.
Anything.
Yeah, something that's going to just be able to make sure that you're nowhere near as effective at being able to just be part of a lot of these engagements. And it's not like the drows are even good against the tiny, right? Because all of the armor that you get is that green armor. It's not like the the
Base.
base armor, so it's still not going to be that effective against the tiny.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like Bangladesh need more magic damage. Like, if you want to play early and you want to play for lanes and kills, you need that magic damage to actually kill people off and find that killing blow once you've bullied them in the lane stage itself.
Is it like, yeah, Drow, Monkey,
what-
or Terrorblade is what I think they're going to pick here.
And TB could be pretty good. Then that gives you the added tower push as well.
Radiant team picked.
Sniper.
I need someone to go fast. Sniper.
Okay.
Magic
in
damage.
a
Lane
similar mold.
dominator.
Yeah.
Hits buildings.
Yeah, but it
Doesn't-
doesn't buff up everyone else's. Like, okay,
Yeah.
imagine if they picked a Luna. I think Luna would have been decent, right? Full 5-man
10
clump,
seconds
pushing
remaining.
forward, buffs up the visage, split damage between magic and physical.
5 seconds.
Would have been
remaining.
nice. And if you get inside the base, it does melt very quickly. Sniper, he needs too many items for mine. He is not online at 18 minutes. Unless you go like full Thompson build. 5 Wraith bands.
Exactly. I was gonna say maybe with a spam Wraith Band build, but even then it's pushing it. I think it's definitely a difficult task for Bangladesh here. And you're playing sniper into the hand grenade, right? You've got the tiny tossing centaur in. You've got Lycan now with a shapeshift to gap close. That's going to be their position 1 hero, the Lycan. So Lena
okay.
mid and centaur 3.
Normally I would predict, an overall winner of this game. I'm just going to predict Bangladesh will not win this game in under 18 minutes because I'm pretty confident about that.
I think that's pretty good odds for that. I just struggle to see what sniper against Lena mid. He's gonna do all right, but Lena's always gonna be out pushing, farming small camp, and doing fine herself. She's not gonna die unless the tusk rotates early and often. But then you have counter rotation from Tiny, from Lich, who are very good at negating these kind of aggressive plays with shield, with toss back.
It's a one visage. This is like Dahak, Eastern Europe as well. So I mean,
Oh wow, yeah.
it's an alright lane with the tusk for sure. But I mean,
So support
especially against
Ember?
the tiny, right? They can look to farm the tiny. Yeah, it's looking like a support Ember Spirit. I don't know what's going on, honestly. Like maybe they're just saying, look, we probably aren't going to win this in 18 minutes. Let's just have fun and pick the heroes that we're going to have a good time with.
Yeah, I mean, position 4 Ember is super fun. We see it a fair amount in South America compared to other regions. Comes out from time to time for Matthew, but yeah, I'm really not sure how this is going to work out for him, because usually Ember Spirit in a position 4 role, you're looking towards late game for him to actually scale. It's okay to drag waves and do some funny shenanigans first 10 minutes or something, but he really does need to become another core,
Prepare for battle.
and that's not something you want when you need to be finishing in 18 minutes. So
They have
Ember,
voice line, don't they?
if you've got it, use it. So Brew, Ember laning together against what? Lich, Lycan? They're never going to be touching this Lycan.
I'm just thinking, like, you told me that before the patch came out, and I would be like, nah, that's never going to happen.
If what would happen, sorry?
Oh, just that laning combination.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
it
no.
seems very odd.
Would not expect it. Tiny.
Son, he's coming
Tossing.
forward.
Jin straight into the Centaur and Alina. They'll chain their stuns
not the way you wanna start.
beautifully. And that is your first blood for Team Pakistan, already off to a great start. And it looks like they'll get the D-ward as well. Bangladesh placed it, realized that there was vision already there, tried to deny it, and then started to fight. And everything fell apart.
No. Black Sparks, he will have the Light Strike array for the laning stage, which isn't anywhere near as good, right? You can see the sniper. Of course, he doesn't have any points in the take aim just yet, so the headshot not going to be as effective. They're just out of range, actually, with the Sentry Ward being able to find that observer. And you can see that Lent making sure to deny it, not giving away any of that free experience, but also de-warding the small camp. So just wanting to accelerate Len as much as possible. What are we chuckling at, Gary?
It's just like we've had, what, 2 Observer Ward denies? No, two Observer Ward denies, 1 Observer Ward kill, there's 1 Radiant Observer Ward still standing, and a Sentry de-warded a camp, all in the first 20 seconds with a first blood. Oh, there's just so much action. They're ready and raring to go.
It needs to be. And you can see Len, he's like, all right, Wraith Band time. He's just got a few of them queued up already. Just the 2 for now. So we'll see if he looks to expand on that. And RR, of course, he wants to be snowballing as much as possible. Pairing together with Faith. I mean, what's he gone at level 1? I really would want to see the Grave Chill just to make sure that you're able to actually contest with the right clicks, because obviously with the toss, he's immediately just able to toss the Tusk away whenever he tries to make an aggressive move here. And I really don't see the Centaur going down early on.
Yeah, he's so incredibly tanky. And even getting that range creep deny is super important to slow down and delay this Visage, who does need that early tempo. And Tiny with Boots Windlace, just zooming around everywhere. I can also have that play of the toss into Stomp, getting on top of Visage pretty easy, 285 move speed. They can probably walk it forward. It'll be tag team and right click damage coming their way first. Mr. Devil takes a bit of chip damage there, but he's got tons of regen to tide him over until he does have that Ring of Health.
Pretty sure that Soul Assumption hit a creep as well, so a couple of times now we've seen. Yeah, Faith is actually blocked in by this creep as well, forced to use a Tango just to be able to escape the Scourge of the melee creep.
That's something I missed, the Scourge and the Sentinel.
Mm-hmm.
Good old school names.
Well, we can't use those, they're copyright, so...
Are they, though? They're just words. You can't...
Yeah, but...
You can't copyright a word.
So was Skeleton King, you know? So...
sad times. Ghost Khan, though. Cinder Brew and damage out of this Ember Spirit. Enough to kill off the Lycan. Maybe a turn with the Lycan Wolves. Frost shielded up and chasing Brew down. They lose Faith top as Tiny. Tossing him around and trying to body block RR2. But it looks like bottom Brew and Ember Spirit do slip away.
I mean, I know you're going to be spamming out abilities a little bit, but I would honestly expect to see a few more mangoes for Joker. I mean, he's just used another Frost Blast onto Ember Spirit, which basically means he's useless in this lane now. Buys up a bunch of that mana regen, but yeah, definitely would have looked to save that Frost Blast for, you know, potentially a kill attempt.
Yeah, more mangoes, please. You can see Ember Spirit's got 3. Brewmaster's been spamming them as well. Lich definitely behind the curve. Top lane, they go back.
He's probably going to die again.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's got the shield on him. They give up on it. It's just attempts on lives everywhere you look. You know, top lane, they're diving, killing off this Visage, trying to get back onto Mr. Devil Centaur. But again, he's got Ring of Health. He's got plenty of stats, almost 1,000 HP. Very difficult to kill off.
There have been a couple of small instances where Arslan actually had the most net worth in the game. There we go. He's up there again on the Tiny. Just even in that position 4 role.
Oh, wow.
All those kills that he's been involved in.
2-0. Joker dead bottom. Arslan top. He gets away from the shards. And RR sitting at half HP doesn't want to continue fighting. The bottom lane for Pakistan not going particularly well. And obviously the flip side of that coin is Bangladesh getting a lot of levels on this Brew and Ember Spirit.
Mm-hmm. He's going to back off. Nearly has the Soul Ring completed for himself as well. So to be able to consistently stay out on the map. Now to protect the Water Infant out.
The Wolves body block the Brew, and this should be a kill for them. Jin has another Sleight of Fist, a couple of stick charges, taking a pretty hefty beating from the Lich though. Another Frost Blast is coming. He slight chains the Lich on the tower, holds Joker in place, but he salves, pops his stick as well. A bit more back and forth now in that bottom lane, not the one-way street that it had been the first 4 minutes. Maybe. Ghost Khan here. He's got his Helm of Iron Will and he's already popped his stick. Actually turns to fight with a Frost Shield on his Wolves. Try and get in front of the Ember Spirit and body block him. The Frost Blast there and a final touch. It should come through towards Jin and claim a kill for the Lich. Joker having a great old time down here with a couple of kills to his name. Brewmaster able to get a Cinder Brew and Thunderclap down. But always wary of the Lich's damage with level 2 Frost Blast. That is an awful amount of magic nuke. On a snowball mid. Trying to kill off the Tiny who rotated. Lena pops the Soul Ring and nearly dies to the Tusk. Oh, she's speedy enough with the Fiery Soul to get out of his grasp.
We'll be able to get back to base that little bit quicker. Of course, the stack duration of the Fiery Soul now 18 seconds instead of 15 ever since the patch. I still think the shard's pretty garbage. They upgraded the shard bonus damage of all the spells, but well, our son, we were talking about the impact of that soul ring. Will he be looking to dive? No. Looks like the ice shards are gonna send him on his way.
Such an active Tiny. Involved in 4 kills, and he's pretty much secured that top lane for Centaur, as Ghost Khan with Joker realizing there's a bit of an opening now. Ember Spirit's left the lane, and in mid they're going to avalanche toss the sniper back into Lina. Lands the light strike array, doesn't have Laguna Blade, so won't be able to finish the job, and gets turned on by Jin and Len. Assassinate won't be anywhere near enough. We'll bottle back up, but the regen will be guarded for the sniper, so full HP for Len.
Very nice for him. The big downside is, though, that the siege creep in the mid lane is currently being targeted down by the enemy ones, so they're not going to be able to have that extra pushing potential. Honestly, no hero outside of the Visage excels in pushing, and honestly, even him, it's going to be around those familiar timings. So they haven't made any use out of that first siege creep, and, well, you're not going to get too many opportunities to actually use this pushing potential. Like, you've got 3 siege creep waves to play around with, and the first one, it's got absolutely nothing.
Yeah, maybe a kill on this Tiny who's got a streak. Jin is looking for the angle. They want to try on Lina. Assassinate. They've got level 2 slight chains. Jin's going to watch Black Sparks come across. Sniper can join in and finish her off.
Okay,
good patience.
I mean, these lanes are not in a good spot. They're basically all on the dire side of the river. That's not where you want it to be. You want to be pushing at this stage. Even Deeskin hasn't got his level 6, so he's going to be chased down by the Warpine Raider. Joker and Ghost Khan.
He walks back into them. He tries to go for the clap, and now the snowball save. That Sinister Gaze just came like a fraction of a second too late. It started, but didn't drag them around. And now Faith trying to shard away this shapeshifted Lycan. But you see the big hits coming through from this Warpine Raider and the Wolves. Jin, he'll miss out the chains on the hero itself, so Ghost Khan can go deeper in the trees, while Asan dominating as him and Centaur kill the Visage elsewhere. A double for Ghost Khan bottom, and domination as a... Ooh. Oh, the Assassinate dodged by the smoke there, was it, eh?
Yep. Ooh, did he... Oh, he did pop the frost shield on himself before he TP'd out. Might have been able to survive if he did, but... A little bit of a clever play. Again, just dragging them away from where they actually want to be, which is pushing towers. You know, how often do you see a Lich diving beyond a tier 2 at 8 minutes into the game?
Yeah, you're not an Undying. You're not a Havos gyrocopter. What are you doing? Tier 1 tower, first one to die, though, is that top dire side safe lane tower, though. Centaur and Tiny have caused so much damage here. And finding a Visage once more. Good familiar stun to stop the chain disable from the stomp. And a TP from Brew, who does have ulti. Maybe thinking about getting on top of Mr. Devil, but that's a Vanguard Centaur, and your stuns have all been used. Very smart TP.
Yeah, that would have been a big kill. Of course, the Primal Split is a valuable ability to have in your arsenal, but so are the Urn charges. You want to be able to use that to snowball a lot of these team fights. And, you know, we've been talking a lot about Pakistan just needing to delay the game out to prevent Bangladesh from winning in the next 9 minutes, but they're just on track to win in their own right.
Yeah.
4K lead at 9 minutes in.
It has not been passive play. It has been very, very wise. And Joker will get found on a sniper and the tusk, but with Lina raining the damage in, a trade is what they get. Stampede was attempted. Well, while this is happening, you know, smoke and mirrors, right? Go on. Yeah, go on our Lich. That's the support. We don't care. We're pushing bot. We're farming top. We're getting so much more out of the map.
And that's the thing, right? Like, you know that they want to group up as at least 4 heroes and look to push in. So these split pushing style of heroes like the Lycan are just going to achieve so much. Not just the map control, but all of that additional gold for the rest of your team to better be able to contest into that full-on death ball.
Yeah, 5k lead 10 minutes in is pretty monumental. And when you consider that, you know, Visage is going Vlad's and Lycan, a shapeshifting bot, Cyclone by the Bruce split, bringing in reinforcements. Can they kill the Lycan off with shards and snowball? Maybe they can, but that hasn't been a perfect initiation. They've tried to block him, but Ghost can't. He's sprinting away. Cyclone once more. How long for shapeshift? Still has another 5-6 seconds. Searing chains, though, hold them in place, and there's no reaction from Pakistan whatsoever. And another TP
Surely,
attempt.
surely.
He's home.
Oh no.
He's home.
Call
TPs
it.
win games.
Call it. Oh man. Committing 4 heroes for that and still not being able to secure the kill. That is heartbreaking.
Under attack.
And the Lich finds the opening on the sniper now as well. Len has walked and wandered into 4 Pakistani heroes. Unfortunate for him, and now all tier 1s are gone on the dark side of the map. This is a disaster.
All tier 1s are gone. You sent all 3 Radiant heroes, top of the net worth.
Yes.
Mr. Devil just picking up that Blink Dagger as well. So I was saying that they didn't really have those easy ways to be able to get in on top of the sniper. Now they do. I'm sure they weren't expecting this lane to go this well.
And then the Tiny ahead of the Visage, ahead of the Brewmaster. Like, he's in such a good
Hassan's been
spot.
playing real well.
And Lena with these boots of travel, going to be able to shift from lane to lane to open things up, play that split push game even more, like you mentioned with the Lycan, and play elusively in the trees as well as she escapes a smoke attempt from Faith and RR. Hassan,
Wants to survive at least for the next couple of seconds by the Blink Dagger.
press that quick buy. Stampede
even
and
need it.
Avalanche toss. Oh, yeah, if he had one hero to help him, that Ember Spirit was dying.
The flames rush forth.
Jin, blink stomped,
Oh.
and dead.
There's your Blink reveal.
Faith? I'll be alright. But now Tiny's getting his blink dagger. Just like you reveal
Yep.
one blink, and then 10 seconds later you reveal another one. Visage probably isn't going to... Yeah, he will see this coming. He has observer wards, double wards around him to protect his farming spot.
Is under attack.
Riskan. He's got the Vlad's offering for himself as well, so this lane is just going to continue to push even more. If he does need to join the rest of the team, obviously they're going to get that big damage boost even prior to the Helm of the Overlord being available. There we go, Blink Dagger revealed, RR getting focused on. Will we see the Sinister Gaze bringing him back? Looks like we will, into another stun,
second
into
blade.
another death for your carry.
There's a nice slight change though. Familiar's on them, but the Chain Frost bouncing back towards Jin onto the Brew. Back to Familiars again, but Hassan's been found by the Tusk. Tosses him around, but Len picks up a double kill. Holding that high ground. Defending their
Into the
jungle.
Mask of Madness, wanting to be that real right-click threat.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's just not enough though. 9k, 13.5 minutes in. That lead is very significant. And this is all, remember, without Ghost Khan actually being part of any of these fights. Gonna be able to at least know he's there, but you can know all you want. That's a very different prospect to killing.
Yeah, he's been having a merry old time. So there are 2 slots for South Asia. So Bangladesh mainly focused on beating India at this point if they do go to
really?
tiebreaker, if they do win this second game.
Is that for the men's and the ladies, or just the... I wasn't 100% sure on that one.
I'm just looking at Discord.
Nice.
I'm not too sure. Faith? All the crits from the creeps. They've already lost Jin, and now Visage. Hunted by Ghost Khan. And it's just this Lycan shapeshift with a Dark Troll chasing. RR is actually going to be able to tank through enough of the damage. And they've cycloned the Lycan shapeshifters coming to an end shortly. Trying to surround Ghost Khan here and stun him up with the Familiars when they land. And a good bit of damage coming his way will finish him off. Good chain of events from Bangladesh. And what's the response from Pakistan? They want to try blinking with a Tiny. Hunting down the Visage and blowing him up. And now with a Sinister Gaze and Chain Frost not bouncing back onto Familiars, unfortunately. So Brewmaster and Ember can play back towards the Lena. Stunning with the Familiars and
kill.
Sniper. He's peeping away. He's dominating now. Look for another one. Joker there with the Avalanche Toss connecting in beautifully from Hassan. Joker can maybe blast down this little sniper as he's hidden in the Shadow Amulet. Snipes him with a sneak attack damage. And Jin on the run. Another blink ready though. And the Avalanche Toss. Chuck the Centaur in towards him. Get the Hoof Stomp. And Mr. Devil unstoppable on this Centaur now at 607.
That was a full team wipe. Just coming over a longer period. The team fight just went for that long, of course. Again, the Tiny having an insane game so far. all the tools he could possibly want. As he looking to try and get that engagement onto the Visage, but taking out the Familiars is going to be just as good.
Yeah, all that free cash going their way. Like, the Visage would have been a nice kill, but I think you're right. Just getting those Familiars good enough for now. Visage does have a resummon to come in and help his buddies, but Tusk has wandered into the stuns of Centaur and Tiny. And Brewmaster with no split doesn't feel like too much of a hero at all. Doesn't want to continue going up those stairs. Jin with a slight chains. Asan gonna throw his spells towards them, but he is absolutely dead here. A sniper getting those headshots on him. It does take a while with the frost shield on the Tiny though. Like, while this is happening and they're all grouping up, what, 5 heroes mid? Lycan's pushing out top, securing an area around Roshan for them to go and maybe take the Aegis in a couple of minutes.
So annoying to have to deal with this, especially now that he's got the Helm of the Overlord. Fun to hide.
And these blink stops.
Stop this.
I just never stop coming. I don't stop coming. And the Brewmaster has to split defensively. Lena's walked in here, hasn't used BKB. Oh, danger time for the sniper, though, as the Lycan shapeshift in from the back. Another light strike array there, and Tusk is gone. RR trying to finish off Black Sparks. The Familiars and the Brewlings are chasing, but the Shadow Amulet Invis gives a moment of safety. And now the move speed, ability to run away. Turning onto the Brew, finishing him off with the Centaur. No, the Tiny. Yes, the toss forward will do the job in the end.
Oh, man. It's demoralizing, right? It just feels like no matter what you do, they've always got the better response to it. Just coming all the way back to the draft, right? The sniper, it's understandable what they were trying to do, but it just isn't working out that way. This is an SA. This is a different kind of SA. This is South Asia, not South America.
I mean, Tiny 4 is super popular in South America still. You know, they're bringing out the South American strats with his support. Tiny is jumping people, tossing them back into Centaur over and over again. Mr. Devil is peeped out by the sniper, though, and RR picking up over 1,000 gold for the kill on Centaur. Holy crap, that's a lot of money.
It's a good amount, and it'll bring him closer towards that Wraith Pact. But we have passed the time now, so congratulations to Pakistan, at least. They will be one of those teams going through. Now, we're not 100% sure if it's going to be the 1 or the 2 spots for South Asia, so I'm sure Bangladesh, they're going to be wanting to play this one out just in case.
Yeah, at the very least, like we saw with Europe, right? A backup team always needed for seeding to make sure if one team can't make it, they have someone that can show up. So Bangladesh absolutely playing for that second spot to go to Birmingham.
Yep. So for people wanting to know times that they might need to beat that to edge out India, if Bangladesh are able to recover this 13k deficit, they need to win in 42 minutes and 13 seconds to be able to overcome that.
Oh, wow.
Look at Asan.
They've got quite a bit of time. Yeah, up on the high ground. He's been found, though. Also, Soul Assumption coming his way with the Blink Stomp again from Mr. Devil, finding the Tusk, and Tiny only now dies. The DD Sniper was able to bring an end to him. And they've got a primal split going as well. Sun-cloning the Lycan to make sure the Sniper is able to create a bit of a gap between himself and his opponents. He cancels his TP, decides to stand and fight to bring down the Lina. Another Cyclone sends the Lycan skywards. And Len, well, he's blink stomped. He's being caught by Mr. Devil. The real showman of the hour comes in for Pakistan and blows up the Sniper, but he's going to be dying for this, it looks like. He's tanky, but not tanky enough to withstand the Ember and the Brew. Well, Ghost Khan is the only one left standing here. No boots, no TP, no move speed to escape. And this is a team wipe going the other way. Pakistan brought down.
Okay, all right. They're able to recover a little bit. It would have been fantastic if you were able to have that sniper as well, just to be able to convert that into something on the map. You know, you can see that D-Skun's going into that Roche pit, but I mean, even with a Tusk and a tag team, I don't think this could work. He's popping it even before the Familiars are able to get there, so might be a little bit slow.
I think they've realized this is one of their biggest shots, though, right? Get Aegis, snowball off the back of it, and hope for the best.
Though. Joker's a little bit shy of that level 12, but look at this.
Asan's in, and the Chain Frost is a good one. D-Scon dropping low, the bounce back into him, and Jin Laguna bladed. Sniper and Visage are going to be thankful that They were A, not in the pit, and B, able to TP out of it. But now this leaves Roshan available, completely wide open for Pakistan to claim.
Yeah, I think, again, it's a Hail Mary sort of play, but they just didn't have the vision around the area to be able to deal with that effectively enough. Sniper wasn't there for the damage. Unfortunately for them, they're going to be punished for it. Just another life available for the Lina. It's already been a little bit more difficult to kill her with the help, of course, coming out from the support duo as well as the the Centaur for the Stampede potential. But now the top net worth hero on Team Pakistan is just going to be enabled so much further. I believe he's even got a Shadow Blade coming out to himself as well for another one of those difficulties.
Are scanning.
Even more elusiveness. The ability to maybe even solo kill someone. We've seen how much the sniper struggles when Lycan comes in with a backstab. And, you know, to be fair, Brewmaster has been on top of the Lycan, cycloning him every single fight, twice. So now you've got this added threat of a Shadowblade Lina. There are going to be two heroes gunning for the sniper every single team fight. So Brew, Ember, this Tusk, they've got to be on the ball with snowball saves. And so they do try and attempt to save the sniper bottom. But with Tiny here, Asan showing what it's made of and giving Black Sparks a double kill with his setup. I love this build. Blink Force with the Soul Ring Tranquils on Tiny. You never need to go back to base. You're permanently on the map.
They don't have any glyph available, and you've got a Centaur with Heart, who's just going to be standing in front of these towers, tanking.
God. And he jumps straight in. They've got the stuns on Visage. Again, just chain disabling one core hero, killing him, and he's dead for 45 with no buyback. He's 80 gold away from it. Ember has the Remnant away, and the Brew nearly losing all of his splits. Doesn't have the Ag, so he's able to come out of it manually. But you've lost your tier 3 now, and the Ancient Black Dragon is wailing away at your Malay barracks.
Yeah, you got the Helm of the Overlord, of course. With that Vlad Zora, you've nearly got the AC as well. Finished up on the Lycan, just about 60 gold away. Looking to claim it here.
Oh, Ember. Ember thought they could chase them, get them on the run. Follow up with another primal split, maybe, but yeah. Not working out as he intended.
Just looking to cement their control across all three lanes. They're all pushed in. The immediate reaction, of course, is going to be, well, we need to defend against this Death Ball. You can see there from Faith, just trying to push that bottom lane in, but there's much more pressing matters. Base being sieged. Mr. Devil could end up dying.
A lot of damage out of that sniper, hey, with the Maelstrom, the headshots, do you get the kill on Mr. Devil? Chain Frost bouncing back between the Brewlings and Faith. Joker about to fall here, as long as he can get focused down. And now Remnant's in from Jin. Slight off cooldown in 2 seconds, but it's the Cyclone. Onto the Lycan, again, that primary target here from the Brewmaster, but look at the Lina. Holds the high ground, artillery cannon, raining hellfire down onto the sniper now. Didn't stand a chance. She's a better sniper than he ever would be. Finds a triple kill, and Black Sparks dominating that fight just by standing and firing at will in towards Bangladesh.
Yeah, they're going to need to buy back into this one. Feels bad to do it on the Brewmaster, but it's a necessity. You're just going to be losing tier 4 towers if you don't. And oh no, they found the sniper. Oh, that's GG.
Straight onto tier 4, blinking in. Asan finds the opening. What's he been involved in now? 10 kills, 18 assists, 28 out of the 43.
Still ahead of the Visage and the Brewmaster.
Oh man. He's had a spectacular performance. Lina has Aegis still up top. But if she dies once, feels likely she'll die twice. Joker is here, and I've got a Stampede, but that's while she's dead, so a little bit awkward there. Black Spark, Silver Edge is up, but dusted immediately. Chain Frost is in. Maybe the Lina can stand and hit into Jin and RR with Laguna Blade and the damage coming. A trade potentially here. But RR is back to high ground. Jin
Chase
still looking for Asan, but the Tiny slaps him down.
2 lanes of barracks down, 25 minutes in. 3rd lane already pushed. Got another siege creep wave coming towards the lane past the tier 1 bottom. Really does feel like just a matter of time before Team Pakistan close this one out. Again, it is 2 slots. I was mistaken. So for the South Asia region, so Team India will be cheering on their Pakistan brothers, just wanting to get this one in the books and secure that 2nd place.
Yeah, because if Bangladesh lose here, they end up, what, 3-3?
Yep.
Illusion.
And India's still at 4-2, so they wouldn't have that 2nd place spot. A last-ditch smoke effort maybe now from Bangladesh. They need to get some kind of foothold on this map. 27k behind, 2 lanes down, and it's not even... You know, in this kind of situation, you're thinking, well, what are we playing towards? We win a team fight, and then what? We can't rosh. We can't really, push.
We can't take our first tier 1 tower.
Tier 1s are all full HP, basically, right? They've lost, like, 100 HP each, max. There is a DD spawning bottom. Maybe if Sniper can go get that, give him a chance. But he's nowhere near, and no way to get there, as Radiant just control triangle and stranglehold the rest of this map.
Like in level 20 now, same thing with the Tiny. No target required for the toss anymore, so he's going to look to try and catch someone out in a vulnerable spot. Just toss it back to the rest of the team. Even going into the E-Blade on our son. Pos or Tiny.
Oh, what a beast.
Go off.
Yeah. No reason
When's the
to
last
rush
Pos
this
4
either
you've
for...
seen? Like, at this level. Like, I remember seeing DJ on a Tusk somehow playing Pos 4 end up highest net worth in a game. This was, 3-4 years ago, but I haven't seen any Pos 4 be this farmed ever since then.
Yeah, the greedy Pos 4 is kind of, the time has kind of come and gone, right? Like the other name I would bring up is like Yapsor. He was, one of the greediest Pos 4s in Europe, right? When he's playing, I think Enigma is one of those heroes that maybe is a bit cheap to throw into this discussion because it naturally just scales into a core, and you are less of a 4 and more of like a 3.5/3. But yeah, you're right. It's been a long old while since we've seen this kind of performance from a support in terms of the metrics and the numbers.
Yeah, really just Enigma, maybe the Pos 4 Doom these days, but
right, yeah,
Tiny up to this is kind of nutty.
Yeah, no reason to rush anything.
He's even get the ceremonial robe for himself as well, so you think he wasn't doing enough magic damage previously.
Oh, how's he?
Pretty crazy.
Still in high spirits though, spamming their voice lines and their laughter lines. So Bangladesh, maybe a good fight in them still left. Pakistan just really focused on this macro game now, controlling all the waves, making sure that when next Roshan comes around, they will have it as Tiny jumps in yet again. Avalanche tossing, Visage. Ooh, big bit of damage from Ghost Khan coming in at the end. And that's a hero dead without buyback. Primal split required from the Brewmaster, but this is again just a disengage tool. Trying to
get on Black Sparks on the back lines.
Oh yeah, they are, but
they'll be able to do it.
Gets away with a Blink Dagger. Silver Edge Blink still has BKB ready to play with. And Sniper, Blink Stomp, dodged by the BKB. Len looking to run away, but this Lena with a double damager, and you're right, just raining so much DPS down towards him. Blinks forward for the double kill. And 4 heroes down with no buyback means it's all up to this Brewmaster, who does have... No, he doesn't. He's got no more splits. He's used them all.
He's used the ball, and he's used his buyback previously, so if he fell down, he would have just been giving his life away again. Will he be able to secure the tier 1 tower? No, doesn't seem like he's all that keen. And Pakistan, they're keen to just end the game with the remnants of that double damage, with the Ancient Black Dragon. This
go solo Roche. Brewmaster, go solo Roche. That's your job, but they call GG. It's all over here, and a 2-0 victory. Brewmaster nearly dying at the end there to the E-Blade of the Tiny.
Another pre-30-minute game for Team Pakistan, able to secure that one at the end. So, yeah, very, very well-deserved first place coming out of these South Asia qualifiers. And unfortunately for Bangladesh, it was an admirable third. They were by far the third best team ahead of Sri Lanka, and really only came down to that very last series to determine whether or not they would go forward. Of course, you would assume they're still going to be that standby team, but for now, it is Pakistan in first, India in second, your South Asia representatives. So very exciting for a lot of these players that may have never had the chance to be able to travel to Europe. So I'm
Yeah.
keen to see what they're able to do when they do play on these land finals.
Yeah, heading to Birmingham, August 6th to 7th of this year. And honestly, always a really good sign for a region when you have, not just one dominant team, but you have three contenders for slots towards tournaments like this, right? Again, just going to bring up South America because that's what I've been covering recently. But thinking back 2, 3, 4 years ago, you had Beast Coast, and that was it. Then they get more DPC slots, they get more infrastructure, more teams are showing up, and you have a real vibrant, diverse set of players and teams now that we could see flourish and develop in the South Asian region as well. Just watching Pakistan, Bangladesh, and India perform incredibly well. Of course, we've had a number of Indian names pop up here and there with Signify and Entity, dropping names like No Chance coming up even in the DPC playing for Winter Bear as well. It's going to be super exciting to see how they perform, of course, in the Commonwealth Esports Championships in Birmingham. But Danog, that's it for today, right? We're all done?
Believe so. Yeah, all done. And I might be wrong, but I think we might actually have all of our teams as well that are going to be going there.
Ooh.
There was some Africa games going on as well, but I think we've had our qualifiers for there. Not sure exactly who was able to get on through, but from what I heard, it was a really dominant performance. So I think that's going to be just another one of these teams that are going to be hard contenders for wanting to pull out that gold medal when the competition does arrive in early August.
That's what we like to hear. But yeah, from us, that's it for today. Thanks all for watching. And again, congratulations to Pakistan and India for making their way to Birmingham. We'll see you next time.